Welcome in. Hi. We're going to be starting a new game today. But also, actually, first I should say, congrats on getting first Chimes, congrats on getting second Puppeteer, congrats on getting third Crim, and thank you for the hydration check, Evelyn. Welcome in, everybody. So, there's going to be a new game today that somebody bought me on Throne, which I'm very excited to try out. It's called Process of Elimination, and I kind of deliberately didn't try to learn too much about it. I kind of wanted to experience it authentically, I guess. Yeah, inescapable. So, we're just gonna open the game so that I can get past that. Turn on the volume on this a little bit. Yeah, well, it is sort of a. Let me find like the description of it. Hold on. Where's the pitch for this? Okay. So the story of this is that, from what I can find at least, it keeps on like moving around here. So every character in this is a detective. They're all trying to figure out who is a serial killer called the Quartering Duke. We've got a chain of murders that have claimed over 100 lives. As chaos spread through society, government announced unusual countermeasures against the Duke. The only thing is, one of the detectives is the killer. I think is at least the gist of it. Reading is hard. I set a record low on blood pressure at the doctor's office today, so I'm still a little bit loopy, I think. Anyways, I'm very excited to try it out though, because it seems cool. It's very pretty. Yeah, might as well just get in. We'll see what it's about. It's a rainy day in June with clouds covering the entire nation. The live broadcast of a new gaming release is suddenly disrupted. I thought this game had, oh shit. Hi, Mercify. Also, yeah, I did see about that. I'm excited for it. I thought this game had English voice acting. Did I need to like change a setting on that? Who do you despise more? I'm kind of both of these people. The grad, I guess. Okay, let me just see. I don't know what the control is for auto text. Oh, it is that. Oh, I guess it doesn't work now. Hey, Naughty, welcome in. Okay, well.
I have a feeling that I'm in danger.
You ain't just whistling Dixie. Yeah, V3 is great. I love it. I know that I have the wrong opinion on that one, but still. Guys, somebody died. Be respectful. Thank Gizmo. Yeah, we've got some vibes at the start. Yes, indeed. Thanks, Stitch. Hi, everybody. I will say that this is basically... Oh wait, the autoplay is happening. Hold on, am I like blocking it? Give me a second. But yeah, They do kind of sound like minions. I'm doing lovely, Cindy. Thanks for asking. Sorry, I'm trying to not talk over too much of it. They're gonna explode too, aren't they? Does it matter what we pick? We're gonna say we like him. Half the nation's gonna say no and he's still gonna explode. Yeah. Also, how are we voicing our opinions on this? Isn't this a television broadcast? There's a high cat boy. Quartering Duke snaps his fingers. Those are the two best examples, Stitch, yes. I don't really understand. Is he dead? Thank you, Marissa. I'm glad you liked it. Hi, Jay. No. We're just getting into the intro cinematic. As a hack broadcast, those who ran the website were powerless to stop it. Okay, so this was online. Oh wait, is that the indicator that's autoplaying? That it's. Oh, I see. It's if it's spinning, it's autoplaying. I'm dumb. Hi, Mint. I don't think no. This is VLR. I think really. And maybe the latest video. Nice. I'm glad you like. Also, that reminds me. I should put the video. Hold on. You guys are reminding me to be a good streamer. Let me just put the link to the video in a pinned comment. There we go. Nobody has to acknowledge it. We just have to make sure that it's pinned because otherwise I will forget. There we go. Okay. Yeah, like we just started. So anyone who's joining up now, you're not missing anything. I will say this is basically like exactly how Your Turn to Die began, the majority vote thing. But like for whatever reason, this didn't feel unsettling. I think that this is something that's just like a me thing, I guess, and maybe it'll change over the course of the game. I find that like the really minimal pixel art shit, that stuff generally fucks with me more just because there's so little detail that my brain can go wild with it and imagine way too much. And I don't know, this one felt a little bit too... It's a little bit too detailed. And it helps that like also it's like voice acted, I guess. So you have to like, there's no sort of like audio cues in Your Turn to Die in the same way? I don't know. Anyways, the video just shy of 5 minutes. It shared across the net, mostly among the youth. But things don't end with that. Not just the broadcasted victims, but others killed in the same manner are soon discovered. The common thread, at least 2 victims are always found at once, with their lock screen set to the symbol of the quartering duke. The police pour all their resources into investigating the case, but turn up nothing. Pair by pair, more bodies surface, until half a year later, over 100 have been killed since that first broadcast. The sheer number of victims and brutality of the murders flings society into chaos. I grip my phone tight as I read articles about the murders, or speaking aloud despite myself. I've seen the effects of this duke all around me. People are terrified to go outside, and stores have even shortened their hours. What's worse, he's gained some traction among young copycats taken by his charisma. With the police overwhelmed, small private agencies like mine are in huge demand. Apparently, even the FBI is getting involved. Past events have already stoked the need for this line of work, but the Duke has only made things worse. The media jeers at the detective craze. I need to turn up the speaking volume a little bit. He's so quiet. I was adjusting it before the stream started to try and make sure, but yeah. I work for the Gunjoji Detective Agency. It's probably one of the punier agencies around, sorry. Though nowadays we're buzzing with activity. I'm a student working part-time, but they plan to recruit me once I've graduated. The situation must be getting pretty serious nationwide. Actually, we'll turn up the background music a tiny bit. I'll put that on normal just so that I don't accidentally skip anything that I mean to watch. The thought alone makes me a bit miserable. Is this the reality faced by all aspiring detectives? Okay, that's enough of that. My worries run wild when I'm on my own. It's a bad habit, but I've got to focus on work. There he is. My mark is on the move. After a moment's pause, the man clad in a trench coat starts off down the road again. I make sure I'm out of earshot before calling in my report, just as my mentor had instructed. I had honestly thought that this game had an English dub. His name is Wado. Quieting my steps, I follow the man cautiously. He's our top suspect in the serial pet killer case, and according to Mr. Kunjoji, he may be armed. Whatever I do, I absolutely cannot allow my presence to be detected. Suddenly, the man is right in front of me, and I reflexively take a step back. Did he notice me following him? Despite the cover of darkness and my voice being out of earshot? As I try and move past him, the man blocks my path. So the very act of pausing here was a trap. How can I make such a rookie mistake? It didn't even register with me. I have no one to blame but myself. Blood rushes to my face. I've poured everything into becoming a detective. His words sting worse than a slap to the face. There's no way I can just let it slide. There's no way that this wasn't meant to be a test of him, and he's failed all of it. I'd hoped the edge of my voice would intimidate him, but the man only lets out an exasperated sigh.
身の上を一くするものだ。さてはお前さん、探偵ドラマ好きだな。
As much as I hate it, he's read me like a completely open book. The moment a detective reveals himself always seems so cool on television. But he's right. Sharing your identity in this line of work is far too dangerous. Something to keep in mind next time.
それで、その探偵助手君がたった一人で、この私を連行できるつもりか？凶器を手にしているだろう大人の男を相手に。
Man slides his hand into his pocket and readies his stance. He's clearly holding a weapon. This isn't the first time I've gone against someone armed with a knife, but I still feel my hair standing on end. My heart slams frantically against my ribcage as I freeze up, willing my trembling legs to remain steady.
僕だって自分が未熟なことは分かってるさ。
Don't.
もう助けは呼んである。
Oh, Wado,
あとは先生が来るまで時間を稼ぐだけだ。
you're gonna die so fast.
稼げると思うのか？お前のような探偵気取りの小僧に。
稼ぐさ。稼がなきゃダメなんだよ。あんたが傷つけたペッ
You're
トのうちの
really
一
just
人は
giving away all of your information
ク
here.
ラスメートの家族だった
Good van. Hopefully a good van. We'll see. We're just starting out.
あんたがうろつき回る影響で今も怯え続けてる。
Yeah, I don't know what's up with the walrus tusk
止める義務があるんだ。
mustache. It's a little weird.
彼女の日常を守るために引くわけにはいかない。
Tear off my jacket and wrap around my left wrist to form a makeshift glove, a guard against his knife. In my dominant hand, I grip a pair of handcuffs like brass knuckles. Armed as best as I can, I face off at the man. Bold. The man just watches me, showing no sign of movement. Good, he's probably never seen someone use handcuffs for self-defense before. It's only natural he'd be wary.
群青寺先生から学んだこの護身術の長所は初見ではまず見切れないことだ。僕の目的は少しでも長く時間を稼ぐこと。この硬直状態のまま時間を稼ぐ。それがベスト。
戦流逮捕術か。珍しい格闘術を身につけているな、坊主。
Okay. I am gonna say that like my prediction for this is that like this was all like he's not actually the suspect. This was just a test to see if he could tail somebody, whatever. And like this is how they're gonna recruit him into discovering who the true killer is in this game. He's like, oh my god, hi Bisuke, how are you? I'm struck speechless. What are the odds he'd know this tactic? I fumble for an answer, but my mind goes blank.
敵前で固まるな。減点5。いくら珍しい格闘術といえど、この世界に長らく身を置く者には通じないと思った方がいい。だがまあ、並の犯罪者相手なら通用したことは事実。その探偵としての光る資質。10点をやるぞ、少年。リーダーがお前さんを押すのもうなずけるな。
The man suddenly backs down and speaks with a smile. Wait, what? Is this another trap? Glancing my way, he continues.
勘違いさせてすまないな。私は動物虐待の犯人ではない。本当の犯人は被害者の隣の家の息子で。
We lost a lot of points before that, though. I think we might be breaking even.
浪人のストレスから逃れるように八つ崎港に浸水して犯行
Okay. Oh, shit.
に
Wrong
及ん
button.
だらしい。
We're gonna turn this on to fast.
人間を八つ咲きにする勇気がないからと動物に手をかけるとは呆れたものだ。
I love it if the face tracking didn't make me look weird whenever I take a drink of water.
一体
Upon hearing my question, the man pulls what looks like a tablet out of his pocket. Oh my god, it's a Monokuma pad or whatever it is. The screen shows a familiar symbol in the words Detective Alliance.
探偵同盟。
I can't help but yell out the name. The Detective Alliance, the very organization I revere more than anything else.
そう。私は国内で唯一の国家公認の探偵組織、探偵同盟の一員だ。お前さんも探偵を志す身なら聞き覚えがあるだろう。
もちろん実績のある100人の探偵で構成され、捜査依頼を受けた事件の内容に応じて最も適切な探偵を派遣する謎の組織。その事件解決率は 100%。 メンバーは自らの特徴に準じた探偵
Yeah, I'm assuming that it
名
means
簿を
like
名乗って
most of the
素性を隠してい
agencies are
て、
just private ones, but this is like an actual organization recognized with like some government authority.
謎の組織のことにやたらと詳しいじゃないか。
But
探
like,
偵オタ
when
ク
did this game come out? Hold on. As I calm down, my face begins to burn bright red. I had let my excitement carry me away on a totally nerdy rant. Still, the Detective Alliance has been the dream I've ever aspired to ever since I learned about it from Mr. Kinjoji.
あなたが持っているそれって探偵デバイス、探偵同盟の証ですよね。あなたも探偵なんですか？
よく知っているな。その通りだよ。私は老子探偵。探偵同盟のフル株で、今はスカウトや補助を主に担当している。まあ推理力はまだまだ若い探偵には負けんがな。今回の動物殺傷事件などは少々骨がなさすぎたくらいだよ。
Okay, I'm trying to find like a better description of this thing. It says, the truth is deadly. A hapless student named Wada Hojo finds himself among a group of talented detectives and must take part in their investigation to stop a prolific serial killer that hides among their ranks. Can they solve the case before they're all eliminated? Prideful as he sounds, I can tell he's speaking from... Ah, shit. He doesn't care about it. Wait. Let me see. Do we have a log available in this? Backlog is X. As prideful as he sounds, I can tell by his expression he's speaking purely from well-earned experience. He has an air about him that's unlike anyone I've ever met. The kind that could only come from a member of the Detective Alliance, a thing that he seems to have learned about 5 minutes ago. As secretive as it is, the Detective Alliance has grown more famous by the day thanks to the recent detective craze. Even now, the news is full of stories about the cases cracked by Detective Alliance members. And then there's all the terrorist plots in the wake of the Quartering Duke incidents that they've thwarted with almost 0 leads. The whole reason I joined a detective agency was to carve a path to earning a spot alongside those detectives one day. I'm assuming these are all the characters we're going to meet pretty soon. Looked up to by detectives far and wide, the Detective Alliance is the absolute paragon for those pursuing justice.
無礼な発言ばかりして本当にすみません、老子探偵さん。僕、勝手な勘違いばかりして犯人呼ばわりまでしてしまって。
よしてくれ。誤解を招いたの
Yeah, I
は
was
こ
gonna
ちらだ。
say. Oh, that was why I was
これから
trying to figure out what the
さん
release
付
date
けも
was.
結構だぞ。我らの業界では探偵は継承に等しいのでな。
This one does beat Master Detective Archives to release right off, like by a couple months. It was April of last year. Though Senior Detective amicably shrugs off my apologies, unshakable calm only makes me warier of where this is going. Then, as if noticing how on edge I look, he continues to speak.
担当直入に目的を言うと、私はお
What did I
前
say?
のスカウトへ来たんだ。お前には我々の本拠地で開催予定の八つ崎港事件への対策会議に出席してもらいたい。
はい。
I respond lamely, unable to fully grasp what he's saying.
もう一度言うぞ。探偵同盟の一員として八つ崎港事件の捜査に協力してほしいと言っているんだ。
Sounding makes it so shrill and alien, I scare even myself. I pinch my cheek just to make sure this isn't some dream. I like this music. I don't know if it's really the right thing for this moment, but whatever. Oh, nope, not a dream. Maybe this is Mr. Kinjoji's idea of a prank? No sign of him anywhere, so probably not. Which means...
冗談じゃないんですか。
すべて真実だ。悪化する一方の八つ崎港事件を止めるよう国から直々にお達しを受けたんだよ。同盟でもえりすぐりの探偵たちが一堂に会し、本部で八つ崎港の正体を推理することとなる。今世紀最悪の殺人鬼といえど一巻の終わりだろう。
My mind goes blank again. But if this is real, then my dream is coming true even sooner than I imagined. There's so much I could learn, so many accomplished detectives I could meet. Ideal detectives, like the ones I aspire to be, the kind who could have prevented the tragedy that unfolded before my eyes 10 years ago.
聞きたいことは山積みだろうが、 まずはお前さん自身の意思を聞きたい。お前さんは探偵として八崎港対策会議に出席するか？
I don't know.
イエスかノーで答えてくれ。
僕は
How can I hesitate? I say my intentions loud and clear. I was kind of hoping it would give me the chance to say no. I don't even know if I'd press it if I had the chance, but just to try it. The moment I try to answer, Senior Detective's arm hooks around my neck and begins to squeeze like a vice. It's so tight I can't breathe. I flail and kick frantically, but all I hit is the air and the ground below my feet. I feel a prick as a slender needle pierces the skin of my neck. What feels like liquid ice begins to pump through my veins. My skin turns pale, my limbs go numb, and my strength fades. My vision blurs, and as my legs start to give out, I sag against the man restraining me. And then, as if the stars have been swept from the night sky, everything goes black.
尋ねておいて悪いが、拒否権はない。お前さんには参加する義務があるんだよ。この探偵撲滅プロジェクトにな。
Detective Elimination Project. So I will, like, the intro to that feels very very similar to Your Turn to Die in particular. Like, it's that same vibe of like, I don't know, kind of just all of it feels very similar to that one. But like also, that's the kind of thing I really wouldn't hold against a game like this in general, just because like any of the killing game mystery games, like you've kind of got to find somewhere to start. There's only so many ways you can do it, and like it's always going to be a little bit corny. Like they're never, you know what I mean? Like it's not really possible to do it in a way that's like natural seeming. But anyways, so far it's interesting at least. I haven't felt this way in a long time. My consciousness drags sluggishly as if I'm trapped in thick mud, helplessly sinking deeper and deeper. As much as I try to shut it out, that traumatic nightmare pulls me in once again. Yeah, exactly. Like, with any of these games, you really do have to just, like it's like with Danganronpa, and especially Danganronpa, I think, where, like, you've got to be willing to accept that, like, it's a little stupid and that you're okay with that. Otherwise, you're just going to hate the experience. Like, that was part of why Inescapable got so hard, is because it just gets to a point where it's impossible to overlook it. In my dream, I'm running down a dark, frigid corridor, holding on tight to the hand of a girl my age. Her head's gonna explode, isn't it? She's gonna die. Something's gonna grab her.
何を言ってるの、サイカちゃん。二人で逃げるって約束したでしょ。でも、もう足が。
The girl is beautiful with bewitching black hair, pure white skin, and light purple eyes reminiscent of hydrangeas. I remember nothing else about her, but I'm very sure at the time she was very precious to me. And then, right before my eyes, a blade swings down and slashes her, covering her in a burst of red.
サイカちゃん。
I clutch onto her before she can collapse and face the criminal that did this to her. She got taken out by a Dalek. Off-brand Dalek. The massive, unmistakably inhuman silhouette emits a strange mechanical whir. Its murderous intent is nearly enough to pierce through flesh as it focuses on me. I prepare to die as no more than a child. This is Target's loss prevention machines. But at that moment, the girl in my arms strains to get the words out as her voice fails. I might escape if I leave her now and run, but maybe I can still save her. There's no way I can just abandon her. Okay. Yeah, it's really speed running that shit, huh? It's hitting all of them. That's all I can remember. My memory cuts out completely as if the next page has been torn out. However, since I'm alive, it's obvious what came after. I traded Psyche's life to save my own. Didn't he say this was this was the mass kidnapping and confinement incident I was in a decade ago? The reason I became... Okay, so it's like... A shadowy organization took 16 children and locked them in an underground prison for a month, never to be caught. Kodaka, I swear to fucking God if you're behind another one of these. Am I supposed to just live with the sacrifices that came out of that? Like, you know what? Honestly, I kind of prefer them to just lean into that. I was too incompetent to save even one girl, but I refused to leave it there. My heart and soul demand I see it through. I will become a great detective, a hero, and one day I'll reveal the truth behind what happened 10 years ago. Yeah, we're still like, I'm pretty sure we fall out of a locker like Shuichi, because I think that that's in the like teaser materials. But yeah, no, like, I don't know. There's something kind of charming about the idea of like Danganronpa 10 years down the road, someone trying to solve what the fuck happened. I don't think this girl is Joe purely because she is already dead, I think. He was saying that it was a dream, but I think he's having a dream about a thing that actually did happen, is how he's describing it. Or like, it's an experience he can remember and he just, like, there was maybe a mistranslation. Anyways, I finally come to. My eyelids are so heavy, just opening them is an undertaking. That was one long dream. It was one I've had countless times before, of that fateful day I swore I'd become a detective. Also, I don't know if becoming a detective is a proportionate response to what happened to you there. Like, I think there are other careers that would make more sense for it. Whatever. That incident remains unsolved to this day. What really happened all those years ago? I have a sneaking suspicion, you guys, that they're connected events. As a survivor, the vague testimony I provided didn't help much. The case has gone cold for 10 years now. Okay, we get it. I mean, at least it's not 9. It could be worse. I've got to find the truth, to track down the villain who killed Saika, the girl I owe my life to. That's why I entered this line of work. But that aside, my whole body is aching right now. My mattress feels like a rock and smells like rust. I managed to pry my eyes open, but everything's pitch black. What's more, I can't even move. My limbs are restrained like I've been wrapped in some kind of sleeping bag. Don't tell me I'm trapped in here. Mustering all my strength, I try and worm my way out. Suddenly, my vision is flooded by a bright light. Whatever restrained me slackens as my own momentum forces me upright. The sight I'm met with is... Lush woodland lies before my eyes. Beneath me is an old rusty locker. Guess that's what I'd been stuffed in just a second ago. Who would do this to me and why? When did I even get here? What the heck is going on? You're allowed to swear, kid. Enough's happening. My head swirls in confusion as I try to recall what happened last. The haziness clears as I begin to remember. I was suddenly attacked by a senior detective and eventually lost consciousness. He claimed to be part of the Detective Alliance, but maybe that was just a bluff? It is very pretty art. I think it's kind of interesting because, like, it doesn't feel... It's hard to explain how it... the vibes it gives me, but I don't dislike it for sure. Intro is rough, but it gets better. Yeah, okay. So, like, I will... Like I was saying before, like, starting any of these games is a difficult process for a writer. Like, how do you get people into a killing game? Writing the killing game itself is not super hard, but, like, there's a reason why a third of the Hunger Games book is just the prologue to the killing. Like, it takes that long to, like, set it up, explain the world building, explain, like, why this is happening, what it means for it to happen, all that stuff. One of the advantages that Danganronpa has is that it doesn't really have a setup. It just starts. Like, which kind of works really well in its favor, because then you're just immediate, like, you're off kilter, you're thrown into it without knowing what's going on. And, like, I don't know, I kind of... Yes, Inescapable tried to do that too, but it also didn't really do it in an interesting way. I don't know. Your Turn to Die did it too, but Your Turn to Die, I think what worked for that one is that it starts you out immediately with a trial, you know, or like with a challenge, like a mini game that you have to immediately solve because like it's life or death right off the bat, and I think that made that one work a lot better. But yeah, like with all the Danganronpa ones, it's like I got to school and then I passed out and now it's killing game time. Realize my front pockets have been empty. As I continue searching my purse, and I notice an unfamiliar weight in my back pocket. That's right, I don't normally keep stuff back there. Suspicious, I carefully pluck the foreign object from my pocket. It's a tablet device, like an oversized smartphone more. How is that fitting in your back pocket? The moment I see it though, a chill runs down my spine. Yeah, like this is... It's like a very kind of... I don't know how to describe the art. It's very like exaggerated. What's the... It kind of almost is like giving me the vibes of like soft Gunfire Reborn kind of thing. I lift it up, touching the buttons out of habit. Then a notification appears. Authentication successful. Yeah. It's giving, and I mean this as a compliment, it's giving like a very high quality itch.io visual novel. Like, yeah, I don't know how else, like, again, it's not bad. I think it looks really nice. It's just such a like distinctive style. But yeah, like it feels like the refined version of one of the games that you would find on there. Yeah, like this kind of reminds me of like when you see like an old pixel art game get like a remake, but they keep the pixel art style, so it's just much cleaner and sharper. You know what I mean? Like they've refined it, but they haven't really like adjusted the style. I don't know. I like it a lot. But anyways, as the tablet comes to life, a familiar voice emanates from its speaker. It does. Okay, I'm glad you said it, man. Because it does kind of have the vibe of like, specifically like some horny visual novels that are out there. But again, as a compliment. Because I mean, I'm curious to see what like the interior environments are going to look like. Because I think we're like in a mansion for this whole thing. Out for 3 days. So senior detective's the one reaching out to me. I knew I recognized his voice from before. Still, his tone is pretty nonchalant for a kidnapper. I can't help but feel irritated. You're saying that like you didn't deceive us, but sure, we'll continue. It's a pretty lame trademark, if I'm honest. Dramatical Murder before. Dramatical Murder is a game that I didn't realize was the way it was. Also, hi, Soft Rockstar. I thought it was just a silly gay visual novel until I was talking with my friend Asha Kirksey, who's very into the Nitro games. But yeah, there are some with like legitimately very good stories, all that stuff. Like I none of this is negative about any of it. I've played a lot of those games. I enjoy a lot of those games. They're very good. I haven't played any of the Nitro, whatever the full name is, but I feel like I have to. Dramatical Murder in particular just feels like such a... I've read about it, so I know what happens. And yeah. But it has very pretty art. Anyway, sorry, I keep getting distracted. Open up the tablet and look through the roster you mentioned. There, I find my profile beginning with my full legal name. We're ranked number 100, rip. It is kind of funny that, purely by coincidence, this is kind of similar to the new Tokyo games, like the Danganronpa that's not Danganronpa. What's the one that they just announced today at the Nintendo Direct? What's it called? Oh yeah, no, like Dramatical Murder, I am sure I can make a video essay out of that. There's Tribe 9, which I've signed up for the beta for. I kind of hope that I get that, or get into that one. But no, what's the 100-line Last Defense School? Or Last Defense Academy. Excuse me. I'm very excited for that one. That one is just like... Kodaka is going to keep making Danganronpa exclusives for Switch until Spike Chunsoft gives him back those fucking licenses. There are some character designs that are giving a little more Master Detective Archives than Danganronpa. And like, I didn't mind Master Detective Archive characters a lot of the time, but some of them were a bit bit much. The 100, yeah. But I'm sure also like part of it's just that there's a new one, and like the art style has become so iconic that whenever there's a deviation, it feels weird. But yeah, I don't know. I think it'll be. I'm very interested in playing it. I'm curious to see how it's going to turn out. But I thought the 100 days versus 100 detectives thing just seemed like a funny coincidence. My special skill is housework. I'm no great detective, sure, but that's a low blow. I wonder what else. Oh my god, he's Kurumi Tojo. He gets to be the ultimate maid.
探偵たちの序列と探偵ネームも載ってる。それに直近の凶悪事件の情報や捜査状況まで。
From the latest incidents all the way back to before I was born, it's a robust selection of key documents about cases infamous to the public. Far too much for one person to read, frankly. Even at a glance, most of the content seems to be highly technical in nature. Assigned male wife is crazy. Assigned male wife at kidnapping. AMAK. This is way too much effort for a prank, meaning the DA really did recruit me? Can I trust what senior detective says?
僕は本当に探偵同盟の一員になったんですね。信じていいんですか、老子探偵さん。
なお、今流れているのは録音音声だ。緊急事態が起こったので。
Yeah, can we get Harrison's maid outfit? Or I guess Annika's maid outfit that Harrison wore? Wada would look good in it. That's how it is. I assume this was a phone call, but I guess that's not the case. The device's settings must have been configured to play this voice message as soon as it finished authenticating.
準備ができ次第、デバイスのマップ機能を使って森を抜け、山の頂上の洋館へと向かうんだ。
Kind of surprised I've never gotten one. I have like a Kalkini outfit, a Junko Enoshima outfit, but not that.
私も必ず後で向かうから待っていてほしい。それから途中で見かける建物には絶対に入るな。入れば減点などでは済まない。自分の身を守るためだと思って私の指示に従ってくれ。
Honestly, that'd be very funny. Stand there in a daze holding my tablet, my new D-pad in one hand. I can't get over D-pad as an... Surely you could have come up with something. Like... It's not a deal breaker, but it is a really silly name to have for it and to keep referencing it. Like the Monokuma pads or whatever. Were they... Hold on. It was a Monokuma pad, right? Oh, e-handbook. Didn't they call them something... Monopad. It was a monopad in V3. Okay, cool. I'm glad that I'm not insane. Yeah, detective pad is probably what it is, but like, yeah, it's so... Like, yeah, it's giving like D-pad like the controller thing. Anyways. Rotom phone keeps getting these cryptic messages. Yeah, if you guys watch the Jenny Nicholson video where she talks about like, how one of the issues with Disney influencers right now is that like Disney keeps on naming their things incredibly specific names, and then they force all their influencers who do like influencer marketing for them to use the full legal name of it, and it makes all their stuff seem so weird. That's how I feel with all of these branded things, where I'm like, oh really? You used your detective fuck, why am I not remembering? It's just Detective Alliance, right? Am I just dumb? Yeah, Detective Alliance. This is my Detective Alliance brand D-pad. Like, it's your tablet. Call it your tablet. The Galactic Cruiser one? Yes. I put that on in the background a lot. I've watched it a lot of times. Is that the building Senior Detective was referring to? Yeah, like, even if you said like, oh, I pulled out my iPhone, like that, like, I'll only say iPhone if I'm specifying it for some reason. Like, I'll say that I use my iPhone for face tracking because you need an iPhone with like face ID stuff. Like, that's how the software works. So saying I use my phone wouldn't be specific enough if someone was looking for information. But like, if I said, oh yeah, no, I'll just put your number into my iPhone. I'll put my... I'm going to put your number into my Apple iPhone 14 Pro Plus. No, it's not a Plus. It's just an iPhone 14 Pro. Anyways, is that the building Senior Detective was referring to? Well, I don't fully trust him. My options are limited. Press for choice to open the map application on my tablet. Sorry, we're not getting anything done. Various graphics appear on screen displaying the surrounding area. All that blue surrounding everything must be the ocean, which means I've been taken to a remote island. It's hard to localize that sort of thing, I think. Either way, getting all gloomy won't solve things. I use my fingers to zoom in on the map, hoping to find more info to go off of. The screen then displays my current location and a few details about the vicinity. Just as Senior Detective said, there seems to be some sort of manor atop the peak, plus another structure near the tree line. Gormenghast is an interesting name. Without any other clues to guide me, I decide to follow Senior Detective's instructions for now.
探偵ネームって自分でデバイスに登録するのか。どうしよう。僕には特技なんてないし、かといって。
Do I get to call him Viveros?
適当
That'd
に決め
be
たら
really funny.
今回必死だ。
I like his VA.
ダメだ。決められない。
The tablet hums quietly as I trek on. Before long, why is your tablet humming? I don't think it's supposed to do that. Anyways, before long, I see a party in the tree. Yeah, this does kind of look like an unofficial sequel to what happened in V3. Anyways, before long, I see a party in the trees. A massive heliport, like one of those like alternate universe things where it's like, oh, actually, it was totally different, but like the characters still made it out of a killing game sort of deal. Although I guess he didn't say it was a killing game. He just said that they got kidnapped. And then people were being killed. But I don't think it was a game, maybe. Anyways, a massive heliport stretches before me. To its right sits a relatively small 3-story building. Though it blocks my line of sight, I assume that the manor is just up ahead at the top of the hill. The structure here must be the one Senior Detective warned me against entering. It's not like I really trust the guy, so I'm admittedly a bit curious to sneak a peek inside, but as soon as the thought crosses my mind, a sudden sense of unease washes over me. Hi DJ, congrats on passing your exams! On my tablet's map, I see numerous circular icons displayed within the building's walls, and not just a handful either. Dozens of icons crowd around like ants swarming over food. Judging by my own marker on the map, I think these icons are all people? But if that's the case, what does this mean? My apprehension refuses to die down. I get the sense that going in there would only end in regret, just as Senior Detective has warned. At 3 a.m. You know what? As someone who is seriously awake at 3 a.m. most of the time, I feel you. I'm glad to hear you're doing good. But also, yeah, like, why is the tablet making a humming noise? I will. We're gonna behave. Besides, do what Senior Detective suggested to make my way toward the manor at the peak of the mountain. My mentor always chided me for being so rash. Maybe I wouldn't have been abducted if I had just waited for him like I was supposed to. What's more, I get this deep feeling of dread whenever I look at that building to the right of the heliport. Okay, whenever. You've seen it once. I should follow Senior Detective's advice, especially considering that he must have a way better grasp of the situation than me. The process of elimination is like a puzzle game, kind of in the vein of killing game visual novels, but more... Everyone's a detective instead of just like a participant. I'm assuming that we're going to be voting and getting people killed. What is this place really? This island? I make my way up the mountain suddenly, or quietly grumbling to myself when suddenly... Oh. A chill runs down my spine. I quickly turn to look behind me. But the only thing in sight is that building. I get the strange feeling that going there would have had irrevocable consequences for me. Yeah. So I'm assuming this is... You would have just gotten a quick bad end that showed you the pile of corpses and then you got murdered or something. My uneasiness lingers, but I turn my back and keep going in spite of it. Yeah, like, I'm assuming that you see the pile of bodies and then it all goes black because you've been murdered. I continue up the twisting mountain path for about 15 minutes until at last I arrive at the manor door. It was a gentle incline, but I'm still spent. I wearily take a seat, resting my back against the outside wall of the manor. It's the exact kind of setting you'd expect in any mystery novel. The manor's exterior speaks to its age and smells faintly of lumber. During my approach, I could only gasp at the structure's imposing beauty. Upon closer inspection, I notice its windows are constructed from an unnaturally thick glass, impossible to break or peek through. I stand up and circle the perimeter, but there don't appear any points of entry aside from the front door. If anything, it seems like it was built to house prisoners, not residents. This definitely isn't your average manor. What on earth could be waiting within? I slow down and catch my breath. My hand is damp with sweat as I turn the knob of the manor's only entrance. A loud clank rings out as it swings open with ease. The interior seems normal enough. I ask weakly as I take a step inside. As soon as I let go of the knob, the door closes on its own. Not one moment later. A sharp pain suddenly erupts in my head, causing me to stagger involuntarily. I'm assuming there's like a tracking chip in all of them, right? Hello, Puppo. How are you? You missed the pile of bodies, and us getting kidnapped, and us being Shuichi. My master is here for Shuichi. A shadow at my feet expands rapidly. My spine tingles as I feel something rush quickly toward me. Without even a moment of hesitation, I kick out and leap to the side. However... Oh! Something slams hard against the back of my skull. The impact sends me flying. My vision swims, my mind already fading. I find myself unable to stand. Then the world fades to white. You missed it, didn't reply to anything. I'm sorry. World fades away. You know, I am okay. First kidnapping, what about second kidnapping? Yeah, you know what? You gotta keep them on their toes. Dash, 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 dot.
おいおい、こいつ全然起きねえぞ。一発蹴りでもかますか？
I believe it, don't worry.
ヤマトさん、乱暴はやめようよ。飛脚改正に賛成。暴力とかマジないっしょ。水ぶっかけるくらいでよくね？
渋谷さんも大概過激だな。ここは冷静にね。
もしや心肺が止まっているのではないか。我が速やかに心臓マッサージを。
その必要はありません。どうやら目を覚ましたようですよ。
Oh. I open my eyes, but my vision is blurred. The dizzying pain in my head is unbearable. There's a constant ringing in my ears, and my body won't move an inch. A wave of nausea comes over me, but I manage to stop myself from groaning. I vaguely recall being hit by something the moment I stepped into the manor. At last, my vision finally clears up. When my eyes refocus, I'm met with several unfamiliar faces and a sturdy rope binding me. I'm tied up, surrounded by a group of strangers. What in the world is going on? A girl in a sports jacket grabs me by the throat, glowering menacingly. She looks to be in her early teens, but her strength is incredible. I can't get a peep out while trapped in her iron grip.
本部で待ち伏せたいい度胸してんじゃねえか。どこの組織の回し者だてめえ。ああ？大和探偵さん、落ち着いて。落ち着いてられるかよ。こいつは俺たちの仲間をぶち殺した犯人かもしれねえんだぞ。なのに黙りこくりやがってよ。
Her eyes are just very intense.
許せねえぜ。だけど首を締め上げたままでは何も話せませんよ。え？おお、科学探偵の言う通りだな。
Intruder's gonna become our alias, isn't it?
本当にすまねえ。
The girl in the sports jacket lets me go, then immediately falls to her knees, touching her head to the floor as she apologizes.
顔を上げてください。気にしてませんから。よくわかりませんけど、僕は怪しまれるのに十分な理由があったんですよね。
その通りだが、このままじゃ筋が通らねえ。いじめだ。手痛いのを一発、俺に見舞ってくれ。
そんなことしませんよ。というか縛られてるのでできません。顔を上げてください。実は僕も状況が全然わからなくて混乱してるんです。皆さんは何なんですか？それにこの島は一体何が起こってるんですか
？As I ask the so-called rowdy detective my questions, the boy in the wheelchair approaches us.
自らの意思でこの島を訪れたわけではないのですね。それ
I'm
に
informed a little bit.
詳しいことは何もわからない。
I'm feeling myself slouching. I don't know why.
ええ、老子探偵という人に連れてこられたらしいんですが、詳しいことは何も。
Japanese, I'm
老子
assuming.
探偵があなたを。
The boy called techie detective cups his chin in thought.
先ほど眼球運動を確認した限り気絶していたのは間違いない。自作自演で気絶していた可能性もあるけど、一度事実として考えた方が良さそうだ。でもあの老子探偵は何の目的も告げずにこの本部まで連れてくるなんて何か違和感がある。このお兄さんは僕らとは立ち位置が違うのか。八つ崎法事
Yeah,
件
it's an
の捜
interesting.
査
I
は
like the
どう
design.
関
The
係
color
ある
of
のか。
green is it's a
おい、科学探偵ってばよ。
it's an easy in for me. That green is so good, especially when it mixes with sort of like the gold.
ごめんなさい。
Love it.
ちょっと考え込んでしまって。
Rowdy detective pokes techie detective, snapping him out of his trance. He dips his head in apology. I'm as confused as ever right now, but I have heard of these two detectives before.
この人たちの集まりをまさか。
鳥間、その人の名は解いてあげね。縛ったまま尋問するとか、どんなプレイだよって感じでキモいじゃん。
Already love her. What's your deal, lady?
待って、渋谷探偵さん。
I'm at downtown.
ん？何？ごめんなさい。縄を解くのは待つべきだと思うんだ。
I will say, the one on the left, bit of an odd design, but I do appreciate the effort of having a ponytail that goes halfway or fully down to your ass, and then also pulling it back up and having it like pop out behind your head. Absurd
両
haircut.
手が自由になれば、微量の毒を撒くだけで僕らを全滅させられる。身体検査もなしに自由にするのは危険すぎるよ。
Hmm.
あーね、うちがせっかちだったわ。ごめんね。
Even though her idea got rejected, the trendy girl called Downtown Detective laughs as if nothing happened. Yeah, big fan of the girl on the right already. I don't know what Downtown's deal is, but yeah. Downtown's a peak on binary.
飛脚探偵さん Thank you。 さすがは序列14位。マジリスペクトなんですけど。怖がりなだけだよ。僕なんて。ただ。
Oh, we'd probably, if we went into the facility, we'd probably get hit with the poison. Also, I just realized the girl on the, her Dolphal's sleeves, if you look at it, the sleeves are detached from the torso of it. They're like held on by strings, it looks like. But you can see inside of the jacket a little bit. I don't know how I feel about that, but it's cool. What do I say flashback? I mean, like, I don't know. This is an art style that makes it easier, I think, to like it. The somewhat androgynous youth speaks with a voice full of fear. Victims like those in the research facility, the comment catches my attention, but now isn't the time to be asking questions. Instead, I hold my tongue and continue to watch in silence. Yeah, cute sweater plus cool jacket. I mean, that's Inha-O. And, like, that just makes it even easier to love her.
心配無用だぞ、飛脚探偵殿。仮に彼が何かを企んでいようとも、
Armor detective.
武装探偵がお主らの身は
You're doing too
必
much.
ず守り抜こう。
Armored man rests one hand on the youth he called Doleful Detective and the other on Downtown Detective.
ありがとうございます、武装さん。僕は運動がからきしなので、すごく楽しいです。
Inha if she was like Christian Girl Autumn. As the boy smiles at Armored Detective, Downtown Detective waves off the gauntlet looking utterly repulsed.
うちは結構です。暑苦しさやばいんで、秒で離れてもらえます？序列32位の武装探偵さん。
おお、我の序列を覚えてくれているのか。このメンバーで唯一の30位以下だというのに、我は感動したぞ。必ずお主の命を守り抜こう。
皮肉が通じないんですけど。
Armored Detective happily strides closer to Downtown Detective. He doesn't seem to notice the look of genuine disgust on her face.
ひとまず探偵デバイスでリーダーに連絡を取ってみたよ。探偵デバイス同士の通信ならこの洋館からでも研究棟に通じるみたいで助かったね。
His vest also has like weird shoulder bits on it. That weird. Like, this game has some interesting character design. It feels like there's like a normal design plus one weird element. Except for the knight. The knight has a lot more. The starting cast is I think 14. Man who looks like a corporate employee joins the conversation. He holds a familiar tablet-like device in his hands, the D-pad, a trademark device of the Detective Alliance. This is Miles Edgeworth after he's settled down with Phoenix. He's been retired for 20 years now, but he's lived a good life. Yeah, old man Yowie, exactly. My heart beats fast in spite of myself, as I guess at the nature of my company.
ありがとうよ社畜探偵
Workaholic.
行動が早くて助かるぜ
Miles once he becomes hilarious.
応援
Yeah.
層は社会人の基本なんてね。そちらの眠り姫についてリーダーに確認も取ってみたけど、どうやら彼も私たち探偵同盟の仲間だそうだよ。念のため君自身にも聞くけど、間違いないよね。
We haven't met the full cast
はい
yet, so there might be more
間
or
違いありません
less.
まだ探偵デバイスを受け取ったばかりの新人ですけど
Everything clicks into place as I speak with the man referred to as Workaholic Detective. I knew it. They really are part of the Alliance. And these aren't just any average members. They're so famous even a nobody like me knows about them. There can only be one possible reason why a group of detectives like this would be gathered here. It was the same thing I'd been brought for, to discuss how to handle the quartering Duke. They're all here for that meeting, no doubt.
残る謎はまだ探偵ネームも持たない新人がどうしてこの探偵同盟本部にいるのかという点だね。
I mean, you'd assume if there's only 100 of you
君も八つ
guys,
咲公対策会議に招集されたのかい？
like,
はい老子探偵から説明を受けて
even if someone's ranked
自分
low
の探
among
偵
the
デバイスもあ
100,
りますよ
they're inherently pretty high
胸
ranking.
ポケットに入っていたデバイスはやはり君自身のものだったんだね。悪いけど
I
勝手に
think they're
体
meant
を
to be
調べさ
kind
せ
of
てもらっ
both
たよ。
aliases and descriptions of who they are.
いつの間に
Although it kind of defeats the purpose of an alias if it accurately describes you, so... I don't know how, but Workaholic Detective is clearly holding my device. The fact he could swipe without my noticing is terrifying.
それでは少々お手を拝借。
Workaholic Detective grabs my hand to bypass the D-pad's fingerprint authentication. Navigating to the message application with practice ease. He seems to be checking my invitation to the Quartering Duke meeting, which I had been reading just before I fell unconscious.
なるほど。私に届いた連絡と一字一句違わない。確かに君もこの対策会議のメンバーらしいね。
It'd be kind of funny if the... Actually, I wonder if that is the thing. Maybe their aliases are the opposite of how they really are. But that, I kind of don't imagine that. Relief watches through me at Workaholic Detective smile, but it doesn't last long.
まあこの島に潜入できるほどのものならメールの偽造なんて簡単に行えるだろうけど。
Like, if he was just, like, very lazy and, like, loafed around, that would be kind of fun. Workaholic Detective's smile turns grim. His piercing gaze cuts right through me, making my body flare up with goosebumps.
下手なまでしでかすんじゃねえぞサンズの川の対岸まで殴り飛ばされたく
Okay,
なきゃ
Rowdy, we
な
need to, like, tone it down a little bit.
他の探偵さんたちのような独自の気配が
Doleful is also,
感じられない
like, am I
一体
mistaken
何者なの
about what that means?
結論を出すには検討材料が不足しすぎていま
Yeah.
す
It's
情報が揃うまでは
I
監
guess they
視は
can't
や
call
む
him
な
the
しかと
depressed detective. Oh, they should. That would be funny. The other detectives watch me warily, their eyes make it abundantly clear that they're on high alert. I completely understand why they suspect my exceptional circumstances, but that doesn't make their looks sting any less. Dwelling on Doleful Detective's unsettling remarks earlier leads me to wonder what happened to the Detective Alliance.
まあさ怪しんでばかりじゃ拉致が開かないし鳥間うちらに同行させりゃいいんじゃね
Wait, what is happening with her hand? Like, her left hand? What is going on there? I think maybe it's just weird lighting, but like it looks like she's got an extra finger that's like curling into the middle. Like, her hands, I think, are normally positioned mostly. It's just weird lighting on the hand.
老子のじっちゃんも見つけなきゃだしさ言い争ってる暇とかないっしょ
気が合う
No, like, if you look at
な
the-
渋谷探偵殿我も同意見である証拠が出るまでは
Thanks, Armor.
彼も仲間の一員でよかろう
If you look at the palm of her left hand, the way that the light kind of curls around the palm of it makes it look like there's an extra finger. Yeah.
あんたと同意見なのは点下げなんだけど
I'm not
うち頭
doleful,
悪いからさ
doleful.
武装ちゃんの言う
D-O-L-E-F-U-L.
通りその人も一緒に連れてっていいと思うわけミステリもので仲間割れとか死亡フラグだしね
Yeah, shading is hard. I don't blame him for that. I was like, that seems like
ミステ
a...
リモノって
I just got confused what was going on. Did he always have two differently colored eyes? Techie detective smiles wryly as rowdy detective grabs the rope tying me up. I
まあ
probably should pay more
渋
attention.
谷の言う通りだな。
He did. I'm just dumb. Oh. Rowdy detective tears my restraints apart as if they're made of paper. I can now move freely except for my bound hands. But still, what raw physical strength. It's hard to believe a girl smaller than me can be so powerful.
仲間同士で疑い合ってたら八つ咲子の思うツボだ。
No worries, Gizmo.
俺もひとまずあんたを信じることにするぜ。
行動の前に一言確認を取ってほしかったところだけど、私も同意見だよ。先ほど体を調べた時、何も見つからなかったしね。君にはひとまず我々と行動を共にしてもらおう。ただし今は一刻を争う時代だ。私たちがどんな状況に置かれているかについては、また移動しながら教えるよ。
ありがとうございます。
Detectives head out one after another. Now the mood is lightened up a bit. I can't help but let out a sigh of relief. I've seen plenty of suspects get interrogated in mystery novels and shows, but never did I expect to be the one on the hot seat. Life sure keeps you on your toes.
そういえば侵入者さんのことをなんて呼べばいい？まだ探偵ネームないんでしょ？せっかくだし今決めちゃおうよ。
僕の名前は
Barely stopped myself from answering downtown detective with my real name. Keep your name secret is the first rule of the Detective Alliance. It could be deadly for your identity to get out between cases. That's why upon joining the DA, members are given a one-word code name based on a defining characteristic of theirs. Again, that's not very useful as an alias because then it gives away who they are.
僕の探偵ネームは
No, whatever. Despite my yearning for one, it's hard to think of anything on the spot. I have no experience, skills, or defining characteristics. To be perfectly honest, I couldn't even begin to guess why I was let into the Detective Alliance.
いや悩みすぎ
Legal
で
names
しょ。
have a unique danger for sure, but like,
君さ、
if you were
見た感じ
doing
うちより年上っぽいのに、
like
な
opposition
んでそんなに余
research,
裕ないわけ？人生の先輩がそこまで情けないと、ぶっちゃけ反応に困るんですけど。
like you would definitely want to have an alias. I just think that this method of picking an alias is very weird and not very useful in terms of like getting the kinds of people you're dealing with to not find you.
ほら、一緒に考えようよ。特技は何？今までの事件で得意だと感じたことないわけ？
猫を探すのが得意でした。なぜか好かれるので。
That's kind of cute though. Downtown Detective gives me a deep sigh. My amateur status fills me with shame.
じゃあ、無能探偵ってことでよろしく。
Brutal. That's just cruel. You might as well be saying I'm good for nothing. I mean, not that it isn't true, but still. I'd obviously prefer a different name, but before I can object...
他のみんなもいい名前が決まるまでは、無能探偵って呼ぶ感じでおなしゃす。
The plain Jane of the season. How dare you?
大和男児らしい謙虚な名前だな。
This is Nymphia Wind behavior if we're really talking.
飛脚探偵さんや社畜探偵さんと同じく特徴をカリカチュアしたタイプの名前なんですね。一緒に頑張ろうね、無能く
ん。呼び名があると仲間らしさがぐっと強まるのである。よろしく頼むぞ、無能殿。
このゴリ押しな空気、自分の時を思い出すな。
Incompetent detective rapidly gains the approval of the rest, so rapidly that it's too late to dispute it, much to my chagrin.
秒で定着してよかったね。無能先輩。
全然良くない。
So in my protest, downtown detective ignores me, flashing a devilish smile. Thus did I become incompetent detective, an official member of the Detective Alliance. There's supposed to be more detectives, though. Like, I'm assuming we're meeting them pretty quickly, but, like... Interesting to only meet... What is it? 6 of them? Bright red carpet covers the floor, and landscape paintings adorn the walls of the corridor. The detectives explain the situation as we walk down the passageway. The scent of the roses on display around us drifting in the air.
君が連れてこられたこの場所は地図にすら載っていない孤島だ。この絶海の孤島を本拠地として探偵同盟は活動を続け
True,
てきたそう
incompetent
だ
can
よ。
get away. You can get away with more if you're incompetent.
本部の2つの建物、
This looks like a
操作の
Pokemon
補助や機器
region.
の開発を行うための研
Or
究
like
施
a
設、
DLC island for a
Snacks と
Pokemon region.
宿泊用の洋館、ゴーメンガーストとに分かれている。本来、私たちが到着した後は、この洋館にジオラマで再現された八つ崎港事件の主要な現場を見ながら、全員で推理する手はずだったんだ。
だったというのは。
Rowdy detective suddenly punches the wall beside her, causing the nearby walls to tremble from the impact.
俺たちが到着した時には本部の探偵たちの多くが毒殺されてたんだよ。研究施設にいた22人のメンバーが全員な。
That bumps us up to at least, what is that, 78th? Why do we have to start at 100?
22人が全員。
Hello, random French guy. How are you? Every hair on my body stands on end at the unthinkable news. Even among history's more infamous mass murders, few had a death toll of more than 20. Killing 22 people all at once is beyond all reason.
犯人はまるでゴミでも扱うがごとく施設の入り口に我らの仲間の死体を積み重ねていたのだ。人間の所業とは思えぬ惨状であった。
無能先輩があの死体の山を見てたらしばらくご飯を食べれなかったと思うよ。それに毒ガスが充満してて下手したら
Oh, it was just poison gas that would have gotten me. Yeah, exactly. Incompetence moving up. A heap of corpses. Just imagining it makes me feel faint. That's not even taking the deadly gas into account.
老子探偵はその惨状を知っていて僕をこの館に向かわせたのかもしれないな。
That would also explain why he hid me in the forest and went off on his own. I need to find him soon and thank him for keeping me safe.
やっぱ
Sure.
り八つ崎港の犯行なんですか。
Are they mirroring him?
それはまだ何とも。あれだけ大量の殺人にもかかわらず手がかりとなる品が少なすぎるんです。
八つ崎港事件の特徴は必ず被害者が2人同時に現れることだ。今回の犯行は少し毛色が異なるように感じるよ。
八つ崎港の野郎が犯人に決まってるぜ。もしまだ島の中に嫌がるならこの俺が絶対ぶっ捕まえてやる。
It said that the quartering Duke has killed over 100 people, but even that was over the course of half a year. On the other hand, murdering 22 people all at once, all of them first-rate detectives no less, could hardly be the work of an amateur. I don't get why these games treat, like, detectives aren't... Detectives aren't like soldiers. They're not like uniquely prepared to fight off an attacker, especially when the attacker is just a poison cloud. I get the impression that he commits grisly deeds for the thrill of it, but otherwise his identity is a complete mystery.
僕らは当然研究施設の捜査を始めたのですが、その途中でリーダーのデバイスに生き残った同盟のメンバーからこんな連絡が入ったんです。
Techie detective draws out his own D-pad and plays an audio file.
こちらロースタン研究と何者か襲撃全滅した。私
Fair, I guess.
ゴーメンガーストに隠れている。
Gormenghast is a weird name for this agency that's Japanese.
協力させます。
They have gumshoe, yeah. Well, the sound was low and full of static, even I could grasp what it signified.
この声って老子探偵ですよね。よかった。あの人は生きていたんですね。
はい、間違いなく老子探偵だと思います。この状況で無事だなんてさすがはレジェンドクラスの探偵ですよね。
Speaking of, I need to play more Phoenix Wright. I've only played the first one still.
今でもメディアでよく取り上げられる明けの夜事件ってあるでしょ。あの事件を解決した探偵同盟の創立メンバーなんだって。
Okay, so... Popular name for a series of incidents caused by the Morning Star of Dawn Society, which at the time commanded public support and even exercised influence in the political sphere. Sect founder Jinichi Nanase went by the name Lucifer, targeted opponents by kidnapping, confining, torturing, and brainwashing. There are a number of cruel human experiments, so the building where this is purported to have taken place has since collapsed. Lucifer utilized TV stations and internet broadcasts to steal the hearts of viewers with his witty comments, charismatic mannerisms. One of these poison gas resulting in his capture by VoD. In Alias, we don't really need much. Rank, also pretty easy to figure out. Detective Alliance, I think we've had things explained. Interesting.
明けぬ夜事件？教科書にも載ってるような大事件じゃないですか。
I was a kid then, so I don't remember much, but it was the worst terror attack in national history sparked by a new religious movement. From that event onward, criminal atrocities swept the nation, which is part of why the Detective Alliance was formed. Solving a case of that magnitude would absolutely qualify him as a legend.
もともとは老師さんと合流するために他の探偵たちと別れて僕らはこの洋館に来たんだ。
老子殿が身を隠さなければならぬほど今回の犯人は凶悪なのだ。一刻も早く助け出さねば。
じゃあここにいる皆さん以外にも探偵がいるんですか？
そう、研究棟に残って捜査を続けているのが6人かな。まるで探偵のバーゲンセールだなって感じで草生えるよね。
Don't get what she means by that, but I'm guessing it's quite a lot of detectives. I'm still reeling from the heinous murders we've yet to unravel, but at least now there's a glimmer of hope.
これで全ての部屋を探し終えたはずだけど、老師さんは見つからないね。
もしかしたら僕らより先に洋館へたどり着いた犯人に気づいてどこかへ逃げたのではないでしょうか。もし先ほどの通話を盗聴されていたら犯人が先回りした可能性は十分に考えられます。ああね、うちらがここに到着するまでに10分はかかってるもんね。考えられなくはないのかも。
いや、研究所からこの洋館までは一本道で周囲は断崖絶壁。僕らに見つからずに逃げ出すのは無理だよ。
I mean, the poison is a gas, as opposed to something that you would get infected with or poisoned with through touch. I think. Anyways, the detectives process the situation with impressive speed. I'm barely keeping up as I struggle to understand what it all means. Downtown's casual chit-chat is about the only thing that makes any sense to me.
つか、この部屋も無線 LAN ないじゃん。スマホ使えないとかマジでナイポヨちゃんなんですけど。いえ、仮に無線 LAN のルーターがあったとしても使えないと思いますよ。なんで？この島は県外ってこと？いえ、実は研究棟で固定回線でのネットワーク接続を試してみたのですが全く繋がらなかったんです。
Love that expression from her.
先ほど洋館内の回線で試してみても結果は同じでした。おそらく島の通信用のアンテナが壊されているんだと思います。でも探偵デバイス同士はやり取りできてんじゃん。スマホとは違うの？探偵デバイスは独自の通信システムを採用しているんです。僕も開発に携わりましたが本当に素晴らしい技術が使われているんですよ。詳しく説明するとですね、はいはい、まあつまりうちはこの島にいる間連れたちとろくに会話もできないってことね。下がるわ。
いい機会だ。この機会に探偵同士我らみんなの交友を深めようではないか。
ガチで下がるわ。
おいおい、まさかこの匂いは。
Rowdy detective starts crawling on all fours like a dog right at the entrance of the room. Presses her face to the carpet with a sharp expression on her face.
ヤマトさん、どうしたんですか？
血の匂いだ。
Silence fills the room. All the others turn to look at Rowdy.
バラの匂いと絨毯の色で全然気づかなかったが、この絨毯 血痕がついてやがるぜ。入り口からまっすぐにあの花瓶に向かってな。
Rowdy detective approaches an empty vase and sticks her hand in it, pulling out a bloody knife.
ビンゴだな。誰の血だかは知らねえが、どうやら悪意ある誰かさんが館に侵入したことは間違いないようだぜ。
They're handling this remarkably well, frankly.
どうして血の匂いなんて分かったんですか？見るからに乾ききってるのに。
俺はガキの頃から漁師の親父を手伝ってたからな。
Raw
猟
macho
犬の嗅
spirit.
覚、わしの視覚、ウサギ並みの聴覚そして大和男児の魂を持ってんのよ。
Oh my god, is Lunex another cutie? How are you? I'm not so convinced that helping on hunting trips would give you those kinds of abilities, but it's astonishing nonetheless.
ヤマトさん、そのナイフが使われた場所はこの部屋ではないんだよね。
Another cutie.
あ
You are
あ、
a
この
cutie,
部屋に
though.
は血痕しか残ってねえ。あくまでナイフを隠すのに部屋までやってきただけみてえだ。血の匂いを終えたらいいんだけどよ。さすがにバラの匂いが充満した廊下じゃきつすぎるぜ。
やはりそうか。
Lunex, it's impolite to lie.
科学
But how you doing?
君ならば終えるね。
Yeah,
も
right,
ちろん
Daz?
です。そのための科学ですから。
Techie detective proudly pulls a cute little machine that resembles a puppy out from his pocket.
追跡遊具くんくんくん。
Aww. Sniffy Whiffy.
僕と探偵同盟の協力で生み出されたこの遊具は登録した匂いをどこまでも追跡
Obsessed.
発見可能な人命救助を至上命令とする発明です。さらに南西の小型ゴムクローラーを採用したことで凹凸の激しい通路であろうとも現場を荒らさず時速 15km で迅速な移動が可能。当然小型の発信機も搭載なので探偵デバイスの画面からリアルタイムに追跡可能です。そしてさらに ISS も宇宙ステーションに採用されている小型のリチウムイオンバッテリーを使って。
うん、大したものだね。後でゆっくりと説明を聞くから追跡に移ろうか。
I mean, it's clearly meant to look like a dog.
あ、ごめんなさい。
Like in the same way that those old like MP3 dogs look like dogs. Oh wait, there's 7 high performance support tools in collaboration with the DA. Oh, a strong sense of camaraderie towards his creations. Due to his physical limitations, Techie had few chances to play with children his age as he found solace through inventing. It only follows he would think to build his own companions. Referring to them as tools is sure to earn you Techie's ire, so be sure to use the term friends. I love him. Do you not know what I'm talking? Does people know what I'm talking about, right? That MP3 iDog. It was like a little like robot dog looking thing where like the ears would wag and it had little lights on the front of it that would play music. It was basically just a glorified speaker, but it was so cute. But I don't know, I think it looks like a dog, just like a little adorable one. I mean, MP3 dog, I couldn't think of what else to call them. Either way, this is adorable. Techie detective returns to reality, hanging his head in shame.
じゃあ早速
Workaholic,
その
I'm
道具
killing
で
you with a hammer.
道具じゃないです。遊具です。僕の大切な友達を道具扱いしないでください。
Aww. Workaholic detective bows several times in apology for misspeaking. True to his name, he's the very picture of a harried office worker. Techie detectives may seem calm and collected, but careless remarks about his invention are a clear sore spot of his. Better watch my words.
皆さん、取り乱して申し訳ありません。それでは血液の匂いの追跡を始めます。
Yeah, they were an early 2000s thing. Techie detective calms down, setting his dog-like tracking machine Sniffy Whiffy loose near the blood stain. Scoots along across the floor just like a real dog. He circles around a couple times, then thumps into the room's door.
追跡が始まりました。扉を開いて先に進んでもらいましょう。
Inescapable would have been a passable game if it had had Sniffy Whiffy. I open the door and Sniffy Whiffy darts out of the room, barreling down the hall towards the stairs. All I can pick up is roses, but he must have zeroed in on the trail of the blood. Hi,
大したも
Cordo.
んだ
How
な。
are you?
俺の鼻でも全然嗅ぎ取れねえってのによ。
正確には匂いではなく空気中に残留する物質を追跡しているんです。だから他の匂いが漂う場所であっても惑わされずに 追跡が可能なんですよ。猟犬の鼻も型なしだね。うる
But
せ
our
え。
noses aren't perfect.
最初に気づいたのは俺の
Thank you for
鼻
the
だ
evasion
ろう
check.
が。
クンクン殿が
The
たま
dog
っ
can
た。
detect air
こ
particles.
こで何者かが刺されたということか。
So it's not really smelling as much as picking up on like the specific chemical structure of that stuff. Thank you for the raid, Corda. Welcome in, everybody. Space Dog raid. Hi, hi. Hold on, let me do a shout out. Hi, Silver Kent. We got shout out at Corda. Ba-ba-ba. Yes, welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in. My name is Viveros. Hi, hello. How are you? Hi, Chap Gmat or Chap Gmat. God, I'm a little bit illiterate today. I'm sorry. Been very, very out of it all day. The dog could smell me. Oh my God, you could smell me. Scary. Yes, welcome in, Raiders. My name is Viveros. I'm a variety streamer. I play a whole bunch of stuff. A lot of visual novels, a lot of sort of like Persona style games, a lot of shooters, stuff like that. Right now, we're playing Process of Elimination, which is like a Danganronpa if they were all detectives, I think. I'm not sure. We're just starting it, but I'm very excited. Also, yeah, the detective or the armor is mirroring. Weird. Anyways, in addition to being a streamer, I also make video essays over on YouTube. The most recent one about how to design an NB character is in the pinned comment. You should check it out. Is welcome in. Also, Krito, thank you very much for the raid. I really do appreciate it. If you do need to get any food, water, or rest, make sure to go do that because self-care is important. Also, let me do a proper shout out for you with the other thing as well. Ba-ba-ba-ba. But if you're able to stick around, I'd be happy to have you here. We should. It'd be fun. I'm bad at getting time for people. 11 hours if I go. I feel like I need to tell you to go eat some food or drink some water or like take an ibuprofen. Oh, thank you, Luna. I'm glad that it spoke to you. Hi, Ollie. How are you? But yeah. You should go check out the videos. I'm very happy with them. Also, to anyone who's here who wasn't with or part of Corda's raid, make sure to go do that or go. Make sure to follow. And yeah, we're gonna get back into the game just because otherwise I'm gonna get lost and distract or talking too much. Look, Fossil suggested it and I thought it was funny.
バーカ、
Nice.
見るからに結婚なんてないじゃん。つまりナイフが使われた場所はこの絵画の奥ってことだっつーの。
絵画の奥？どういうことなのだ？まさか絵画の中に世界が？
What do you mean? I said go follow Cordo.
実在するとは。
I was saying go follow. No, what? I did the shout out thing. I did my part. I said go follow Cordo. Because I assumed all the people who came in with the raid already followed him. So let's go do. Oh, to go raid. I see. It's contagious. We have to pass it on. Anyways.
落ち着いて武装君。論理的に考えていけば真実は明らかになる。
Workaholic touches the paintings as he inspects the frame, then gently taps the artwork before pressing his ear against it.
間違いない。この絵画の奥には空洞が広がっている。ならおそらく。
God, people were questioning why there's an MPreg tag, and this is why. Vabel. The entire wall around it slips back like a sliding door, revealing a hidden passage.
今ので分かったんですか？
Oh, Sniffy Wiffy.
どうやって？
Thank you for the lurk.
それは企
I
業
hope
秘
you're
密
able
っ
to
て
go
ことで。
relax, rest, sleep.
私はこの仕事を続けて長いからね。知識量だけはそれなりにあるんだ。
おじさんやるじゃん。ぶっちゃけ見直したっつーか、むしろリスペクっちゃうみたいな。
This is the first time I think I've seen no cap in the dialogue of a game. So that's interesting.
おじさんは勘弁してほしいな。私まだ一応20代だから
God,
ね。
as someone in the latter half of my 20s now, I do relate to that. Workaholic detective turns red in the face as downtown detective slaps him on the behind. Downtown, you're gonna go to jail.
何が起こるかわからぬ。我が先陣を切ろう。
おい待てって。この広さなら2人並べるだろ。俺も先頭に立って周りを注意するぜ。
Yeah, the HR department went out with everyone else. Rowdy detective tries to push forward but is stopped by doleful detective.
ヤマトさんは科学くん、渋谷さんと通路の入り口を見張っておいてくれないかな。
Oh, it sounds authentic coming from her to say that.
僕の能力が役に立つと思うから。
Someone tell the Twink's bottom boy to calm down. Armor and doleful detective are to spearhead our foray into the secret passage with me and Workaholic following after. Rowdy, downtown, and techie detective would remain at the entryway acting as lookouts in case the tunnel is a trap. Jesus. As for why I'm being brought along, it's probably because I won't be able to escape in the tunnel. I'm struck by the fact that Workaholic, the most experienced of the group, had deftly assumed a position beside me. These detectives don't miss a single beat.
じゃあ、僕と武装さんで先導していくね。
As he speaks, Doleful and Armor Detective enter the tunnel together. Workaholic and I continue right behind them. Okay, enjoy the lurk, Lunex. Thank you for stopping by, cutie. The four of us descend down a spiral staircase that winds its way underground. How is... Oh. At the bottom is a gloomy underground tunnel. We proceed into it using the light function on our D-pads to light or to guide our way. This looks eerily familiar. The only sounds are footfalls echoing in the tunnel, as well as Sniffy Whiffy's treads crawling across the floor in front of us. All that means is that I can call him cute and he can't dispute it. So I get the last word. My level of cleanliness aches to ventilate the place. Doleful Detective's eyes narrow as he travels the tunnel. His usual fearful countenance is tense as if he's an entirely different person. Workaholic Detective whispers to me as if he's reading my mind.
彼の序列は14位。すでに100件以上の事件を解決に導いている。くぐり抜けてきた修羅場の数は私たちベテランの探偵にも決して引きを取らないよ。
I thought the game referred to Doleful with she, her before. Can't be that far apart in ages. Track record is on a whole other level. What sort of heroic life has this seemingly gentle boy led up to now?
さっき飛躍さんが言っていた能力というのは？
じきに君も身をもって知るさ。同盟内では彼の能力を名探偵体質。
Oh, okay, gotcha. That makes sense.
武装さん、止まってください。
どうしたのだ、飛躍殿。足から血が出ているぞ。
Armor shines its deep head's light on Doleful Detective's leg, revealing a trail of blood beneath his knee. Then reflecting the light just ahead of them.
足元に何かが。
おそらく侵入者撃退用の罠だよ。触れた感触だとワイヤーか何かだと思う。
When I get close to the reflection, I see red dripping off an extremely fine wire. It was so razor thin and difficult to see that, were it not for the blood, it would have been nearly imperceptible, even in direct light.
探偵同盟で開発中のワイヤー層か。
どうして透明でそんなものを？
密室の錠前をこじ開けたり、拉致や拘束された時の護身用だろうね。本来は特殊なグローブをつけて使うものだって聞いているよ。素手では触らない方がいい。用途が用途なだけに、人体くらいなら強く押し付けるだけで切断可能な切れ味だ。
気づけてよかった。
Workaholic Detective produces medication and bandages from his pocket and begins applying first aid to Doleful Detective's leg.
ひどい怪我だけど、この程度で済んで僥幸かもね。君以外が引っかかっていたら、足が切断されていてもおかしくなかったよ。
僕の体質はこんな時くらいしか誰かの役に立ちませんから。
体質って一体どういうことですか？
For some reason, Doleful Detective struggles to reply. Workaholic steps in to answer on his behalf.
飛躍君は昔から 自分の身を危うくする事象に巡り合いやすいんだよ。例えば今回のような罠から指名手配犯に殺人事件、
So he's
果て
some
は
ultimate
事
lucky
件の
student
証拠品
shit.
までね。
Oh,
飛躍君はこれまで持ち前の勘と洞察力でそんな過酷な境遇を生き抜いてきたんだ。
だから名探偵体質ですか。
In stories, detectives are always expected to survive even when wrapped up in a personal case and even when their life is on the line. And now I'm standing in front of a real-life detective who embodies that very trope.
そんな大それた力じゃないよ。むしろ周囲を不幸にしてしまう最低の体質だと思う。
Doleful detective's expression flickers as he touches a bandage on his wrist. The countless traces of medical attention covering his body show just how much suffering he's constantly endured.
だけどその分危険には人一倍敏感なんだ。僕の身に降りかかる脅威の気配なら必ず感じ取ることができる。僕がみんなの盾になってみせるよ。
I see the resolve within Doleful Detective's eyes as he speaks. He and I may look similar, I might even be the older one, but nothing in me competes with that look. We couldn't be farther apart.
飛躍殿、水臭いぞ。
Armor Detective abruptly steps forward, he then swings his arm up before bringing it down to chop the wire before us.
武装さん、そのワイヤーは手伝って切れちゃうんですよ。いくら鎧を着ているからって。
心配無用だ。我の身を包むは我が家系のみに言い伝わる史上最高
It's
の
like,
鎧
that
な
also
り。
feels like an identifier. You don't really want that to be attached to your secret identity, that you have this very signature steel. Wire parts with ease. Sure enough, Armor Detective doesn't have a single scratch on him. Both Doleful and Workaholic widen their eyes in incredulity.
どのような罠にかかろうとも
This seems
我
like
の
information
鎧
you
は
should know about
砕け
him
得
already,
ぬ。
but whatever.
安心して我を先頭に立たせるといい。
だけど僕が前に出ていた方がチーム全体のリスクは抑えられるし。
仲間が傷つくかもしれぬのを
Exactly.
静観してはおれぬさ。お主らの盾となるために我は分不相応を承知でこの場に馳せ参じたのだからな。
The ladder's brave front, he might be nearing his limit.
ありがとう武装さん。お言葉に甘えて僕はあなたの後ろから周囲を警戒することにするよ。
Armor Detective takes the lead as Doleful acts as a lookout behind him.
武装さん、すぐ前方僕の首あたりに脅威の気配を感じます。
またワイヤーだな。承知である。
It's not going to be a wire, it's something else. Without a second thought, Armor Detective swings his hand toward the area Doleful Detective indicated. Chop, chop, chop. Sometimes Doleful's warning comes too late and Armor runs into a wire, but even then it never leaves a mark. Oh, okay. We continue safely through the darkness until...
発信機の反応を見るに追跡装置は5メートル前方で停止している。ナイフが使われた現場に到着したみたいだね。
We finally make it to the end of the tunnel with zero injuries, save for Doleful Detective, of course. Sniffy Whiffy is parked right in front of a steel door, which means the bloody knife we found earlier must have been used right behind it.
武装君、申し訳ないが先陣を頼めるかい？
何を言っているのだ、社畜殿。このような危うい状況にて先駆けとなるべく我が鎧は存在している。
How long do we think Armor lives? And yet Armor Detective looks tense as he cautiously touches the doorknob. Goosebumps ripple across my body. Deep down, I get the overwhelming urge to scream, "Don't open it." As if my mind somehow knows what we're about to see is truly horrific. I have an extremely bad feeling about this.
3つ数えると同時に開けるのである。1つ、2つ。
The doorknob makes a click as it turns. My heart rate leaps, but I can't bring myself to look away.
3つ。
A blinding light flashes as the door opens, forcing me to avert my eyes. On top of that, a metallic stench envelops me. The way it sticks to my throat makes me cough. However, none of the other detectives show even a hint of fear as they proceed beyond the door. I hurry to follow them, but at that moment... Doleful Detective's cry echoes out. I step into the room, and the first thing I see is the ground dyed in crimson. The red spreads across so much of the floor that at first I mistake it for a carpet pattern, but there's no way that's the case. Despite my hateful disbelief, the smell filling the air tells me that this is blood. With each breath, the metallic stench fills my lungs, my stomach, my whole body. I'm assailed by an overwhelming urge to vomit. If I lose focus for even a moment, I know I'll wind up spilling my guts out. Upon closer inspection, I notice something floating in the ocean of gore. It's large and reminds me of a caterpillar. 4 other long, thin objects surround it. In a way, they resemble a quartet of lifeboats, all rowing in different directions away from a sinking ship. But in truth, they're human limbs, scattered about across the floor. So for people who aren't aware of what the term quartering is, or drawing and quartering, it's when you get all of your limbs pulled off. Getting drawn and quartered meant it was like an old British execution style, I believe, where you would have, I think it was ropes tied to all of your limbs, maybe your head as well. And then they would be attached to horses that would run in opposite directions and pull you apart. The British were savage. But in truth, they're human limbs scattered across the floor. Before us is a scene devoid of life. A man whose name I don't know gazes at me, his head half submerged in a sanguine sea. My eyes are transfixed as I stand there in a daze. There's a biting chill as if the temperature has dropped by quite a few degrees. My hands and legs tremble, I can barely stand. Every ounce of strength leaves my body, which no longer feels like my own. I muster up all the willpower I can, only to topple over on the spot. Is this all just a bad dream?
現場に出くわすのは初めてかい。辛いのはわかるが、目を背けてはいけないよ。
Yeah, I'm assuming that's why he's called the Quartering Duke, and I'm assuming that's why people were getting exploded apart before, because they're being cut into quarters.
飛躍君、武装君、上に戻って他の3人をここへ呼んできてくれ。それからリーダーへ洋館に向かうよう伝えてほしい。
He sums up the heart of the matter in a low
殺人
voice.
事件だ。老師さんが何者かに殺された。
Oh, regardless of how detached he remains while objectively stating facts, it doesn't change the reality we're facing. A middle-aged man's corpse lies dismembered, his limbs strewn across the room we stand in. For the first time in my life, I am confronted with a murder scene. Chapter 1: The Case of the Dismembered Detective. I stand in a corner, my mind completely blank. This is my first time witnessing a murder scene in person. Psyche's death is seared in my mind, but this is different. Someone I know lies torn to pieces in a vivid sea of blood, dead. Yeah, there's blood on the ceiling too. I'm not sure what that means, other than that, like, it's possible he was quartered pretty violently the way that they were in the opening cinematic scene thing. But there's none on the walls, so I... Even once I regain my footing, my legs still struggle to remain upright. The metallic stench of fresh blood is one I'll never be able to get used to. I breathe through my mouth as much as possible. Where is Zobby? Hi Zobby, does your room also have a dismembered corpse in it? Concrete baby SCPs. Workaholic detective ignores me as he investigates the corpse with meticulous efficiency. He and the victim must have been well acquainted. His pained look when we found the body suggests that his mental burden is far greater than mine. Yet despite that, he shows no sign of weakness. How much experience solving homicides would it take to become a detective like him? Zobby's ass jiggles too much to be concrete. The other detectives who had been summoned by Doleful Detective are unable to hide their shock at the sight.
おいおい、なんだよこりゃ。老師のおやすさんは生き延びてたはずだろ。
Jesus, Zobby.
うちらが駆けつけるまでに殺されたってわけ？マジ笑えないんですけど。
It's like so sad it's not even
そ
funny.
んなこと不可能のはずです。老子探偵さんの連絡から僕たちが館にたどり着くまで20分程度。そんな短時間で人体をここまでバラバラにして凶器を隠して逃げ切るなんて 非科学的ですよ。
これほどの出血だから死斑がないのは当然として、死後硬直すらまだ始まっていない。直前に電話ももらっているから当然だが、
I'm good,
血
Zabi.
液の凝固具合から察するに
Also, congrats on getting a
殺されてから
job,
半日も経っていないようだ。
leaving me unemployed, alone
時系
in
列を
the
整理しよう。
unemployed boys
ロイスさ
community.
んから連絡を受けたのが12時
That's very rude
40
of you,
分。
but otherwise,
そこから
congratulations.
私たちは速やかにチーム分けを行い、研究棟からこの洋館へと向かった。洋館への到着時刻は13時ジャスト。私たちが研究棟から洋館へと移動していた
It's even probably worse now.
この20分間に犯行は行われたと見ていいはず
Nice.
だ。
You didn't get lucky. You're good. You deserve your job.
先生、質問。うちらが研究棟へ出発する前に犯人がサクッと逃げ出した可能性はないわけ？
それはないよ。私たちは
Okay.
ローシさんからの連絡を受けてすぐに洋館へと移動した。
Thank you for stopping by, Trevor. Hope you have a good evening.
もし仮に犯人が洋館の外へ脱出を図っていたなら鉢合わせしていたはず。よって犯人は私たちが到着した際にはまだ洋館内に残っていたに違いないんだ。
この洋館まで続く坂道を駆け下りるにゃ、猟犬並みの脚力を持つ俺だって10分はかかるからな。
Could you not just hide somewhere else?
ここで重要となるのは犯人が現在も中に残っ
Like,
てい
you're
る
assuming he
こと
went down the road, but he could have gone any other way, could
犯
he
人
not?
が館から脱出できた時間について
Off-roaded it? He wasn't in a hurry.
エントランスホールで無能君を見つけた私たちはしばらく話し合った後、15分後の13時15分に2階へと上がった。
Yeah, you could hide in the forest.
そして大和さん、科学君のおかげで隠し通路を発見できたのが13時34分。隠し通路の前の廊下からは常に洋館のエントランスホールを一望可能だ。私たちがあの場所にたどり着いた時点で気づかれずに脱出することは困難になる。犯人が洋館に潜んでいたなら逃げ出す時間は私たちが2階の探索に集中していた間のわずか20分足らず。犯人はまだ洋館内にいる可能性が高いんだよ。
20分あれば洋館から抜け出すくらいはできるんじゃ。
外に出るまではできるかもしれませんが、その後が問題です。洋館と研究棟とをつなぐ坂道は一本道で隠れる場所もありません。下っている間に窓から外を見られればおしまいなので現実的ではないと思います。
その通りだよ。実際私は窓から外を見るように気をつけていたが、怪しい人影は確認できなかった。
あれ、ちょい待ち。今エントランスホールは誰もいないしまずいんじゃね？脱出し放題じゃん。
なあ、それなら大丈夫。すでにリーダーたちがこの洋館へ向かっているからね。もし今脱出を図っているとしたら、それこそ山道を降り切る前に見つかるのが落ちさ。
Yes, like, is there a reason for the murder room to be down here? And also that none of them knew that this existed in their own organization's HQ?
よっしゃ
Interesting.
だからさっさと上に上がっぞ。建物の中を徹底的にネズミ狩りだこら。
待ってくれ。洋館内に隠れるよりもずっと手軽で安全なごまかし方があるんだ。
Recallic points directly at me, drawing the focus of the other detectives.
無能君、君が犯人なら時間的にも何ら問題なく犯行が可能なんだよ。
My voice cracks as I'm caught completely off guard. Me, the killer? How does that make any sense?
単純な話だよ。ローシさんをバラバラに切断し、エントランスホールで倒れたふりをするだけなら、我々が到着するまでの20分間で間に合う。犯人がこの館から逃走できないなら、君が犯人だと考えるほかないんだよ。
Except there's
何を言ってるんですか？
circumstantial at
たった
best.
20分足らずで人間をバラバラにするなんてできませんよ。それにあの地下通路にはワイヤーが張り巡らされていたじゃないですか。どうやって通ったって言うんですか？
I mean, you'd set them up as you were leaving.
なあ、そこが問題だ。おそらく 何らかのトリック
Oh,
を使
okay,
った
so we just used some sort of a trick. Got it.
だけど私は不可能ではないと思っている。
どういうことですか？
耳を澄ま
I
し
mean,
て
maybe Stitch, but I don't know.
天井から声が聞こえてくるのがわかるだろう。
If I strain my ears, I can pick up sounds coming down from the ceiling. Who are they coming from, though? We should be the only people inside the manor right now.
構造上、この地下室の真上はエントランスホールだ。おそらくリーダーたちが館に到着した音だろうね。
I mean, Watto only saw
この
him
地下
once,
室は身を隠す
and it was right before he got drugged and
す
knocked
ぐ
out for
頭
3
上のエン
straight
トランス
days.
ホール
So,
の様
like,
子が音で把握できるよう床板の隙間を広くして音が響きやすくしているのかもしれないね。
hiding spot. Now that he mentions it, my own eyes spot gaps in the ceiling where light is filtering through. As workaholic detective said, it must be coming from the entrance all above us.
ともかくこの地下室とエントランスホールは実質隣り合っている。何らかのトリックを使えば移動時間は大幅に短縮できるんだ。
I'm just thinking. And actually, I think you're the only person who's played this game before, so you'll have to be keeping a tight lip how close I get with this. My theory immediately out of the gate here, Senior wasn't killed in this room. The floor can flip in some way. He was killed near the entrance, then the floor was flipped so he would drop down. We got killed by like the counterweight that allowed it to flip, or we got knocked out by that as it was happening pretty much, because the floor was clean when we got in. So it's possible that either like, or I mean, we didn't have time to really notice it, and we did say that there was a rug. I don't know if that actually works. But my theory is that that's like, because that would explain why there's blood on the ceiling and nowhere else. Like the floor basically like flips. But I don't get what purpose that would serve for the actual detective manor. But like, this is my theory: is that the floor somehow is like, it flips on an axis.
例えばこの地下室の天井とエントランスホールの床板の一部に細工がしてあって人一人が通れる隙間を作るとかね。
But also, why are you guys not more familiar with your own base? Workaholic's relentless reasoning leaves me overwhelmed. Even if there is a gap, there's no way someone my size could fit through it. So I was right about one thing. The entrance hall and the basement are awfully close together. How can I possibly clear my name now that we know it's possible to move between them? We don't know it's possible to move between them.
ちょっと秒で結論出しすぎじゃね？天井と床を通り抜けできないことの証明とか無理ゲーじゃん。
Thank you, Downtown. This is why we stand.
そんな悪魔の証明みたいな無理難題を突きつけて追い詰めるとか、マジでなえるんですけど。
Interesting.
渋谷殿の言う通りだ。エントランスホールへと移動したトリックとやらがわからぬ以上、疑うなど論外なのである。まあ、我の必殺技プラズマナックルを使えば風穴を開けることはできるが。
It is kind of interesting.
いや、風穴開けちゃったら元に戻らないでしょ。
Seeing the dynamic with the characters all being detectives is really interesting. Because like obviously they're all gonna make mistakes, they're not gonna be like fully competent, but like compared to most of these games where most of the roster is pretty much useless 90% of the time, like you're the only one investigating in any of the Danganronpa games most of the time, or like maybe one or two other people are, but they're not helping you. Like having everyone be professional investigators, I think is gonna make it an interesting dynamic.
そもそも
And it's an interesting gimmick to work
20分
with.
で大人の男性の体をここまで切断することなど
I mean, yeah, with the
可能なので
wires,
しょうか
duh.
犯人を男性だと仮定してもよほど手際よく切断しなければ難しいと思います。
血抜きや皮を剥ぐ必要がないし、狩猟に慣れてるやつなら可能だと思うがな。俺ならやれる自信があるぜ。
じゃあヤマトさんが犯人ってことでいいですね。
Yeah, seeing them all be kind of bitchy at each other about like, yeah, clearly you're wrong, dumbass. Like it's this, like that. I don't know. That's an interesting way to go about it. And yeah, like they can banter competently. It's not like one character being like, can someone tell me what's going on here?
僕と同じことを考えてる。
君も気づいたようだね。 わずかな時間でもバラバラにできるんだよ。
There's no blood on any of those wires, though, so the wires would have to be somewhere else.
このワイヤーソーを使えばね。
As he speaks, Workaholic holds up a blood-drenched wire. Unpleasant as it is, I'm reminded of how easily Doleful Detective's leg was cut earlier.
まさかそのワイヤーでロシ探偵を。
なあ、もしかしたら犯人はローシさんから私たちに連絡があった時点であらかじめワイヤーを彼に巻きつけていたのかもしれない。
I mean, maybe he was like
そう
strapped
して
to the
脅すことで
ceiling
無
with
理やり
it.
ローシさんに連絡をさせた後、ワイヤーを引っ張って四肢を切断すれば、あとは脱出するだけだ。
そのワイヤーはさっき見張り役の皆さんを呼びに行った際に僕が見つけました。偶然血で足が滑っちゃって。
付着した血の量からして先ほど飛躍君が引っかかったワイヤーでないことは明白だ。犯人はおそらく僕らが隠し通路のワイヤーを切断することも見越して隠し通路の床に捨てたんだろうね。
How would I have been able to
む
anticipate
しろ
that?
凶器を隠すために犯人自らがワイヤーの罠を設置しておいたのかもしれない。
It's a wire. You would just hide it on your person if you absolutely had to. Like you'd coil it up, flush it down a
ともか
toilet.
く現状では無能君を犯人として疑わざるを得ないんだ。何か反論があるなら言ってほしい。
僕はやってません。
I shout on impulse. Regret fills me almost immediately. I'd say the same thing if I was guilty, as would anyone in my shoes. Yeah, so would an innocent person.
僕も信じられないよ。
That logic always annoyed me. Like, yeah, an innocent person would also viciously defend themselves.
解かさないといけないって思うんだ。
ああ、私も同意見だ。同盟の仲間が犯人だなんて信じたくないが、探偵として真実を追求しなければならない。
Workaholic fixes me with a steely look. I want to speak up, but I don't know what to say. I reach my limits just processing all these theories. There's no room for me to make my own deductions. Yeah, lie detectors are bullshit tech. They're excellent at detecting if you've got sweaty palms, and that's really about it.
おい待てよ。無能の兄さんが犯人だってにはちょいと状況が露骨すぎねえかい。俺にはわかるぜ。
Yeah, exactly.
犯人は別にいるってな。
根拠は何ですか？無能さんを疑わない理由を知りたいです。
俺の勘がギンギンにささやくからだよ。
Thanks, Rowdy.
こういう時の俺の勘はよく当たるんだ。
I mean, she'd smell it with her bloodhound
非
senses.
科学的すぎます。推理は根拠に基づき順序立てて進めましょう。
んだとこら喧嘩売ってんのかてめえはよ。
Get his ass.
はい、やめえ。喧嘩はマジサゲポエちゃんだから禁止ね。
Like
だけど家
seriously
族の
harsh
坊
on
ちゃ
my
ん
vibe.
がよ。
Also, I will say there's something so cool about like them dressing her like this, like in very muted colors and being like not giving her like a absurd over the top outfit. Like she looks like a modern day social media influencer. Like this girl's vlogs are getting so many views. She's popping off every time. Not casual, but like color scheme wise, I feel like usually influencer characters are given some pretty like egregious bright colors. Like the most subtle. Oh, good night, DJ. Have a good sleep. Thank you for stopping by. Yeah, like this is like the classic. Like this girl is the star of the show at the Starbucks that she shows up at. You know what I mean? Like she's the prettiest girl that the barista has seen all day. Like she's stylish, but not like in a abnormal way or like a avant-garde kind of way. Yeah, it is very interesting. I'm excited to see where it goes. We're gonna keep playing it every Tuesday going forward, so there will be a lot more of it. I'm not sure how long it'll take to beat, but we'll be in it for a bit.
すまねえ。俺はまた先走った真似をしちまったようだ。
Workaholic detective claps his hands, interrupting the discussion.
それぞれに思うところがあるのはよく分かった。
Oh no.
今からエントランスホールにリーダーを迎えに行くから、その後は各自で自由に捜査を進めることにしよう。
待つのだ、社畜殿。せっかく探偵たちが集結しているのだぞ。我々は互いの手を取り合い、協力して事件に臨むべきなのではないか。
だけどこのわずかな間でも口論が発生している。今私たちはそれぞれ異なる結論に向かって捜査を進めようとしているよね。協力は難しいんじゃないかな。
同感ですね。僕は自分なりの方法で冷静に科学的に捜査を進めていきます。
なんだよその冷めた目は。俺のさっきの発言を非難してんのか。悪かったって。だけど人間なんだからよ、最後は感情を重視しちまうもんだろうよ。
それでは探偵失格だと思います。
だとこら、探偵が人情を忘れたら終わりだろうが。
ああ、もう落ち着きなって。すぐに頭に血を上らせんなっつうの。
Now the detective does their best to intervene as Rowdy shouts at Techie. Doleful stands beside the three of them, flustered and directionless, as Armor and Workaholic continue their heated debate. It doesn't seem like the investigation is going to start anytime soon. Just like Workaholic Detective said, everyone's playing by their own rules, so no one's taking the lead.
皆さん。
I want to suggest we all work together, but the words die in my throat. There's no way I could be so bold when I'm the prime suspect. I know that, and yet I feel like I need to say something. My fist clenches. Unlike me, each of the detectives here has their own talents and strengths. It's my incompetence that really drives home how amazing they are. But that's exactly why I need to speak up now.
口論なんてしてる場合じゃないでしょ。
God, the auto move thing does go really fast. I chime in, but my voice comes out so softly that no one hears me. Together, these detectives could solve any case, and yet here they are arguing. That angers me far more than being a suspect.
僕はまた救えなかったんだ。老子探偵の近くにいたのに。何もできずに見ているだけなんて、そんなの探偵になった意味がないだろう。
My self-loathing mounts as I listen to them bicker amongst each other. My position in this situation doesn't matter. What happens to me isn't as important as getting these detectives to work as a team.
皆さん、聞いてください。
Fuck. The other detectives turn to face me. Naturally, they all look rather dubious. I falter for a moment, but desperately push on.
僕を疑っている人は少なくないと思います。それでもいいです。疑われても仕方がない立場だと思いますから。だから一度、皆さんで協力して事件を捜査してみませんか。
協力か。それは難しいね。我々はどうにも捜査の方針が違いすぎる。
A body has been discovered. Now we're being accused.
うちも協力には賛成だけどさ。
I'm always down for a
現状じゃ無
collab.
理くね。そも
Kind
そ
of a
もの
little
方
bit
針
obsessed
から
with
し
her.
て無能先輩を容疑者とするかしないかで方針が真逆なわけだしさ。
だから
One of the cast people.
方針を統一してほしいんで
Yes, there's
す。
a serial killer who's been going around called the Quartering Duke, who's been killing pairs of people for the last however long. And he's killed up to 100, so they've called together a big meeting of all the detectives on this island to try and figure out what's going on. And now their senior detective has been quartered as well, and that's what we're investigating. And one of the people in the building is the killer, but we don't know who. And there's more people coming into the building to be potentially killers.
そうです。
Although I'm too tense to make a proper response, I force my voice out, trying to be bold as I give the detective my suggestion.
皆さん全員で僕を犯人とする線で捜査してみてください。僕が犯人だという前提のもとなら 今みたいな口論も起きにくいでしょ。
Interesting. The detectives fall silent. Maybe telling them to suspect me was too brazen a move after all.
正気かよあんた。せっかく俺たちが擁護してやってんのに自分から疑われてとか言いかれてんのか？
He's not saying that he's asking to be the suspect. He's just saying operate on the assumption that we were like start investigating with that as the
諦めずとも
assumption.
いいではないか。急にどうしたのだ無能殿。
何も諦めていませんよ。僕だって疑われるのは嫌です。でも僕のせいで捜査が滞るのはもっと嫌なんです。僕は皆さんの推理力にかけたいんですよ。無能な僕自身よりも皆さんの方がずっと信じられる。皆さんが協力して捜査してくれれば真実を、僕が犯人でないことを証明してくれるって信じているんです。
Oh, hold on. Let me just get rid of the bot. There we go. The detectives silently take in my words. Not one of them speaks up. They all simply stare at me, incredulous. I guess my suggestion was overstepping my bounds. I've only made them all even more distrustful of me. But I don't regret it. I'd much rather have these outstanding detectives suspect me than continue arguing in vain.
我々なら君が犯人でないことを証明してくれると信じるか。探偵冥利に尽きる言葉じゃないか。探偵諸君。
I hear a cold, beautiful voice behind me. My breath catches as I turn around.
さて、容疑者にここまで言われて、諸君らはどうする？
Is this the chief?
いつまでも着地点のない討論を続けるのか、速やかに行動に移るのか、答えを聞きたいな。
Her hair is white as snow, her gleaming eyes purple like hydrangeas. Her skin smooth with features like a porcelain doll. Weird. I wonder if there's some other character that was mentioned as having porcelain or like pure white skin and eyes that are purple like hydrangeas. Alexander's Genesis. Don't even get started on that. The only difference between this woman and the girl from the murder room is the hair color. Well, and she's not dead as a child. At her back stands a far from ordinary girl. The others are visibly thrown off by her arrival. It's clear that she stands out even among these prominent detectives.
リーダー、なぜこの場所に？到着したらエントランスへ迎えに行くと伝えていましたよね。
盟友である老子君が殺されたというのに、入り口でのほほんと待機などできようか。いいなだ。
Love her outfit too.
他の探偵たちを置いて、一人で先に来てしまったよ。
These are all their detective aliases. So the organization that they're a part of, the Detectives Alliance, everyone's given a nickname or an alias that they work under. So ours is incompetent. The guy in the dress or the suit vest is workaholic. The guy in the middle is doleful. I'm assuming this is just chief. The other ones were downtown, armor, and techie. The girl workaholic called Chief speaks without a hint of timidity. Footsteps sound out from the passageway. Evidently, the other detectives followed her lead, heading to this room.
地下室のこと報告してい
Yeah,
ま
the art
したっ
style is
け？
really good.
通路の
エントランスの床を踏んだ際に、足音が下に響いていくのを感じてな。試しに床に耳を当ててみれば、君たちの声が聞こえるじゃないか。それで大体の構造は察したよ。地下通路への道は開いていたし、迷い要素がないだろう。
The chief shares her amazing feats as though they were simply a matter of... I mean, that's not that... The secret passageway is open and visible from the front door. Worked so hard to find this underground room, yet she found it by merely touching the floor. No wonder the others looked shocked. I startle as the girl gives me a smile. Compared to how she treats the others, her gaze on me feels more personal. No, I'm probably mistaken. I must be.
君が噂の新入りくんだな。
Ideal
私は理想探
detective?
偵。 八つ崎港対策チームのリーダーを務めているものだ。
Ideal is
先
crazy.
ほどはいい単価だったよ。君には期待しているから、その調子で物おじせず、どんどん意見を出すといい。
No, we got here right before they did. We were knocked out in the front entranceway, and the few that we've seen already, they found us, they found me there, and we're like assuming that we must have been the killer. But yeah, like when they say we got here 5 minutes ago, it was like we showed up right before the
先ほどは取り乱してすみませんでした。他の探偵の皆さんも到着したら、事件の全容と私の
something
推
knocked
理を
us
報告
unconscious as
し
soon
ま
as we
す。
walked in the door.
ありがとう、社畜くん。助かるよ。ただ、勘違いをしていそうだから、最初にはっきりと言っておこう。この事件の容疑者は、私たち八つ崎港対策チームのメンバー全員だ。君にも、私にも、犯行が可能なトリックがあるんだよ。
Of course, it's unsurprising. Other than me, nobody else was in the manor. Wait. Okay. On top of that, this murder required enough time for a full dismemberment. In what possible way could he have been killed? Ideal detective has only just arrived here, but her hydrangea-like eyes glimmer like gems as if they've picked up on something. Okay. Did the person who wrote this like just discover hydrangeas like the other day? So it's just like all that's on their mind?
事件の輪郭は見えた。あとは君たちと協力し、実像を捉えるだけだ。さあ、探偵諸君。反撃開始と行こうじゃないか。
Soon, yeah, it's pale. They turn pale. They stroke their chin. Hydrangeas are what of special interest. The detectives join us at the scene.
ガッテム、
Oh,
ローシオ、あなたまで先に行ってしまうとは。神はどこまで我々に試練を与えるという
we
の
need
か。
to know more about all of these characters immediately. Does the
この
Lord
若
expect
い
us
探
to
偵が
mystic
必ずや犯
detective?
人を地獄へ落とそう。煉獄の炎はさぞ扱うぞ。
Fucking dork.
八つ崎公よ。
いや、あなた別に老子探偵と仲良くなかったでしょう。
The girl said coldly, stating the facts.
少女は冷ややかに事実を述べた。
我らの絆を愚弄するな。
It is
文学
Dimitri
探偵。
Firearm.
私たち探偵同盟のメンバーは魂で結びついたソウルメイト。交流の有無は関係ないのだ。
そんな気色悪い関係はごめん被りますが、八つ崎公を許せないのは同意です。と、少女は旧敵への怒
I
り
just
で
realized that she's.
静かに拳を震わせた。
I was confused why this was the one thing that was doing like the girl said instead of just having them say it, but I'm realizing that she's saying that bit out loud too. A middle-aged man in anachronistic Western garments and a black-haired girl clutching a hardcover book approach the body, chatting. The man has the man of a seasoned veteran. The girl, on the other hand, looks around 10, yet doesn't flinch at the sight of a corpse. Both of them must be experienced detectives.
探偵序列5位である私。
Posh detective,
探偵には
love her.
すでに真実がお見通しでしたよ。
The woman dressed so elegantly that she looks out of place jabs a finger at me.
洋館で倒れてたというそこの庶民臭い男。無能探偵が犯人で決定ですわ。2階で見つかったナイフは館から出られず凶器の処分に困った証拠ですもの。ああ、また私の有能さをアピールしてしまいましたわね。リーダー交代の日は近いですわ。
Love her.
あらあら、その推理は誤っているって理想ちゃんが言ってたわよ。
なんですってどうせデタラメな推理なのでしょ。そうなので
Gourmet
しょ、ビショッ
detective?
プ探偵。
The one called Posh Detective speaks to someone in a motorcycle suit who smiles as if she's enjoying herself. Is that supposed to be a motorcycle
どうかしら
outfit?
ね。
Sure.
そんなことよりも下道ちゃんの匂いがしないのだけど、どうしたのかしら。おやつタイム？
ああ、下道探偵なら洋館へ着く前に 今回の事件は興味が湧かないからサボると言っていたよ。きっと
Just decided to not participate? Okay, party. Love that for him.
大先輩である老子探偵がお亡くなりになりましたのよ。一体何を考えておりますの？
マイペースを崩さないのが彼のいいところだ。
Yeah, I know.
ま
What
た
you mean,
別の事
Cindy.
件で活躍してくれるだろうから。
Hi,
好きに
Willow.
させてあげよう。
I do think about the Duggars sometimes. Insane family. Crazy shit. I don't know how they're not all in prison. But how you doing, Willow?
リーダーであるあなたが甘いから序列上位の方々は命令無視が多いのですわよ。今回だって最高戦力である秘密探偵も探偵紳士
Also,
も
why
一
is
人いない
Detective
じゃあ
Gentleman
り
the
ません
Eliminator
の。
doesn't go Gentleman Detective?
ピンカートン家の誇りにか
I
け
feel
て
like
この私が必ずリーダーの座を奪って差し上げますわ。
she's a fucking Pinkerton? No. Everyone has a ranking. We're ranked number 100. But, I'm sorry. Just... I'm trying to find a really quick summary of this. I mean, wait, Pinkerton has a website. Okay, well, Pinkerton's website says, we are the world leaders in comprehensive risk management, providing risk advisory, security management, and protective services to global organizations. That's not a great description of them, though. Because it masks the fact that they're, like, horrendous. I'm trying to find a description. So if you type in why are the Pinkertons on Google, the things that come around are why are the Pinkertons bad, still around, legal, hated, and then why did the Pinkertons kill John Marston? The Pinkertons were like famously very involved in being strikebreakers, being spies for corporate interests. Like they were like the private sector's FBI during the Wild West and then into the 19th, 20th centuries. But they are like famously bad people. Most recently, I think actually famously employed by Starbucks to break up their labor or their union work. It's a lot. Thank you for the Jack redeem kill. I think it's the longest we might have gone. But yeah, the Pinkertons are fucking crazy. That's a crazy thing for Posh. I wanted to like you so bad. Ideal detective doesn't flinch and merely smiles at Posh detective's belligerence.
ありがとう家族くん。君のような目的意識の強い部下がいてくれるおかげで、私は安心して危険な事件にも身を投じられる。
Unfortunately, I don't think we can stand.
もし私が敵にはめられて前線を退いた際は、
Don't worry, you got here like right as we started with the murders. Yes, recently. Like hold on. So the Pinkertons with Starbucks. In 2022, wait, no, that was The Onion reported on the Pinkertons being hired by them, but also multiple papers did in 2022. And then Pinkertons, Wizards of the Coast. In 2023, that was what happened. Also, yeah, presumably she's saying like that she's part of the Pinkertons, probably not like literally a part of the Pinkerton family. I would guess. I mean, she's redhead, and the original Pinkerton was Scottish, but yeah. Well, she might be ginger as a Pinkerton. We're not sure yet. Doesn't this have a duh? I don't think it does. Or at least if it does, it didn't show up in the options. Yeah, I don't think there is one.
不吉なことを言うんじゃありませんわ。この私を実績で上回るあなたほどの探偵が下手を打つわけないじゃありませんの。
A problematic queen.
リーダーの座を奪うときは実力で奪い取りますから、そのつもりでいなさい。我が宿命のライバ
My
ル。
destined rival. Workaholic detective explains the situation to those who arrive from the facility. Once he's finished, ideal detective addresses
君たち
us.
も目の当たりにした通り、探偵同盟本部最後の生き残りと思われていた老子探偵が何者かに殺害された。
The way they're such murder nerds
そ
that
して
they're like, oh my god,
殺
an
した犯人
opportunity.
はおそらく探偵同盟の中にいる。
Also, I would be more concerned about the fact that the quartering duke always kills people in pairs. Tensions rise across the room. Some detectives look at each other while others turn their gazes at me. It doesn't seem like they're going to stop suspecting me anytime soon.
どうせそこの庶民
Thank
が
you,
犯人な
Fiona.
の
Yeah,
で
it's
しょ
doing really good. This is like,
私の高貴な頭脳がそう
actually,
さ
I
さ
can
や
check
く
and
の
see
です
right
わ
now. Where is it at? How many views is it at? I can check and see where it falls. It's like almost 14K. It's doing really, really good. Kyoko and sushi.
私も同意見です。状況を冷静に考えていけば、無能君以外に犯行は不可能でしょう。
Dubious, yes, but you can't prove that.
彼には不審な点が多すぎます。
庶民のくせにいいことをおっしゃるじゃありませんの。社畜探偵さん、もっと私を褒めたたえなさい。
It's like the 18th most viewed video on the channel. I'm pretty excited.
はじめに最大の誤解を解いておこうか。そこの無能探偵などと呼ばれる彼は侵入者じゃない。私自らが直々に招待したこの会議の正式なメンバーだよ。
So you...
リーダー自らが一体何のために？
Yeah, I'm also confused. Workaholic addresses the elephant in the room. Even I'm hearing this for the first time. I have no idea what she intends for me. As if sensing my confusion, Ideal Detective's eyes meet my own. Oh shit. Those hydrangea-hued irises implore me to trust her.
彼自身は覚えていないかもしれないが、私は過去に彼に命を救われ
Wait,
てい
so...
るな。その潜在能力を高く評価しているんだ。
Wait, she's supposed to be the girl that...
島へ招いてほしいと老子探偵に頼んではおいたが、まさか拉致まがいなやり方で監禁するとは。
Oh yeah, no, I will be getting that game. 1000%. Workaholic Detective's mouth hangs open as Ideal Detective casually explains the unexpected. Which makes sense. This is an extreme mixture of business and private affairs. I can tell he's in no state to even begin questioning her. Not to mention, I'm quite surprised myself. I'm surprised that he didn't put together the hydrangea colored eyes beforehand. I have more questions than I can count, but at the very least this does make me seem a bit less suspicious. Now's not the time to make any clumsy comments, so I stay quiet and let Ideal Detective take the floor.
本当にそれだけかしら？疑わしい匂いが香るのだけれどね。
Gourmet, those things are gonna put someone's eye out. Jesus.
さすが美食君。
But also love the outfit.
いい鼻をしているな。いくらでも疑うといい。後ろめたいことなど一切ないからな。
Let's go, detectives.
無能君が犯人でないとしたら、犯人は誰なのかな？老子さんから連絡があった時、無能君以外の全員が現場から離れた研究棟にいたよね。
いい質問だな、飛脚君。君たちが無能君を疑った根拠は例の連絡だろ。それこそが犯人の仕組んだ最初の罠だ。そもそも老子探偵からの連絡はこの地下室から発信されたものではないんだよ。
Yeah, compared to all the other characters' designs, it's kind of wild.
この場所で老子探偵が殺されたのは間違いないはずですよね。と少女は純粋な疑問をリーダーに投げかけた。
This man, I'm gonna need someone to stop me.
わかったぞ。死後に電話させたんだな。ブードゥーの資料召喚の儀式を利用すれば確かに可能かもしれない。
オカルトノーミス野郎は黙っててください。妄言を口にする男性を少女は罵倒した。
I am actually obsessed already with this girl who not only says you like insult someone, but then follows it up with the narration. That
赤井君の推理は当然誤りだが、死者に話をさせるというのはいい発想だよ。
Naturally, he's damn ideal. Just get his ass.
この地下室では通信が遮断され、
But I don't know anything she said. Race. You know what? That'd be iconic too. The other detectives pipe up in shock. Does this mean the senior detective was restrained somewhere other than the basement wherever he made contact? That can't be right. There were 20 minutes between the message being sent and the detective's arrival at the manor. It would be impossible to drag someone down that narrow wire-filled passage, not to mention dismembering them in so short a time frame.
老子さんから連絡があったのは事実ですよね。地下室では不可能ならどのように連絡を？
気づいてしまえば単純なトリックだよ。
犯人は老子君の声を真似ていただけなんだ。今私が行っているようにな。
Love her. Yeah, almost as if the floor flipped over on itself or something. The ideal detective sounds just like senior detective as she speaks. If my eyes were closed, I may well have mistaken her for the man himself. She's that skilled at impersonating him.
生体模写ですか。確かに犯人が私の推理通りの人物像なら可能ですね。
What kind of person do you imagine the serial killer to be? Vocal mimicry. I've heard about this historical skill from my mentor. It originated from Edo period. Okay. He told me how there were established modes of practice and that in the DA where disguises often came in handy, many were experts in the art. Though I doubt I could ever master it, no matter how hard I tried.
探偵同盟に犯人がいると言ったのはこれが理由なんですね。さっきの研究員たちの虐殺もロイスさんからの連絡の偽装も探偵たちの中に裏切り者が潜んでいたなら
The idea of imitating someone's voice was invented in Edo period
探偵な
Japan.
ら可能な犯行であるがゆえに逆説的に犯人は探偵の可能性が高くなる。
The smile on his face is kind
そ
of
もそ
cracking
も
me
研
up.
究棟の探偵たち22名を全滅させるなんて外部の侵入者だけでは不可能だ。組織内部の何者かによる手引きがあったのは間違いないだろう。研究棟の遺体を発見した私たちはそのあまりの事態に混乱を隠せなかった。様子を伺ってい
Sorry, I'm just very
た
tired
組織の
today.
裏切り者。この事件の犯人
Yeah,
が
22 detectives
電話で
died in like a
私たち
poison
の
gas
動きを
attack in the
操る
research
早かった
facility.
はずだ。天井をすり抜けてエントランスホールに行くよりもずっとね。
ちょい待ちちょい待ち、いくら探偵だからってうちには生
Sometimes
体模写とか
you've
絶
worked with
対
this
に無理
agency
なん
and
で
are
すけ
pretty
ど。
high ranking in it.
その通りである。筋肉を鍛え上げてきた我である
I
が
don't know what kind of detective that'd be. Not a good one.
生体模写などとてもとても。
ああ、普通ならばできやしない。だが今回私たちが対峙する相手は平気で数十人を殺害する機体の殺人鬼。私たちが推理のプロフェッショナルだとしたら相手は殺人のスペシャリストだ。普通ならばできないことの一つや二つ何食わぬ顔で成し遂げるだろう。発想を自分の価値観に押しとどめるんだ。目的のためならば
Hi
自分の
Smith,
肉
it's going
体
good. How are
を
you?
活用し不可能を可能とする。それが殺人鬼というもの
It's
だ。
like, this is what I kind of like about it though, is that they feel like they're all like these nerds about murder, where like legitimately they're kind of like, oh no, he died, but we get to solve this really cool case. Okay, Detective Valid. Both of them fall silent at ideal detective's words. Her persuasiveness holds a weight that brooks no argument.
リーダー、電話をわざわざ偽装するということはロイスさんはあの時。
ああ、すでに殺されていたか、もしくは電話などできない状態だったのだろう。犯人は電話をすることで犯行時刻をごまかしたのさ。
遺体をわざわざバラバラにしたのも八つ崎港の犯行を模したと思わせて犯行時刻を特定しづらくするためですか。
Could still be done by the real quartering
巧
duke
妙
though.
なトリックですね。まんまと犯人の策略に乗ってしまい申し訳ありま
Also,
せん。
yeah, you guys are supposed to be like the best of the best of the best, and you guys kind of got tricked pretty quickly.
地下室でローシ君殺害の準備を整えた犯人は彼のデバイスを片手に地下室を後にした。
Yeah,
そ
I'm
し
not
て
sure
計
how
画
long
通
we'll
り
go for
研究
today.
棟で調査中の私に連絡を入れた。そして老子探偵の遺体を発見させるために探偵同盟のメンバーを8日へ呼び出した。
Also, I promise I'm not like too tired to like actually.
待てよ。老子のおやつさんからの連絡はリーダ
At
ー
this
が
point, the
録音して
yawning
く
is
れ
just
た音声
happening.
を俺たち全員が聞いたんだぜ。
声の違いに誰も気づけなかったなんてこと科学的にあり得るんですか？
No, the recording was incredibly
人
crackly
間の
and
記憶
broken
の
up.
特性だよ。人間の脳は構造上視覚情報の記憶が得意な一方で
Also, it doesn't excel at recalling visuals. Human beings are very easy. There was an old Carmen Sandiego game that I used to have as a kid where, for whatever reason, one of the school subjects you could study in it was like crime. And so it would do all these like criminal investigation mini games where it'd show you a picture and it'd be like a woman and her kid at a table with like some stuff on it, and then it would be like, study this photo carefully. 5 seconds out, and then it would like only show it to you for like 10 seconds, and it'd be like, how many of X were on the table? And there'd be none of the thing on the table, but your brain would just like invent a bunch of it. Yeah, even with pattern recognition, our problem is that we see patterns where there aren't. Talking about TLC. But yeah, no, like, yeah, Techie is on a wheelchair. Love his design. But like, yeah, we are bad at memory in a lot of ways. It's why eyewitnesses are not as useful as they seem like they should be. I mean, like, famously, you can just like basically bully someone into believing whatever you want them to. That's why like we don't allow for torture in I mean, there's a lot of reasons why we should allow for torture in like interrogation, but like one of the big ones is that it's actively harmful to the investigation to torture someone because it just makes them invent a memory. Like if I deprived you of food and water and sleep for long enough and screamed at you that you must have killed someone, you will eventually start to believe it. Because you'll invent the memories of you doing it. Like your brain is really not built for that.
確かに取引先の名前を覚える際、容姿や声と名前を結びつけると覚えやすいと言われている。文字や声の情報だけでは記憶が曖昧になるんだ。
電話で相手の名前を聞いた途端に記憶と声が結びつくことってあるわよね。
The call was like incredibly crackly. Like it was low quality. We all heard it.
電話での振り込め詐欺がいい例だな。電話主に名前を先に口にされると、記憶と声に多少の差異があろうとも誤認してしまう。
This is also something in the real world. Your phone speaker is usually pretty shit. It's not meant to communicate with crystal clarity. It's just meant to communicate what the person is saying. Like someone could pretty easily imitate one of your parents to you, or like a grandparent, if they just knew like the cadence and the word choice. Relatively speaking, like obviously it'd be harder to do it in person is what I mean, because the speakers are just not built for that. The microphone and the speaker are not built for that.
多少の声の違和感は通信の不具合が原因だろうと、自分で自分を都合よく納得させてしまうんだ。
そういえばさ、老子のじっちゃんからの連絡、マジで聞き取りづらさやばかったよね。あれって声の違いを隠すためだったわけ？
おそらくは
な。
すべてが作為的な連絡だったんだよ。
そこまで分かっているなら、呼びかけに答えなければよかったではありませんの？犯人の思惑通りに探偵を派遣する。
I love Posh's willingness to be confrontational and pick a fight about anything. She truly is a Pinkerton. For the first time, Ideal Detective's expression grows dark and serious.
もし犯人が老子くんを演じているのなら、彼は電話などできない状態だということだ。もう彼と生きて再会することは叶わない。
Okay, the music's coming in a little bit too strong for how quiet she is.
老子くんの生存に望みをかけて戦力を二分させることにしたんだ。洋館で罠が待ち受けていようとも無事なように、護身術に長ける武装くんと大和くんを同行させてな。ただ推理の結果はご覧の通り的中だ。
Thank you for the hydration check, Dits. How you doing? Good morning, good morning.
だが探偵の仕事は悲劇を嘆くことで。
Hold on.
殺害された同志23名の無念は必ず晴らしていく。探偵諸君、私に協力してくれ。この島に集まった13人の力が合わされば、必ず八崎港の計画を阻止できるはずだ。
I realize that everyone else is silent, each of them listening intently to what Ideal Detective is saying. It's like an all-detective Danganronpa, I think, is more the thing. It's incredible to think they were all just arguing just moments ago. In such a short amount of time, the strength of her abilities and resolve had gained the trust of her fellow detectives.
早速だが、みんなに調べてもらいたいことがある。詳細な指示はデバイスで送るから、今から伝える場所に各自赴いてくれ。私の頭に浮かぶおぼろげなる真実は、君たちの捜査が終わった頃には、
Yeah, so
間もなく実相を私たちの前に表すだろう。
The killer that we know of, the quartering Duke, every one of his killings has always been a pair, which is why they don't think it's him right now. Because he killed 22 people with poison gas, which is also not what he does. He quarters them. Usually based on like popularity or a majority vote. And then now he's only killed one. Everyone's either Shuichi, Kyoko. Yeah, it's just detective, which is like it actually, and like relatively competent seeming detectives, it feels like. He kills people on live broadcast. That's also true. What I'm wondering is with this one, or what I'm assuming is going to happen is that we're going to suspect someone and that person might also get drawn and quartered, and then they'll be like, LOL, no, you got it wrong. But now there's another murder happening or something. I'm not sure how the structure of this game works. But... After receiving directions from Ideal Detective, the others take their leave from the basement to begin their investigations. We've been divided into teams of 3, leaving Ideal Detective, Armor Detective, and myself with the crime scene. Ideal seems to be deep in thought, so I decided to join Armor in examining the body. True to the quartering Duke's name, the victim's head, arms, and legs have all been severed from the torso. The more I look, the more horrific the manner of death appears. It's so savage I can't even believe the culprit is human. But the cruel truth is inescapable. Fuck! What lies before us is the depraved work of not a monster, but a person.
無能殿、この遺体、いくらワイヤーを使用したにしても、断面が綺麗すぎる気がせぬか？
断面?
Yeah, blood on the floor and ceiling. I said earlier, my theory is that he got like the floor flips from the entrance. Surely a human body couldn't be that easy to slice clean through. Oh Jesus, that was loud. Oh, so like a sliced ham is kind of brutal. But sure.
いくらこのワイヤーの切れ味が優れているとしても、人の力で切断しようとすれば、途中で切断面にズレが生じると思うのだ。
Famously, being able to do exactly that with a wire was the entire plot of Ida saw me and Files Nirvana initiative, but sure.
そうですね。切り直そうとするほど微妙に歪んでしまいます。あれ、つまり犯人は人の力ではない別の方法でワイヤーを巻き取ったってことじゃ。
I wonder if he was the weight that was dropped from the ceiling, because there was something that fell on like a cord next to us before, but then we got knocked over, and I wonder if like he just got dropped onto a bunch of wires and that's what did it, and then he just like fell through. Yeah, that was what I had thought initially killed, but then with him being split up, I don't think that it could be. Plus the lights on the walls would kind of get in the way of that, which I'm assuming is also kind of intentionally there to get rid of some things. Hanging quarterway falling through. Well, like basically just dropping him from a height, like spread eagling him or whatever, and then just yanking him. Yeah, all the limbs have been severed and the head as well. All right, can detect the crew. Yeah, he's doing a lot. Oh, interesting, actually. Oh, Armor, you're so dumb. Both of our shoulders droop.
そういえば、なぜか天井から血が滴ってくるのだが、人間の血液は天井に届くほど勢いよく吹き出すものなのか?
Well, no. And it also doesn't look like a spray, it looks like a splatter. Yeah, right? Armor clearly does have the body going on. I think he's got to be a bit of a twink under all that. Like, look at his arms. Yes, incompetent is our alias given to us by Downtown.
わかったぞ。
何がわかったんですか、武装さん。
我では力不足だということがよくわかった。やはり我には推理は不向きなのである。
素直な人だな。
True to his appearance, Armor really does fall on the bronze end of the spectrum. Takes all kinds to be a detective, I guess. However, being that I'm the top suspect in this case, his candor and utter lack of suspicion are a total relief. Though he does strike me as kind of an enigma somehow.
幾分かリラックスした様子じゃないか、無能君。
Ideal detective approaches visibly enjoying herself.
先ほどまでの怯え切った顔と比べると段違いだよ。まあ、あの顔はあの顔で愛くるしかったらな。
武装さん、 考え事は終わったんですか？
ああ、推理の展望はおおよそ見えた。あとは証拠を得るために各自に指示を出すだけだよ。
Yeah, like the skin tight, crazy. He's doing the most. We've only just started and already she's pieced together the truth of the situation. With intellect like hers, it's no wonder she's the de facto head and second highest ranked member of the DA. Yeah, main character is currently prime suspect because he was the only one in the house. Ideal is wanting him to figure it out.
はっきり言って推理力の面において私は武装君にさほど期待はしていない。
Ideal gives a quick, straightforward reply to the point where it's almost impressive.
だが君ほど愚直に他者をかばう者はいない。武装君の性格は君自身が思う以上に。
I kind of respect that Ideal is basically pulling a Kyoko Kirigiri, but just like admitting it out front. She's like, yeah, I know, but like I'm hoping you guys will figure it out yourselves. This is a learning experience. And also, I think she's also probably being partially like, they're all detectives, which means that they've got a bit of an ego about them, I'm guessing is the idea. Oh, thank you for the follow, Lucy, and welcome in. Yeah, I'm assuming that she knows they've got an ego about them. So she's not going to be like, I'm right, just trust me, because they won't trust her. They'll need to go through it anyways. So she's kind of like, she needs to just sort of let them figure it out. Okay. Kinda. More friendly than... Aw, thank you. How are you? She's hit the nail on the head. I'm much more at ease now than when everyone was clustered around me earlier. It's probably due to how much I already trust Armor, as well as how confident I am that he would protect me from danger. Yeah, she needs to let them figure it out for themselves, because otherwise they won't trust her conclusions. All our investigative efforts were for nothing. Yeah, stream's been going good. So she just has like perfect insight is basically her thing. Ideal detective's voice brushes against us with a gentle comfort. At this moment I see her not as our mature, mysterious leader, but for the young girl she is, as if her mask has slipped off. There are 100 of them. We're at about 23% fatality here. With that, Ideal Detective leads us out of the basement. I'll say again, the fact that they're just like fine with all of the ball. I mean, to be fair, it was a... They just poisoned an entire room. So like, they kind of got to rack up the score pretty easily. They didn't have to manually put them all through a cheese wire machine. As she speaks, Ideal Detective shows us the screen of her own device. Also, that's why we probably weren't supposed to go in the lab before. Because then we would have, I mean, A, been exposed to the poison, but also B, might have run into the detectives. Oh, cool.
位置情報の共有機能をオンにした探偵の姿が映る仕組みとなっているんだ。デフォルトではオンになっているから、お手洗いへ行くときなどはオフにするといい。
Yeah, I'm excited to see how this goes.
すごい。どこに誰がいるのか。
So did you see pictures of this in like the Steam page or the Nintendo Shop page for it?
ヤマト殿が見当たれぬのだが。
ああ。彼らには外の見張りをお願いしたよ。犯人が外部に逃げた可能性も考えうるからね。
なんだと？では我も向かうのである。殺人鬼がうろついているやもしれぬ外を女性たちが歩むなど放っておけぬ。
This does feel like it should be like a DS game. The vibes of it is very like, I don't even know how to describe it, but it does feel like it would fit well on a DS. Moments after shouting, this armored detective rushes towards the entrance.
社畜くんもヤマトくんもいるから平気だと思うが、まあよしとしようか。無能くんだけに教えて
It's
お
like
きたい
Clue.
機能
Yeah,
が
I
ないし。
fucking love Clue. Clue movie is my favorite movie. I've made a whole video essay about Clue movie or the the
こ
Clue
のデバイ
movie.
スのマップには
Hold on, I'll
実は
find
さ
it.
らに3つ便利な機能があるんだ。
Find series.
まずは探偵たちが怪しいと感じた場所、
Interesting.
ミステリーポイントをマーキングする機能。もし捜査に行き詰まった際はマークの場所を推理するといい。それとマップの色が変わっている箇所が見えるか。
Yeah, hold on.
それは私が個人的に怪しいと感じた箇所を色付けしたもの、エビデンススクエアだ。そのエリアのどこかに証拠品が隠れていると考えていい。そしてもう一つが各自の現在の行動を伝え合う行動の共有機能だ。試しにカーソルを文学探偵に合わせてみるといい。彼女が今何をしているのか一目でわかるはずだよ。
I also kind of like the design of them as like little gameplay pieces. Tiger's next actions such as infer or inspect will be displayed overhead. Oh, that's like a detective smoking a pipe. I see.
暖炉に違和感を覚えた。
Remember the fireplace before entering
や
the
はり
detective
文学
detective
君はいいセンスをしている。だが彼女一人ではまだその意味に気づけないだろう。さて、無能君に質問だ。自分では解けない謎に出くわした
Go talk to somebody else.
君ならばどうする？先ほどの経験が早速生きているな。物覚えのいい子は好きだよ。私も君と同意見さ。自分だが得てして探偵はプライドが高いものだ。
Yeah, so it is. They're
いかんせん普段は
just
一人で
proud.
の捜査が大
I
変
think we've met all the detectives by
多
now.
くの
There's
者は
13 of us
経験
plus the
の
dead
経験が
one.
少ないんだよ。様子を見る限り文学君もその一人だな。協力を促したところで無意味だ。
Oh, right, we're missing Renegade. He's around here somewhere.
じゃあどうすれば。
Ideal detective answers me with a smile.
介入してしまえばいいんだよ。彼らの推理にね。
介入？
つまり探偵デバイスを通じて探偵たちに今とは別の行動を命じるのさ。近くにい
Oh.
る魔界くんが適任だな。文学くんの元に移動させ一緒に捜査してもらおう。
Interesting.
じゃあ指示をよろしく頼むよ。
え？
何を硬直している？
Leo, hi
可愛い
hi.
やつだな、
Or paid
君は。
detectives.
私になりすまして
I don't know. I feel
指
like
示を
Mystic is at
命
least
令
like
しているだけじゃないか。
potentially. Also, yeah, we haven't met Renegade yet, so we don't know for sure. But how you doing, Leo?
大丈夫だ。メールを送る感覚で行える。私のデバイスを渡すから指示してみるんだ。
I think this one is a straight through story. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you liked it.
そうして僕が。
未知への挑戦こそが探偵の本分さ。何事も経験だと思ってやってみるんだ。
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes you just gotta say it. Doesn't seem like getting back out on this one. I just have to try giving some instructions. You're gonna detectives to reassign. Thank you for the jacket redeem. Groups time. So interview with detectives to reassign their independently planned actions. Also, devices will make errors, investigate alone, and generally act inefficiently. Intervene with these individuals to make them work together in order to facilitate more. Oh, this is like 9 hours remain until annihilation. Okay, well that's not great.
神に感謝だ。
So we have to move him.
見てごらん。
Take a look.
二人の推理力を足しても暖炉の謎は解けないことがわかる。
Oh, that's what that MP thing means.
そういう時には連携が得意な探偵に指示を出すんだ。
Oh, this is cool. Yeah, Fire Emblem, like Phoenix Wright. It's so interesting. RDS Hotel. Next, we're able to assist each other from their adjacent positions. Any character who is making an inference already or plans to do so can be assisted. Assisting lets you add a helper's assist value to an individual's inference value. Oh, I see. So,
神に感謝だ。
Mystic is interesting.
いい指示だな。ときめいたよ。
This is gonna take me a little while to figure out. I don't know if we've explained why there's a 9-hour. I think it's just the investigation of this. So close. I'm a little bit bigger. I listened to your advice, Leo. It is a visual novel, but also this is like the gameplay component. It's like how Danganronpa has like the class trial stuff.
さて、次はエントランスホールに視点を移そうか。
9 turns. Oh, okay, gotcha.
家族くんがシャンデリアの周囲を独占しているな。美食くんと飛躍くんは遠慮して彼女から離れているらしい。捜査に遠慮は禁物だ。美食くんにはシャンデリアを家族くんと2人で推理をしてもらおう。
Each mystery point has a set amount of resolution points. You can uncover an NPC's secret by reducing its RP to 0, advancing this solution. Try having Gourmet Detective assist Posh Detective to reveal its NPC's hidden mystery.
お姉さんに何かご用？お姉さんに何かご用？
エクセレント。さて、
飛躍さんのスキル。
Being timid and afraid.
その通りだ。探偵に欠かせない優れた観察眼を有している。
Yeah, she's my collab partner, the ideal detective.
飛躍くんの最たる特徴は自分への脅威を引きつけてやまないその体
My eye is so itchy.
その影響で事件の手がかりを発見しやすい。飛躍くんには体質を生かしてシャンデリアの周囲を調べてもらおう。私の推理では手がかりが残っているはずだ。
It's almost able to inspect up to 5 squares away. Oh.
何か用かな。いいね。理想的な指示だ。さて、チューニングは完了だ。そろそろ探偵ライブのスタートといこうか。操作開始の指示を出して経過を見守る。
I feel like this is going to take a little while to figure out because it is a little bit of a wonky system, but in a good way. It's just like plus to access the main menu, select investigate or preliminary. Act as you intervene with all your commands, the rest will act independently. Preliminary investigation, only those you have intervened with will act. It's wise to begin with this as it can cover new mysteries or clues. Well, we haven't intervened with Techie, there isn't much to do, so let's start the investigation anyway. Techie will automate things. You're silly, Leo. I mean, incompetent was kind of a... was downtown kind of poking fun at us. They're bullying the new guy more than literally being incompetent. Let's grab this guy. Da-da-da-da-da.
なぜ私が協力しなければなりませんの？一人で十分ですわ。
まあまあ、上等なお肉だってスパイスが効いてこそ美味しく食べれるものじゃない？家族ちゃんはこの私を
Also,
自
Gourmet,
分の推理に美味しく
you're
生
like
か
a
して
chef.
くれれば
Why
いい
is
ん
this
だ
your
よ。
outfit?
確かにその通りですわね。さあ美食さん、私を引き立てなさい。
Yeah, it's their code names. Their aliases that they use.
家族ちゃん、ちょっと見てもらっていいかしら。
何ですのこの傷。まさか犯人が老子探偵を殺した方法って。
It's probably the chandelier also just fell to the ground, right? I love her narrating herself. That's such a funny fucking. Also, Mystic, love him. Just learn from your father. I'd be codenamed F Slayer. Oh, great to meet you. Hi, Alpha Squishy Snake. How are you? Who's the girl?
少女は自分の抱く違和感の正体に気づいた。
君の指示によって捜査が大きく進展したな。君は私が現れた際、探偵たちに協
This is a
力を
really cool
促
way
し
of
て
making this work, though. Like I hadn't expected it to play out like this, but like
探偵と警察の最大の違いは本来、組織だって行動せず
genuinely a very
自
interesting
分
way
一
of
人で
handling
解
it.
決することだ。
As long as I held their model on. There you go. Thank you for the follow, Squishy Snake.
あえて悪い言い方をするならば、
How are you?
自分こそが事件の主役だと思っているわけだよ。これでは探偵同盟最大の強みである有能な探偵たちが組織行動を取れる点が全く活かせない。あの八つ咲き子を相手取るのならば、そんな無謀な姿勢ではダメだ。
Yeah, I'm glad she's like.
我々が率先して協力を促していこう、無能君。
Especially comparing it to Master Detective Archives, where it feels like this was kind of like a bit of a weird element of the story that was acknowledged, but not as well as this. There's no way any of those detectives would follow what I say. Plus, they don't even need me. Ideal Detective alone should be able to hold them together.
自分を卑下しがちな点は君の美徳であり、いずれ直さなければならない弱さでもあるな。
Ideal Detective speaks as though she can see into my very soul.
ただ、歴史に名を残す指導者は得てして臆病者であると言われている。それは彼らが自身に何がなせるかより、むしろ何ができないかを知っていたからだろう。自分の弱さを知れば強さもおのずと見えてくる。無能君もきっとそうなってくれるものと私は信じているよ。
どうしてあなたはそこまで僕のことを。
I think it's also kind of interesting how much this game goes silent, like where there's no background music. I feel like I'm used to games like this always having like something playing in the back, but like they're pretty willing to go with silence for a long time. She opens her eyes wide, fretting over something with an unfocused gaze.
まだ言えないというのは虫が良すぎるな。
Oh my gosh, yeah, I was just gonna say it
何
outright.
かが起きる前に伝えておこう。私がこの場に君を呼んだ本当のわけを。
The elusive air around her now feels more tense. I'm frozen in place as her hydrangea-hued eyes stare at me. My heart is hammering and my body feels hot all over.
無能君、私の名前は。
I'm confident my name is.
よけろ、無能君。
Powerful force crushes me and my vision goes black. Someone suddenly leaps on my back, taking me to the floor. Love the high heels in the background. My head spins, sparks explode behind my eyes, my consciousness grows hazy. Through it all I can feel a strong pressure on my throat. This is Renegade, isn't it? As my voice involuntarily slips out, I finally realize someone is strangling me. I can't breathe, my mind starts to fade, and my whole body starts to go pale. In desperation, catching nothing but air. If this keeps up, I know for a fact that it's going to kill me.
やめろ、下道探偵。
I guess I assumed that Renegade was a boy. I don't think they are.
大丈夫か、無能君。
High heels and a suit jacket? Yeah, no, Renegade.
一体どういうつもりだ、下道探偵。
デバイスのマーキング機能をオ
Oh,
フに
maybe
すれば、今みたいにいくらでも不意打ち可能だよね。デバイスとにらめっこ
Love
ばかりしてい
Renegade
ると
already.
足元を救われるという懸念を伝えたかったんだ。許してくれ、ホームズ。
Forgive me, Holmes.
謝罪する相手が違う。この無能探偵深く、真摯に、心か。
オーケーオーケー。優先順位を間違っていたよ。Sorry。
The lanky man has a nonchalant air about him. He turns to me wearing a fake smile.
俺は下道探偵。少しいたずら好きなだけの善良な探偵さ。好きな言葉は世界平和、趣味はボランティアだよ。
Obsessed.
なんだか真剣な話をしていたからつい
Some
ちゃちゃを
levity.
入れたくなってしまったんだ。ごめんよ。許してくれるかな。許してく
I
れ
mean,
る
I'm assuming he wears heels, unless we were seeing, I don't know who else's heels those would have been, but like, those were definitely heels that we could see back there, right? I started when I noticed a line of blood dripping down my neck. Is it really that funny to choke someone so hard that your nails rip their skin? I was genuinely prepared to die. How far is this guy willing to take a joke?
そんなに怯えた顔をしないでくれよ。そそられるじゃないか。
Now he's beaming at me, face flushed with joy. Out of all the detectives I met, this is by far the most incomprehensible.
君の気まぐれはいつものことだが、今回は少々度が過ぎる。次に同じことを繰り返せば、
She's like, I will execute you on the spot. Ideal Detective's voice grew harsher as she steps up to Renegade Detective. Renegade jokingly leaps back in an overdramatic fashion.
わかったよ、マイホームズ。不自由はごめんだ。
So she's referring to everyone as home. I love that. These have yeah, they definitely do.
では今回の事件について君なりの推理を口にしてみろ。どうせ君にも真実が見えているのだろう。
Oh, I thought he referred to everyone as homes before. Renegade's eyes grow wide. He sighs. He feels a little bit like discordant with the rest of the art style for some reason. I don't know why. He kind of just like stands out.
初めから俺に自分から協力を約束させることが狙いかい？
当然だろ。感情に振り回される探偵は二流。一流とは感情を武器として振るうものを言うんだ。
Ideal Detective smiles in triumph, so her harsh tone just now was a lie. I was completely fooled.
まあいいか。ホームズのレアな怒り顔を見られた対価だ。俺の推理を述べよう。この事件は純度が高すぎる。だから退屈でヘドが出るんだ。犯人はさぞ満足だろうね。
Maybe his design is very dark. I think maybe it's the eyes too. Because his eyes are like just straight black circles.
もっと殺しは醜くてさ、救いようがなくて感情がもつれてよどんで濁ってドロドロであるべきなんだよ。それでこそ心惹かれるというものさ。
何を言ってるんですか？
His words are utter nonsense. What's more, he says it all so casually as if he's telling a joke. Just listening to it makes my skin crawl. I'm not equipped to understand the person standing before me. Even the scene of the murder was less chilling than him.
推理するまでもなく中身が丸見えってことさ。絨毯の破片を調べてみるといい。俺の推理通りなら証拠が残っているだろう。俺を楽しませてくれよ。未来の名探偵くん。
With that renegade wait. Yeah, with that renegade detective taps my shoulder and departs. Oh, future legend, though.
変わった探偵だったろ。
はい。まるで。
I saw myself just in time. It was like talking to a villain, but I obviously can't say that.
まるで悪人と話している気分だったろ。
He gives off villain vibes, but clearly he can't be the villain, right? That'd be too obvious, but also the detectives would think it's too obvious. So maybe it's so obvious that it's not obvious, which means he can get away with it. Ideal Detective speaks my thoughts for me without reservation.
その感覚は正しい。事実、彼は幼い頃に両親をその手で
Thank you
殺
for
し
the
てしま
follow,
っているん
Liv.
だ。
Wow. Killed both of his parents. So he is a villain. I think we can establish that he is actually a villain. Yeah, you got here at a real interesting moment, Liv.
本物の殺人犯？それも両親をだなんて。そんな人が
I mean, it takes one to know
探
one.
偵同盟にいるんですか？
How else are you going to solve crimes about people killing their parents? Doesn't matter if he did it as a kid. Letting him have this much freedom is unimaginable. Why he's led into the alliance? I just can't. Or why he was led into the alliance? I just can't fathom. Makes me suspect he might even be the quartering duke. Yeah, he's
理
obviously
由は
not.
簡単さ。彼ほど殺人鬼の気持ちがわかる探偵はいないからだよ。その唯一無二の才能を生かし、私たち探偵同盟への協力を条件として一定の自由が。
Maybe his parents deserved it. Maybe they had bad vibes. I don't know.
性格
We
上
shouldn't judge.
他の探偵と連携できないために序列こそ4位だが、推理力は私と同格と言っていい。まさしく
He's
その名の通
objectively
り
good. He's just got such
世界
bad
で
vibes.
最
We
も
can't
平等な
have
探
him.
偵と言っていいだろうね。
Again, I find myself astounded by the diversity within the DA's personnel. Despite his past, he must be an outstanding detective now. He did give us advice after all, and even if he's terrifying, he surely has a talent for detective work.
仲間として信頼しないと。
I mean, you don't have to. I dismiss myself as if doing so will clear the dark thoughts clouding my mind.
さて、想定外の時間が取られてしまった。速やかに推理の大詰めへと取り掛かろう。下道君は絨毯の切れ端を調べる。
Number 2 is ideal. Number 1 was the detective guy who's been murdered. I don't know if we figured out who 3 is. We know that all of them are in the top 30 except for us. Incompetent is number 100. He's the newest. And fuck. Armor is not in the top 30.
こうしたエビデンスは的確な検証を行うことで事件を進展させてくれるんだ。新た近くにいる探偵だと家族くんや科学くんが検証の専門家だな。家族くんに指示を出してみよう。
Posh.
ピンカートン家の誇りにかけて。
おっと、家族くんね。
Made her work with
美
gourmets.
食くんと連携させたことにへそを曲げて。
So she's being a little brat? She can just block you?
これでは介入できないじゃないか。
それじゃどうするんですか？
She's like, fuck you.
探偵たち
I'm
は
not
プロ
doing
グ
my
ラム
job.
でなく人間だから
It's like natural for them to be detectives.
このように介入ができない探偵も当
So
然いる
that's
さ。
it's interesting that that's like an ongoing mechanic though, because like they specifically said like if they're left on their own devices, they'll be less efficient. They'll get things done poorly. And so having detectives who will explicitly refuse to work together is kind of interesting.
臨機応変な指示が求められ、科学君ならこの証拠品も的確な検証を行えるはず。さあ、絨毯の切れ端の検証を命じるんだ。
Prepare for trouble and respond accordingly. Collecting can be analyzed. Each piece is assigned difficulty level. Higher levels require higher analyzation. And B don't require additional analysis. Evidence from ES, however, must be analyzed by detective.
僕が解決しましょう。
Perform a preliminary investigation to have Techie analyze this evidence. Preliminary investigations to solve time and keep tabs on other detectives' investigations.
どうされましたか？この絨毯の切り口、科学的に考えるならあれを使ったとしか説明がつかない。早くエントランスホールの床を調べないと。
エクセレント、やったじゃないか。新たに推理すべき場所が見つかったぞ。
When you end the turn, you do like a full investigation, but you can do a preliminary investigation to like rush just one aspect of it without doing the whole thing. Yeah. Interesting. So other detectives can still act afterwards. Yeah, so I think like basically any actions you can see that someone's supposed to do, you would do a like if you need someone to do something, or if like you run out of things to do but you still have detectives left over, you would do a preliminary, and then whatever they reveal they do. What? That's so I like this. What purpose could they serve? Maybe on gourmet and doleful.
お姉さんに何かご用？
何か用かな。どうしたの？僕たちで真相を解き明かすんだ。
甘味完食、雨あ
グッド、ときめかせてくれるな。捜査の結果が楽しみだよ。
I can look it up real quick and see if there's a process of elimination. Hi, Bustle. I wonder if it gives the credit. Hell yeah. Glad to hear it. I can't find the information about who's behind it. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly, but it's very cool.
ああ、そうだ。移動していない。今回の場合、検証しか行っていない科学くんなどがいい例だな。謎。
どうされましたか？
いいじゃないか。今の通りだよ。
でももう推理すべき謎も
さて、それはどうかな。それと事件とは無関係ではあるが、さあ準備ができたなら探偵たちに捜査開始の指示を出そう。
Unable to act after a map-wide movement. Gotcha. So they can like stay in their room.
少女は尋ねかける。
So that's where she'll move otherwise. And he'll follow her. Gotcha.
何か用ですか？
I mean, what happens if I move you over here?
少女は視線を上げ、少女はこくりとうなずいてみせた。めんどくさいと言いつつ、
右目がうずくぞ。
少女は調べ出す。
This was heavy wander, I don't care.
右目がうずくぞ。これは
Might as well inspect while you can. I guess I probably should have moved them all downstairs, but like whatever. I think this is funnier. 713 pass. Yeah, not all of them are active and not all of them are like contactable. They'll just like remove their information.
あら、この床、よく見ると床板同士に隙間ができているわね。この隙間のおかげで音が下に通りやすいのかしら。この隙間ならワイヤーだって通すことができるはず。犯人が死体をバラバラにした方法ってもしかしたら。
やはりな。床の隙間と絨毯の切れ端の間。
科学探偵にエントランスホールへ来てもらっておいて正解でしたね。
そうだろ。一つ謎が解ければ新たな謎が生まれることもあるんだ。さて、次は私は口出ししない。
Oh god, I'm gonna do it so badly.
無理じゃない。さあ、次は
Hydrangea eyes.
やってみます。
ありがとう。では私に見せてくれ。君の推理を。
Solving other MPs beforehand or by analyzing evidence. We'll still attempt to invest. Aww. Genius physics professor of a certain TV show. Okay, so that one we can't do, but we can do this.
さあ、実験を始めましょうか。僕が解決しましょう。この足でもできる限りは調べますよ。
Okay, so I think we'll want to do a preliminary then, right? Is that for the glossary? Oh, okay, I see. I'm not doing something else. Oh, those are just like inaccessible places, I'm assuming. Hi, Kumi. Yes, it did. So we will figure out which one of these. Analyzation is 3. Analyzation is 2. 4. 1. Let's see about you.
神に感謝だ。
difficulty level 3.
我が魔の力使いこなせるか
Ba, 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 ba.
スイッチを押せば鎖が巻き上げられ落下していたシャンデリアが天井へと戻る構造
Oh, that's the floor didn't
あの
flip.
シャンデリアの構造ならば
Oh fuck.
人間を吊り上げることも容易だ
That's what happened. Oh, I see. So the chandelier was dropped to the ground. The wires were attached to the chandelier, and then they were also roped through the floor to the guy. And then the chandelier pulled it up. He was dragged up along with them, and then once he got once the wires dragged him into the roof, they sliced all of them up, and then the wires were retracted through with it.
見事だ。今のようにそれまで推理できなかったミステリーポイントが
I mean, I'm assuming he was already at least unconscious before
推
then.
理可能
But
となる例も少なくない。推理するにはどんな
13. So you're... What is this? This is an inspection thing. So... Inspection, you're a 4. But assistance, you're also a 4. You're 5.
どうしたの？何か用かな？
Fuck, I think she's too far away. I think she'll have to
お姉さん
assist
に何かご用？
with this one.
どうかしたの？
You've got to inspect.
お姉さ
I
んの
guess.
花
I
に
don't know. I think I'm
お
missing
任せ
it.
よね。
I think I fucked this up.
調査は僕に任せて。
Sure. Can't control her. You.
少女はこくりとうなずいてみせた。
Map wide movement. We're bringing you down here. I should have brought you down here before. Oh, it's an inference point? Okay, I'm dumb. Well, they'll do their inspection and then we'll move on, because they couldn't reach it anyways, I don't think.
甘味完食雨あられ。
Because I think they have to be right up next to it for inference. I did see Lifeguard Lifeweaver. Also, I think he can't move because he's locked in, right? Or can he still move?
神に感謝だ
Oh, he can. Yeah, but he can't do map-wide movement. Because he's already acted. Yeah, I'm dumb. I should have moved them sooner. You've already done everything. I think we're pretty much just locked in, so whatever. Back to the inference. Oh, we can clear them. Okay, party, that works.
どうかしたの？
Well, I don't know if she can...
お姉さんに何かご用？
Yeah, she still can't reach it. So I don't think it really ends up mattering. Like, they're too far away regardless.
雨あられ。お姉さんに何かご用？お姉さん
I'm
の
just gonna hit
花に
inspect
お
anyways.
任せよね。
I mean, yeah, we could move them there, like, but they still wouldn't be able to act until next turn. So I think we'll just actually we'll give her map-wide movement so she can come around to the other side of this. You know what, yeah,
お
fuck
姉
it.
さんに何かご用？
Might as well do the map-wide movement for her too. Why not? Confirm, and then she will refuse to accept
ピンカートン
orders.
家の誇りにかけて
So I think we're done then. Yeah. So this one is 13. Probably should have moved her closer to this.
少女は苦笑する。
Because you're...
何か用かな。
Inference is only 4. Yours is 6. This is going to require another 3.
少女は黙したまま一度うなずいた。
Fuck. Well, yeah, but if that assists, doesn't it? It only has like a 1. Yeah, I can't get directly beside either of them. And you're only level 4 on assistance. Yeah, so with both of them, it's better for them to just inspect. And she's also gonna go to try to. Yeah, I put Bookworm in a dumb spot. I don't know why I didn't put her closer. That was dumb of me, but... oh shit, her inspection is also just 1 too low.
どうしたの？これが真相。
You kind of just have to do discipline.
完食雨あら歯ごたえがなさそうな謎ね。
少女はこくりとうなずいてみせた。
I'll make sure that you guys move right up next to this, because I
僕が解決しましょう。
assume I'll need you to eventually. God, I should have just positioned everyone better.
右目がうずくぞ。
I think hers was 2 or 3. It wasn't high enough, I remember checking. I'm gonna move you down here too. Yeah, it's like 1.2 short, so we're not able to do it. And we kind of just have to do the investigation. Yeah, hers was 2, and then we got 6. Then we got 4. And we can't command her either. So who has like... Who has weak inference? Just so we don't waste anything that we don't need to. Or who's only good at inference maybe is the alternative.
お姉さんに何かご用？
Yeah, we're gonna put her
も
on
う
this.
謎はお腹いっぱいよ。
And then we're gonna do a preliminary just to get that done.
まさか。
Entrance door. Oh, okay, so that's just the end of it. I mean, I guess that makes sense that you wouldn't want it to be like impossible to solve. We'll save. We'll probably do better in the future, but like just for this first one, probably good to not get.
お疲れ様。最高にと皆に暖炉のあるリビングへ集まるよう指示を出
Oh
したか
yeah, I
ら
got the red points. Yeah, I
私た
probably
ちも
should've.
向かうとしよう。私たち全員で
I'm
こ
gonna
の
eat a chip
複
just 'cause
雑
I'm
回
like
帰な事
starving
件
for
の真
something.
相
I
は
just need to eat. I've had a can of Pringles next to me this entire time, and it's taking all my willpower to not eat all of them.
理想さん。
I call out to stop Ideal Detective as we make our way back. I need this to not require me to narrate anything.
教えてください。僕をこの島に呼んだ本当の理由って何なんですか？
I can't help but ask. I need to know the rest of what she was going to say earlier. After all, why would someone as bumbling as myself be invited to stand amongst a talented crowd of detectives like this? And for the chief of the DA to place so much trust in me? It's nothing short of bizarre.
自分の実力は自分が一番分かっています。あなたの寵愛を受けるほど僕は優秀じゃありません。それにあなたは明らかに僕を見知った様子だ。一体僕に何をさせたいんですか？僕みたいな素人がこの島で何をしろって言うんですか？
Never doing that again. I just realized how much the model's tracking somehow picks up on that even with a muted mic. I hate it here. It makes it look like I'm chewing with my mouth open. That's horrendous. I promise I don't. I'm not an animal. Anyways, I guess no more chips for me. I just have to sit here and stare at them. There's salt and vinegar too. They're so good. Anyways, my shouts echo down the hall as every pent-up question I have comes bursting out all at once. I just can't understand why this world-famous detective would act so cryptic towards me.
すまない。意地悪が過ぎたな。
Adil gives a wry smirk, then scratches her cheek.
君の困り顔が見たいと、私の中のいたずら坊やが悪さをしてしまってな。君が自分から気づいてくれるまで、 黙っておこうかと思っていたんだ。
I'll judge for me looking like I'm eating with my mouth open. I
まあ
don't want that.
10年ぶりの再会なんだ。サプライズをしたいという私の心情も汲んでくれると嬉しいな。ワト君。
10年ぶりの再会。それにワト君って。
Could it really be? My heart catches in my throat. Only one person, someone I met 10 years ago, called me by that name. Wait, isn't that your name? But there's just no way.
ずっと再会する日を夢見てきたんだ。探偵同盟への加入が決まった君をこの会議に呼んでしまうのも無理からぬと
I
いう
mean,
ものだ。
yeah, but like, surely there's someone else in his life who's
私
calling
の本
him.
名はサイカ・シェリン・フォ
Oh,
ード・ホーム
Holmes, I
ズ。
see.
10年前に君に救われたものだよ。
Oh yeah, because he said he didn't remember what happened next. Oh. My voice comes out in a shout before I curb it. I breathe deeply, but the shock won't subside. Ideal detective is Saika? That can't be. I saw her covered in blood right before me.
サイカちゃんが生きているわけない。僕は彼女の無念を晴らしたくてこれまで頑張ってきたのに。それなのに。
落ち着け。
Ideal comes close and softly cups my cheek. I'm startled by the sudden
君
intimacy.
はどうやらあの牢獄での記憶を忘却してしまっているようだ。
But her arm around my waist keeps me in place. There we go.
無理に思い出そうとして心が壊れてしまってはいけない。徐々に思い出していけばいいさ。あの日どのようにして私を救い出してくれたのかをな。
僕は本当にあなたを。
ああ、先ほどみんなの前で語った言葉に嘘はない。君は確かに私を救ってくれた。だから、今もこうして生きている。敵は私が思うよりもずっと
Also, I'm wondering how long we're going to be going
冷
for.
酷だった。私一人の力では探偵同盟は全滅を免れない。君の手助けが必要なんだ。君をこの場に呼んだのは本当に君の力が必要だからだよ。
It is kind of nice to have one of these sort of like
今はただ
the smarter than you detective actually be like just kind of friendly with you about it, as opposed to like Ideal gazes at me with a sadness that reminds me of the Psyche I once knew. That vulnerable girlish expression taking the place of her usual I don't know what that is, was nearly identical. But I can't help but wonder if this is truly the same person.
本当に。
Yeah, like usually it's like Kirigiri being like, I already know, but I expect you to figure it out, as opposed to
ようやく
Ideal.
その名前で呼んでくれたな。嬉しいよ。
I mean, I guess she's literally the Ideal detective. A relieved smile spreads across Ideal detective's face. It doesn't seem like an act. She's sincerely happy to be reunited with me.
覚えておくといい。私たち探偵が本名を伝えるのは心から相手を信頼した時だけだ。
It's gonna turn out she's just some other woman named Saika.
君が君自身を信じられずとも、たとえ君に疑念を向けられようとも、
I wonder if she'll
私は君を
if
信じ
she'll
続
go
けよ
against
う。
us at some point.
だから私の活躍を隣で見守っていてくれ。そうしていればきっと真実も思い出せるはずだろうからな。
Ideal steps back from me, her expression already reverting to its usual dignified air. Between her countenance as chief of the DA and as a vulnerable girl, I'm not sure which is real. There's so much cause for suspicion. Well, it's like, but this is the thing also about this sort of thing is that like, everyone around you is understood to be at least like some degree of clever, so like you can't trust anyone fully.
まだ僕には何が正しいのか
Like she might be leveling the playing field, or she might try, or maybe trying to get
今
in.
のあなたの言葉は真実だと信じます。いや、信
Like
じ
we
た
don't
いん
know
で
that
す。
that's really her name, and there's no way to verify it because none of the others know it either.
過去に戻ってサイカちゃんを救いたいって。
And Incompetent has kind of just walked right into the trap of revealing details about it, so that even if she only knew the broad strokes, he might be able to give her more. I wasn't able to do so back then, so I truly want to believe what she's saying, that Psyche is alive, even if those sweet words are mere deceit.
ただもちろん 100% 信じたわけじゃありません。言われた通り 隣で見極めさせてもらいますよ。
Like, let's say that she's the killer. She's basically just bought herself an in with the only person that she's also established as being 100% innocent in this case. I mean, yeah, she has to know about Psycho. She is a master detective. She might know more about what happened in the kidnapping case than most people do, and she might just be holding on to it for her own benefit.
真実かどうか。
ああ、望むところだよ、ワト君。私の一
Yeah,
手
keep your eye on me.
つぶさに観察するといい。
Because she knows that she's deliberately fucking with, like, she knows about memories. She knows about how malleable they are. I mean, like, the hair is the most obvious thing. Her hair is hydrangea colored now, and it was very much so black at the time.
一つだけお願いするとしたら、理想さん呼びは勘弁してもらいたいな。他人行儀すぎてこそばゆいよ。二人きりの時くらい、昔のようにサイカちゃん
And
と
now
呼んで
she's deliberately trying to build, like, not only a direct personal relationship, but one that's secretive. The others aren't going to know about this. You gotta experiment something.
いや、それはあなたが本当にサイカちゃんだって信じたわけじゃありませんし。
Like, even if he doesn't believe that she's Saika, if he's willing to call her that, then that's going to just reinforce in his mind that she must be.
変なところで意地っ張りなのは
Also,
昔から変わらないな。
they didn't really explain how much they knew each other before that.
普段からホームズ呼びで頼むよ。こちらの名前は他の探偵にも知れ渡っているから問題ないしな。
わかりました。ホームズさん。
よし、有効の処方を踏めたな、ワト君。
They are about the same age. Like, it's kind of hard to identify their ages. They're kind of drawn all over the place, but like, I think that they're both supposed to be teenagers. She just acts a lot older. Holmes' face beams with genuine elation. The fact he's moving me so easily is proof that I'm a rookie detective. Come on, get it together. At least he kind of recognizes that. The D-pad pings with a notification. The others must have gathered in the living room by now.
さて、それではこの事件にケリをつけるとしようか。
I'm assuming that this isn't going to take too long, but we'll see. I follow Holmes as she heads to the living room. I have no clue what she could want from me, but I've decided to trust her. Also, if I stay by her side, the reason... Yeah, I think... Well, I mean, he says he's still in school, so I'm assuming that he's like 17, give or take, like 16, 17. Also, I will say, I know that in theory, the like floor flipping theory that I gave at the beginning was kind of dumb in hindsight, but like, I would also say that using a chandelier to like pull someone into the floor to like cut them into pieces is equally absurd. So, if I stay by your side, the truth of why I came here may finally come to light. Yeah. All 13 detectives, including Holmes and myself, gather around the room. Holmes adds a few logs to the crackling fire before turning to address us. Also, I'm going to turn off my phone so that I can eat these chips without it doing the open mouth thing when I get a chance.
やあ、探偵諸君。それぞれの役割をこなしてくれてありがとう。みんなのおかげで、老子探偵を八つ裂きにしたトリックの正体をつかめたよ。あとはその全容を明らかにしていくだけだ。
教えてください、ホームズさん。一体犯人は誰なんですか？
実に庶民らしい落ち着きのない男ですわね。犯人の前にまず明らかにしないといけないものがあるでしょ。
明らかにしないといけないものって？
それは老子探偵をどのように殺害したかですわ。
家族くんの言う通りだよ。まずは誰がしたかよりも誰にできたかから考え、事件の外堀を埋めていこう。家族くんの考えではどのように老子探偵は殺害されたのだと思う？
ズバリシャンデリアのトラップと連動したトリックですわ。
シャンデリアのトラップと連動？それって僕が扉を開けた時に作動したあの？
There you go, we're back. Okay. I will say, this is already really clever that they're like actively solving the case on your behalf. or like not solving it on your behalf, but like are competent partners in the investigation. I'll say I think we'll probably try and finish chapter 1, assuming it's not like a massive long section. Chandelier crashed down the moment I stepped through the entrance of the manor. After that, I was out cold until the DA arrived. The culprit utilized the trap, but for what purpose?
無能くん、粘土で遊んだことはあるかい？粘土をできるだけきれいに両断しようと思ったなら、
Yeah, you
君は
use
どうする？
wire. Duh.
刃物などを使っても、
Which is also
なかなかうまくいか
super
ないわ。
satisfying. Also, thank you for the hydration check, Puppo. How are you doing? But, you know, if you've ever, I did pottery for a couple of years in high school. Like it was one of my art electives, and like getting to use the wire. I think it's just cheese wire or something between the two like wooden sticks, and you just like slice through the clay. Oh, it was so fun. Felt so good.
学校ではテグスなどの細い糸を巻きつ
It
け
wasn't nylon for us. It was
引っ
like
張
an
る
actual
方法を
nylon.
学んだ覚えがあります。
グッド。ならば次の質問だ。もし粘土を切り刻む原理で鋭利なワイヤーを人間に巻きつけ、思い切り引っ張ればどうなるかな？
それって。
I mean, I thought that we'd kind of already figured this out.
察しがついたみたいだね。そう。ワイヤーで何かを切ろうと思うなら、
It does make you feel like you're like playing, like it feels like some Hitman shit to like garrot the
で
clay
も
block.
さ、粘土じゃなくて人間の体じゃん。人力で引っ張って簡単に切れるもんなの？ただでさえ引っ張りにくそうなワイヤーなのにさ。
いい質問だな、渋谷くん。そう。このトリックの肝はどのようにワイヤーを引っ張ったかだ。地下で老子探偵に絡まった状態のワイヤーを引っ張るにはどのような方法があるだろうか。家族くんならわかるかな？
Yeah, downtown.
犯人も少しは知恵を使ったようですけれど、
My upper class intellect.
私の高貴な脳細胞にはお見通しでしたわよ。ズバリ犯人はシャンデリアの落下を利用してワイヤーを引っ張り上げたのですわ。
Oh, is the chandelier was still in
シャン
the?
デリアの落下を利用するってどうやって？
Is the chandelier still up in? I thought it was.
1階のエントランスホールですけど、現場は
Oh, I
地下
guess
室
that
でしょ。
could be. I had thought that it was like.
やれやれ、庶民にもわかるよ。エレガントに説明して差し上げましょう。
Probably would have had to have been pretty complicated with all of the to avoid slicing up the whole
シャンデ
carpet.
リアにワイヤーを結びつけて動きが連動するようにしたんだよ。
Okay, I was assuming that it would be pulled up with the chandelier, but I don't know why I thought.
巻き上げられる仕組みね。
Why did I not think that the chandelier was still on the ground? Anyways, so yeah, it's basically what I was describing, just the opposite. Like when the chandelier fell, it just yanked the wires up, as opposed to like pulling it up with the thing.
ちょっと私に説明させなさい。
Posh detective cuts Holmes off with a huff, then continues where she left off.
犯人は老子探偵を薬か何かで眠らせた後、床へと落下させた状態のシャンデリアにワイヤーをくくりつけたのですわ。その後、床の隙間を通してワイヤーをエントランスホールから地下室へと垂らせば準備完了。ワイヤーによって2つの空間がつながったのですわ。
床にワイヤーを通せるものなんですか？
Yes, the wire is incredibly thin.
エントランスホールの床は地下に音が届くよう床板に若干の隙間が空いていましたでしょ。細いワイヤーを通して地下に垂らすことは造作もありませんわ。地下に届いたワイヤーを老子探偵の体に結びつけた後、シャンデリアを天井へと引き上げれば準備完了。シャンデリアが天井から落下するとその動きに連動してワイヤーも引っ張られるという八つ咲き装置の完成ですわ。以上のようにして犯人は自らの手を汚さず犯行時刻の隠蔽も果たした上で老子探偵を殺害してみせたのでしょう。
見事な推理だ。しかし確証が欲しいな。ワト君はこのトリックの痕跡を覚えているかい？
Trace left behind now that she mentions that something suspicious did catch my attention during the investigation. Armor detected. The switch on the wall. The scratch on the chandelier, I guess. Okay.
シャンデリアに残っていた
Oh, interesting.
は ワイヤーがシャンデリアに引っ張られた痕跡だったんですね。
エクセレント。その通りだよ、ワト君。あのシャンデリアの構造はかなり頑強だ。よほど鋭利なものでも使わない限り傷つかない。それこそ鋼鉄すら切断可能なワイヤーでも使わない限りは
な。ならホームズの言う通り、ワイヤーとシャンデリアの罠が犯行に利用されたことは間違いないだろうね。無能君、気分はどうだい？
気分？どういうこと？
I guess we did kill him, technically.
シャンデリアの罠によって老子探偵が
If we
殺
set
さ
off
れた
the
とい
chandelier
うことは
trap,
だよ。
then technically we set off what killed him in the
君
end.
が洋館の扉を開かなければ老子探偵は八
I mean,
つ
he would
先
have
に
gotten
なら
hacked
ず
to
に
death
済
by
んだってこ
whoever
とじゃ
opened
な
the
い
door,
か。
Shock lances through my spine and I begin to break out in a cold sweat. So it was all because of me. If I hadn't triggered the trap, then Senior Detective would still be alive. Even now I can feel the doorknob in my hand. I think at that moment a man was being sliced apart right below my feet.
僕が作動させたトラップで。
初めて人を殺してしまった気分はどうだい？まるで泥の沼に浸ったみたいに悪くない気分だろう。
Jesus, renegade.
大丈夫、すぐになれるさ。
下がれ、下道探偵。私がうんと言うまで口を閉じている。
Fuck him up, Ideal.
そんなに睨むなよ。そそられるじゃないか。
Damn.
警告するのは
He's
二度目。
matching some freak of somebody who's not
口
here.
を閉じろ。
Cowed by Holmes, Renegade Detective seems to cut his losses, backing down. Holmes then turns to me, all signs of anger wiped clean from her
無
face.
能君、動揺するのはわかるが、落ち込むのは後に
Thank
し
you
ろ。
for the jacket redeem kill.
みんなも無能君を糾弾したり疑ったりするのは後にしてくれよ。入り口のトラップは他の探偵でも発動は避けられなかったものだ。それにむしろ無能君はいい働きをしたと言っていい。無能君の行動のおかげで犯人の計画は致命的な狂いが生じてしまったんだ。
僕がいい働きを？
What you mean by that? As much as I wanted to demand the answer, I wanted to hear the rest of her deduction.
なあ、家族の姉さんよ。犯人はシャンデリアの落下を利用してワイヤーを引っ張ったんだよな。
ですからそう申していますでしょ。ワイヤーはシャンデリアに連動して。
でもよ、普通にくくりつけたんじゃ。
Okay,
シャンデリアに合わせ
I'm
て
glad they are mentioning this because there's something that kind of confused me because I was like, where did the wire get wrapped around a fulcrum for it to like actually yank it up in the air?
殺されたわけじゃねえんだろ。
Like, oh wait, is my original theory right that it was
ヤマト
pulling
君の
up
言
the
いたいこと
chandelier?
はわかるよ。地下の老子探偵の体を切断するのに必要なのはワイヤーを引っ張り上げる力だからな。落下運動に連動しても切断はできないだろうと言いたいのだろう。
落下運動？まあよく言ってることはわからねえけど、多分そんな感じだぜ。
確かにこれは困ったぞ。一体どうすればいいのかな。解説を頼めるかい、家族くん。
それはですね。
Wait, no, that still wouldn't work though because when was it pulled up? Or maybe we just walked in at the wrong time, like as the chandelier was being dropped.
助け舟をあげてくれ。最初に家族くんと推理を行っていたのは誰であったか覚えているだろう。
That was Gourmet.
美食さん、あなたなら
Well, no,
シャンデリアの落下
they're arguing because
どうした
it
人
is,
を殺害する方法に気づいているんじゃないですか。
in theory, it's about like a pulley system, but they haven't explained where the the wheel in the middle of the pulley is. They've explained where the rope is, but not the wheel itself, because the chandelier pulls it up and it would drop it down, but it doesn't give anything for the thing to be. Yeah, they haven't explained what's there that it's wrapped
あ
in.
ら、美味しいところを取るみたいだから黙っているつもりだったけれど。
I mean, it isn't necessarily evident though, because I don't really understand what it's wrapping around to
難
look
しい
like.
話じゃないわ。犯人は滑車装置の原理でローシちゃんの体とシャンデリアと
So it's just
ワイヤーで結びつけたのよ。
そう 私を利用したのですわ。私ってば度忘れしてしまうだなんて。
滑車装置って井戸のつるべなどに使われているあれですか？それを使えばどうなるんですか？
難しい話じゃないわ。図を描きながら解説してあげるわね。シャンデリアの罠は一度落下した後も壁のスイッチを押すとゆっくり天井まで引き上げられることで何度でも使える仕組みだったわ。この引き上げる力がとってもパワフルでね、人より体重の重い私でも軽々と引き上げてくれたの。私よりずっと身軽なローシちゃんの体なら重さに加わっても全然平気でしょうね。
シャンデリアの上に乗って一緒に登ったんですか
？Okay.
楽しかったわよ。それに天井の近くで
Could you have shared that clue with us in advance?
それはワイヤーを引っ掛けていたと思われるフック。それも登山用の強靭なもので凶器のワイヤー層が擦れても平気な材質のね。そのフックを通してシャンデリアにワイヤーをくくりつければ簡単な滑車装置の出来上がり。ついでにこの状態でワイヤーを力いっぱい引っ張ればワイヤーの緩みも調整できるわ。ローシちゃんは天井に貼り付け状態で何もできなかったはず。恐ろしいトリックよね。
There's also the glove that we found burned, which he presumably had to
老
use
子
for
探
something.
偵の獅子に見られた絵師の痕跡は相当長い間天井に貼り付け状態だ
Didn't
った
they say that like he was only dead for a short amount of time?
滑車装置さえ作ってしまえばロープを使うなりしてシャンデリアから降りて準備は完了。誰かが扉を開くのを待つだけというわけですわね。
降りるときに使ったロープはどうやって回収を？
おバカさんですわね。そんなのいくらでも回収方法はありますわ。
例えばもやい結びやスリップノットにすれば降りた後に引っ張ってほどくこともできる。
Yeah.
今度ゆっくりと教えてあげるよ。
Like, it could have been a recording, too. I'm at a loss for how to respond when presented with these not options. As if they were obvious possibilities. Aside from armor, no one seems phased, as if it was just common detective knowledge. I really am terrifyingly out of my depth here.
以上のようにして犯人は私たちがこの島を訪れるよりずっと前にトリックの準備を済ませ洋館を後にした。
Before we even arrived on the island.
そして僕が扉を開いてトラップが作動したことでワイヤーは滑車装置で
Realistically, then it means sometime within the last 3 days.
探偵の体を引き裂いたんですね。
Do you think someone could orchestrate such a kill while their victim remained down in the basement? I just can't fathom it. I feel a shiver run down my spine at the hidden culprit's ingenuity as well as their barbarity.
なんと卑劣な犯行か。自分の手を汚さないばかりか他者の手を借りて惨殺するなど許せないのである。
Fuck him up, armor.
僕がさっきエントランスホールで見つけた切れた絨毯の断片はワイヤーを地下から上に通していた証拠なんだよね。
ええ、断面を調べてみましたが 100% ワイヤーによって切れたものです。おそらく引っ張り上げられた際にワイヤーが床の隙間を通って移動し絨毯が切れたんです。今回の犯人の思考不足が伺えますね。
Heir to the illustrious Pinkerton. Okay, so she's like the heir, not just like, oh god, posh.
だけどそれじゃあ誰が犯人なのだろうね。
それはおそらく扉を開いたそこの庶民ではありませんの？もともと怪しかったのですし。
いや、このトリックは準備さえ整えてしまえばあとは誰かがこの洋館の扉を開くのを待つだけでいい。つまり誰にでも犯行が可能なトリックなんだ。
She truly is just girl bossing her way through it all. Maybe the most girl boss who's ever girl bossed, if you think about it. Hillary Clinton wishes.
ちょっと社畜さん、何をおっしゃいますの？私たちは今日本土から数時間かけてこの島に来たんですのよ。
There's a helipad.
私たちに反抗など不可能に決まっていますわ。浅ましすぎる発言
Also,
は
I
たとえ
love the
庶民とい
idea
えど
that
も
being a
許しません
Pinkerton
わ
is
よ。
like a state of royalty.
研究棟の人らが殺されたのって1日以上前でしょ。だったら今集まってるうちらにも犯行は可能なんじゃね？この島の人たちを皆殺しにして老子探偵を殺すトリックを準備してから本土に戻って何食わぬ顔でうちらに合流する。もし犯人があの八つ咲き校ならそれくらい余裕でやるっしょ。そんな最低最悪なクソ野郎だからこそうちらはわざわざ集まったんだからさ。
そんな仲間同士で疑い合うだなんて。
おいおい待ちなよ。もっと最悪なパターンがあるだろう。
Renegade detective cuts in gleefully.
もっと最悪なパターン。それって何のことですか？
I do kind of live from being a messy bitch who lives for
決
drama.
まっているじゃないか。犯人を見つけ出せるならまだマシ。もっと最悪なパターンは
I mean, yeah, true. Why would it be someone who
犯人
came?
がすでに島から逃げ去っていることだよ。
The atmosphere tenses in an instant. As much as we hoped to believe otherwise, it's a possibility we couldn't ignore.
仮に今回の一連の犯行が八つ咲き校の仕業だとしたら、すでに逃げ去っている方が現実的だよね。だって探偵同盟の本部を壊滅させることには
But yeah, that does make more sense. Why
置き
they're
土産
like,
に老子探偵を殺害する罠まで残せた。逆にどうして島に残る必要があ
I mean,
る？
unless he wants to see the well, because he hasn't finished the kill. Like,
俺
he
なら
needs
サ
a
ク
double.
ッと逃げちゃうな。そして戻ってこない。そうすれば疑われることもないんだもんな。よほど強い意志と目的でもない限りは。
No one can argue with Renegade's words. I suppose it takes a homicidal maniac to give us some perspective on another. Just like he said, it'd be counterintuitive for the culprit to remain or even return to the island at this point.
それじゃあこの事件は。
ああ、誰にでも犯行が可能である以上、もう推理しようが
I
ない。
love that he gets little
完全
emojis.
に手詰まりってわけ。
Yeah, it's basically double or nothing. Like either the culprit is someone who just wanted to kill them and fuck off, or it's someone who, like if that person's still on the island, they're in a lot more danger. The culprit already fled. We'll never track down senior detective's killer, but if they're still here, they could very well be among us. Either way, it's a bitter pill to swallow. It's no surprise the team's morale is taking a hit.
顔を上げろ探偵諸君。推理はまだ終わっていないぞ。
Amogus. It's not me. Almost voice spells the clue. This is just like whenever we played Duck Duck Goose. Or Goose Goose Duck. Which one is I can never Goose Goose Duck. I always it's one of those things where like in my head I said Duck Duck Goose for the game on Steam. And then I was like, no, it's Goose Goose Duck. But then in my head I'm just like, I know that one of them is incorrect and I know it's the one that I'm immediately gonna jump to. It's not great. True, if Renegade does sub with Twitch Prime, because if you have Amazon Prime, you get one free Prime sub a month, and that means you can get all these fun little emotes where I do little dances. Oh wait, I can't get them on my PC because I've got the screen too small. Hold on. Renegade can't do dance emotes. He's silly like that. Favorite gaslighting game. Yeah, well no, not your favorite. That's Your Turn to Die, but close. Anyways.
確かにこの事件の真相はどうあがいても悲劇かもしれない。だがそもそも探偵とは悲劇の後に必要とされる存在だ。我々が悲劇を前に起こしてしまっては誰が立ち向かうというんだ。
I mean, I like all these detective things that are like, if we don't solve it, who does? Do acknowledge that the police are not going to solve these crimes. Holmes makes a way, or sends a wink my way before making her announcement.
この事件の犯人は一つ致命的なミスを犯してしまった。それを今から私が解き明かしてみせよう。悲劇など我々の手で覆してやろうじゃないか、探偵諸君。
The group falls silent, listening intently to what Ideal has to say. This particular trick, anyone could have performed the killing act so long as the proper preparations were made. It's possible the perpetrator has already fled, though if they are still present, they could very well be part of the DA. How does Holmes intend to turn such a desperate situation around?
まだ自らの推理を話していない子がいるだろう。それが誰か無能君もわかるだろう。
The investigator who hasn't spoken yet is... Armor hasn't really said anything, has he? Or no, Bookworm. Because the Bookworm has information about the glove. Because Rowdy spoke. Armor? Oh, wow. Holy shit. That just chopped the trust level in half. Holy shit. Bookworm, right? Thank God. I thought it must be like he was going to talk about something else, but I guess, yeah, all of his facts were everything we covered. I'm dumb. You don't get as much as you lose, though. I lost like 5. Jesus.
いや、これはその
よさないか、文学探偵。すまないな、無能探偵。この子は少々人付き合いが不慣れなんだ。
全然気にしてないですよ。
No lolicon shit. The strain laughs at attempt to cover mental.
お前もずっと暖炉の件を話したがっていたじゃないか。みんなに話してやれ。
言われずともそのつもりですけど。少女は不満混じりの声で返事をし、解説を始める。
Look, when I played Danganronpa V3, you would not believe how many times I guessed it wrong before I realized what was going on in that first trial.
私たちがこの
Sometimes you just
部
gotta
屋を
accuse
訪れた
wildly.
際、暖炉に火が灯っていました。この点に違和感を覚え、ずっとその正体を探っていたのです。
The fact that it was lit and that the glove wasn't fully burned would mean that it would have had to have been pretty recently, right?
違和感ですか。その正体って？
この国では馴染みが薄く、知らないのも当然であろうが、暖炉の火というのはそう長く持たないんだ。薪を頻繁に追加してやらなければ6時間も持たない。よくて5時間といったところだろう。
そんなに頻繁な管理が必要なものなんですね。でも皆さんの中の誰かが寒いから火を灯したんじゃないですか。もう3月とはいえこの島は肌寒いですし。
殺人事件が起こった館の暖炉を勝手につける探偵がいるわけないでしょう。ドリコン
Chiding the would-be offender. Jesus, Bookworm.
少女は犯罪者予備軍の少年を罵倒した。
それもそうですね。
Buddy, you need to start disputing some of what she's saying about you. This...
文学探偵の言う通りだ。私たちの中に暖炉をつけようとする者はいない。いるとしたら犯人だけだ。犯人は何らかの理由を持って暖炉に火をつけた。そしてそれはこの数時間に起きた出来事なんだ。
二人ともいい点に気づいてくれたな。そう、その暖炉に火をつけてしまったことこそ犯人の失策の一つさ。おそらく暖炉の火の持続時間に関する知識がなかったのだろう。だからこそ軽率にも暖炉に火をつけてしまった。いや、つけざるを得なかったんだ。
つけざるを得なかった。
ああ、このワイヤーを取り扱うのに必要なグローブを処分するためにな。
Holmes fishes a single black glove from her pocket and waves it at us.
君たちも知っての通り、今回の犯行に使われたワイヤーソーは切れ味が良すぎるゆえに特別製のグローブが必要だ。犯人は間違いなくこのグローブを所持していたことだろう。ゆえにこのグローブの所持がバレれば犯人として疑われる。かといって指紋のべったりついたグローブをどこかへ隠すのはリスクが高い。だからこうするしかなかったのさ。
With that, Holmes flings the glove onto the fireplace. It disappears into the flames, hissing all the while. May have been made of sturdy material, but it clearly wasn't fireproof.
暖炉の中から焼け残ったグローブの残骸を見つけることもできましたよ。と少女はリーダーへと報告した。
あの火力で焼け残るとは、炎の精霊イフリートとの交友を深めていなかったがゆえの失態か。
I mean,
ちょっと意味不明なので
if
スルー
Isaac
し
looked
ま
like
す。
this, it probably would get away with that.
少女は無視を決め込
That's
ん
right, I mean, so we'll just ignore that.
素晴らしい発見だよ、文学くん。これで犯人がワイヤー用のグローブを処理するために暖炉をつけたことは確定した。ではこのことからどんな事実が伺えるかな。魔界くん、君ならわかるだろ。
無論だ。犯人がこの洋館を脱出できたならば、グローブなど適当な場所に放ってしまえばいい。近くに海もあるのだからな。わざわざ洋館の中で処分したということは、洋館の外に出られなかったということだ。
グッド、その通りだよ。
On one hand, it makes it a little bit less interactive, but also I don't mind that as much as I thought I would, because like
道以外は断崖でとても人間は降りられない。
Inescapable was pretty like uninteractive in terms of this stuff too in a lot of ways. But I think in this one it makes more sense because they're having a smart enough conversation that I'm okay with listening to it. And that like it feels like they're hitting the points that are, like one of the frustrations with the Danganronpa I think is that like you'll have figured out what's going on and then it takes them 3 hours to circle back to the point and you're like, good God. Like same with Master Detective Archives, it was the same thing. This one feels like it's like keeping pace with where it expects its audience to be at in terms of like thinking through the process a bit.
私たちが研究棟に到着してからこの数時間見張りを欠かさなかったが、洋館から脱出した者は皆無だった。
この暖炉に火を灯した人はまだ館の内部にいるということですね。と少女はリーダーの言葉に納得するのであった。
この館の内部に。
Yeah, it's kind of hammering home what Ideal was saying. The detectives eye each other suspiciously. But of course, why wouldn't they? If the culprit is still inside the manor, that means they're hiding within our group.
落ち着け、探偵諸君。確かに私たちの中に犯人がいるという事実は悲しいことだが、何よりも重大な事実がある。それは八つ咲公が確実にこの洋館の中にいるということだ。
どうして言い切れるんですか？
君が現れたおかげだよ、無能君。
僕が？どういう意味ですか？
I don't know if it would be them though, because they were able to.
八つ咲公にとって君の存在はイレギュラーに違いないからさ。
It'd have to be someone who could get through those
八
wires
つ咲公は2つの致命的なミスを
or
犯して
set
いる。
them up.
一つは痕跡を残したこと。
I think Techie could have been the
おそら
one.
く犯人の元々の計画では証拠など残さずに姿を消すつもりだったはずだ。
Or it could be Posh.
そうすれば下道君が言っていたように、もう八つ咲公が島から脱出したものと考えざるを得ない。推理のしようがなくなり混乱に陥っていたからな。
See, if the Duke's goal wasn't to put us off his scent, there wouldn't have been any need to engineer such a complex murder. For all intents and purposes, this should have been an unsolvable case.
しかしそこに無能君が現れ、
Fossil, you scared
予
me
定より
thinking
も
that I forgot to
早
change
く
the
トラックを起
category.
動させてしまった上に入り口で気絶してしまった。もし仮に洋館内に犯人がいたとしたらさぞ慌てたことだろう。なぜならこの洋館は窓が全てはめ
You
殺し
are an
で、
evil puppy, that's why you get microwaved. Not by me, but by others who recognize your evil for what it
なの
is.
にそこには男が倒れている。もし逃げる時に目覚めて顔を見られたら一巻の終わりだ。 殺そうにも実力も素性も不明。おとなしく身を隠す他にない。
Kill even over this. This is
さらに
Fossil's
そ
fault,
こ
I
へ
think.
他の探偵たちまでやってきてしまう。慌てた犯人は隙を見て暖炉で証拠だけ隠滅してしまった。どうだい、しっかりとした筋書きだろ。
No one contradicts Holmes' statement. She's right. If there's any irregularity in the culprit's plan, it would be me. I may lack experience and I failed to save Senior, but it's thanks to me that a major flaw was introduced to the murderer's plan. It's a bit ironic, really. I wonder if it's workaholic, because he was the one who was real insistent that it was us.
わざわざ混乱を生む発言をしておいてよく言うな。どうせ最初から全て気づいていた上で。
That's also what's nice about them being detectives, is that like you can assume that the average participant in the game is someone who could fuck with you a bit, like
お待ちなさ
convincingly.
い。どうして八つ崎港の犯行だと言い切れますの？八つ崎港の犯行の特徴は常に被害者が2人同時に現れること。
Oh, Posh, I think someone else is
確か
gonna
に
die
研究
soon.
棟のスタッフに多数の死傷者が出ていますけど、これまでの犯行とは全く。
それが2つ目のミスなんだよ、家族くん。
え？
Posh falls silent. Holmes turns her gaze to me and smiles coldly before getting into the heart of the matter.
本来この扉を開けた者は罠に引っかかり、老子探偵と共に死ぬはずだった。つまり本来殺すはずの2人目の犠牲者を出せなかったことこそが、八つ崎港
They
最
didn't
大
mean to
の
kill
失
him,
敗
they
さ。
meant to kill someone, and it failed.
なんですって？
Perhaps where I felt a pain in my head that led me to avoid the trap. By all means, I should have died right then. In other words, I narrowly avoided a tragic fate as the quartering Duke's latest victim.
はいはい。被害者が2人いたかもしれないからって、八つ崎港の犯行と断定するのは早計じゃないか？
Yeah, they were just gonna hit whoever came to the door.
分かっていながら尋ねるな、下道探偵。お前もシリアルキラー
Serial
だとわ
killer
かる。
implies at least 4 murders.
これはただのかく乱
Two
を
isn't
狙った
enough.
犯行ではなく宣戦布告だ。わざわざリスクの高い手段で老子探偵を惨殺してみせることで、八つ崎公は私たちにこう言っている。
I kind of just one of these days, I wish that one of the protagonists would be like genuinely a very competent person who's still struggling, as opposed to just like some incompetent buffoon stumbling through it and succeeding.
真相を解き明かしてみせろ。さもなくば全員八つ崎にしてやる。
No, in order to be a serial killer, there's specific definitions for it. Hold on. Yeah, a serial killer, at least the Wikipedia description or the definition is probably provided from, where is it? The Encyclopedia Britannica. So serial killer, also called a serial murderer, is a person who murders 3 or more people with the killings taking place over a significant period of time. So usually it has to, like, I think it's, maybe it's not 4, maybe it's just 3, I guess, but like it has to be over the span of, I think, at least a month. The category has been found to be of no real value to law enforcement. Definitional problems relate to the concept of cooling off period. I mean, the definition is moving around. Yeah, Andrew, I don't know actually who that is. That's a killing spree. Charles Whitman is mass murder. Jeffrey Dahmer is serial killing. Or the FBI defines serial killing, here we go. A series of 2 or more murders committed as separate events, usually but not always by one offender acting alone. Then they expanded the definition to say the unlawful killing of 2 or more victims by the same offender or offenders in separate events. I guess it is only down to 2 victims. Huh. Well, like, it is kind of defined a chair, but it's also more specifically about just like, they just have to happen at distinct events. Like, it can't be like a spree killing. I believe the distinction there is like, it's basically just someone who's running from one murder to the other, like as fast as possible. Whereas like Jeffrey Dahmer was like, would kill someone, stop, then would kill someone and then stop. His parents were killed in separate. Yeah. Like if his parents were both killed at once, then he just killed 2 people. Like it's a double murder, but like not a serial killing. Because serial implies that you're like serializing the murders. And maybe he killed more people, we don't know.
面白くなってきたね。俺も全力で楽しませてもらうとするよ。 My Holmes.
Detective Renegade satisfied. Holmes claps once, turning the attention back to her.
では今回の事件をまとめるとしよう。八崎公は私たちの訪れる数日前に島を訪れ、職員を全員殺害した。その後、シャンデリアと老子探偵とをワイヤーで結びつけ、罠が作動してシャンデリアが落下すれば老子探偵が死ぬよう細工、洋館を後にした。後日研究棟に私たちが訪れたところを見計らって老子探偵の声で私に連絡。一部の探偵を洋館へと誘導する。そこで扉を開いた探偵と老子探偵を同時に殺害し、2人の犠牲者を出すことで八崎公の犯行であることを示唆。それと同時に犯人である八崎公が島の外へと逃げ出せた可能性を示すことで私たちを混乱に陥れるはずだった。だがそこでイレギュラーが生じる。それは計画外の人物が計画外の時間に罠を作動させたことだ。そのイレギュラーのせいで犯人は洋館の外へ出られず、慌てて証拠隠滅を図った。その結果不自然に暖炉に火が灯り、証拠品も焼け残ってしまった。以上のことから八崎公が今どこにいるか、無能君、イレギュラーの無視で君は結論を告げろ。
They really don't trust me on this one, huh?
八崎公はこの洋館の中にいます。
I hate that I had to turn on the background music because I can't hear the character voices over it because like
八崎公は私たちの
I
す
think
ぐ
he
そば
might
に
still be in the manor.
無能君が生み出してくれたこの一筋の巧妙を逃すわけにはいかない。ここまではやられてばかりだったが、反撃開始といこう。私たち全員で追い込んでやろうじゃないか。この嘘にまみれた悲劇を終わらせるためにね。
I did it.
りょう、でもまあ通り魔、事件の推理はここまでってことでよくね。解ける謎はあらかた解けて、これ以上は犯人を踏んづかまえて問いただせばいいじゃん。うちはもうお腹が減りすぎてヘリンボーンだよ。一旦休憩にしようよ。みんなお疲れモードだし、これ以上話してもラチあかんべ。
Mad hungry right now. Love that for her.
さすがは渋谷殿、良いことを言うのである。どうせ犯人は
really
この洋館から出られぬのであろう。ならば我らがまず行うべきは犯人との開口に備え英気を養うことである。
それもそうだな。本土からこの島までの移動時間も含めれば、私たちはすでに半日以上休みなしで活動を続けている。渋谷君の言う通り、交代で洋館の出入り口を見張りながら食事をとることにしよう。
Those words, the group lets out a collective sigh of relief. No one has to say that we're all clearly exhausted. Detectives chatter away as we head toward the dining room. The atmosphere has finally become calm and relaxed. So that the tightness in my chest won't disappear. I've grown quietly as if you're another migraine coming on. It's just like when the chandelier fell as if I'm not myself.
無能先輩、大丈夫？頭痛いの？バフィロンあげようか？
無理は良くないのである。さあ、食堂までおんぶするから、
Okay,
我
I'm
に
kind of coming
捕
around
ま
on
ってく
our
れ。
This is cute.
大丈夫大丈夫。だから本部は勘弁してください。
Oh, someone's about to get murdered. After some time, the pain recedes, but I can't understand it. Why is my body such a wreck right now?
渋谷さん、念のために後でバフィロンもらっていいかな。
りょう、もちろん OK だよ。 先輩には借りもできちゃってたみたいだしね。
借り？
まあ通り魔食堂行こう。置いてかれて変な疑いかけられたら最悪だしね。
Donna doesn't wait for me to respond. Instead, pulling me by my hand and leading me into the dining hall. Dining room is buzzing with chatter. Some ingredients were left in the refrigerator, so gourmet detective cooked us a meal. Workaholic, renegade, and doleful agree to keep watch while the rest of us gather around the lengthy dining room table.
はーいみんな、お料理ができたわよ。ちゃんと材料は私が毒味しておいたから安心してね。
毒味したって、それで死んだらどうするんですか？
Quickie licky.
僕のフレンズ鑑識遊具ペロペロ君を使えば簡単に調べられたのに。
Quickie licky.
悪いな科学の坊ちゃん。でもよ、美食の姉さんなら毒くらい平気だぜ。なんだって姉さんの舌はあらゆる毒を美味しく食べれちまうんだからな。
We just had to go get some food.
その言い方じゃん、まるで私がモンスタ
Also,
ー
how
み
long
たい
until
じ
the
ゃない
chapter's
の。
over? Japanese Among Us?
ただ単に子供の頃からいろんな毒を試食してきたおかげで毒に耐性ができたというだけよ。
Where were your parents?
生産カリとかはお口が痛くて
They solved the case because they didn't figure out who did it, so they're all just going getting food while they wait.
噂通りの超味覚。恐ろしい人ですね。
なにこの和風パスタ、超美味しいんだけど。美食さん食べるだけじゃなく作る方もパラいんだね。
出汁がよく効いているね。濃厚なのに爽やかな風味が後を引く味わいだ。さてこれは一体何の出汁かな。渋谷くん考えてみるといい。
Why can't you do it,
うち
detective?
ですか？食事の時くらい謎かけは勘弁してくださいよ。うちじゃわかんないですって。
人生はすべてミステリーだ。いついかなる時も謎を探してしまうのは探偵の性というものさ。
我は分かったぞ。この甘酸っぱい風味、レモンであるな。
いや、さすがにレモンでは出汁は取れない。
何？あんな汁気がたっぷりなのにバカな。
いや、汁気と出汁は関係ないでしょ。つうかあんたそんな鎧姿でどう食べてるわけ？
ん？このようにして兜の隙間からすするのだが。
Oh no. They're not gonna eat them through the eye
気持ち
sockets?
悪い。本当に嫌いなんですけど、あなたのこと。
Valid.
人参をこっそり私のスープに入れるんじゃない。ちゃんと野菜も食べないと大きくなれない
Aw,
ぞ。
mistake.
人参は土臭くてまずいから嫌。それにビタミンは健康には影響を及ぼしますが、体の成長には効果を与えないものと記憶してます。よって食べなくても特に体が大きくならないことはありません。あなたの論理は破綻していますと。少女は微塵の破綻もない正論で鮮やかに論破した。
へりくつはいいから食べんか。せっかく美食探偵がしっかりと煮込んでくれて食べ
Boy
やすくなって
failure
いるん
died
だ
and his
ぞ。
girl boss daughter. Look, the music is really catchy.
文
And
学
it's
さ
been a
ん、
long day.
魔界さんの言う通りですわよ。探偵たるもの好き嫌いをしてはいけませんわ。懐かしいですわね。私も子供の頃はもやしが全然食べられなくて苦労したものです。今は大好物ですけれど。
もやし。家族探偵は探偵の名家ピンカートン家の出身なのにもやしなど食べていたのですかと。少女はイメージと異なる発言に目を丸くした。
Thank you for the jacket redeem, Michelle.
ピンカートン家も近年は苦労していてな。警備業務がなりわいだと聞いた。
I'm sorry.
余計なことは言わなくてもよろしいですわ。
ピンカートン家は今も昔も最高の探偵です。私が八つ崎港の正体を暴き、その事実を証明して差し上げますから見ていてくださいまし。
I'm unable to mask the surprise on my face as I listen to the others chat in harmony.
あれだけ凄惨な事件の後でも普通に食事が取れるなんて、みんなすごいな。
I, on the other hand, haven't been able to take a single bite of the food on my plate. Before me is a savory soup full of hearty veggies, toasted baguette slices, and fluffy eggs scrambled together with smoked meat. All the food looks as delicious as it is inviting, yet I can't will the hand holding my spoon to budge even an inch. No matter how hard I try, I can't keep the grisly sight from earlier out of my head. Everyone saw the same thing as me, but I'm the only one paralyzed by it. How pathetic can I be? I mean, I'm a member of the Alliance myself. I need to strengthen my mental fortitude so murder scenes don't bother me this much.
顔が引きつっているぞ。大丈夫か?
I mean, to be fair, it's not that bad. Holmes is seated next to me, her voice a low whisper, such that only I can hear it.
ごめんなさい。ちょっと考え事をしていただけなので気にしないでください。
嘘が下手だな。殺人事件の現場を目撃したショックで食欲が湧かないんだろ。
I gawk at how easily she sees through me.
その顔を見れば誰だってわかるさ。それに探偵たるもの誰もが経験することだからな。
そうですよね。僕も早くなれるよう努力します。
おいおい、そんな必要はないぞ。むしろ逆だ。殺人事件の現場に慣れてはいけない。
どういうことですか?
I put out the question before I can stop myself.
言葉通りの意味さ。確かに私たち探偵は悲劇の現場に直面しやすい。だがその光景に慣れて日常のように思ってはいけない。
As I drain your eyes, they can see right through him.
みんな口調こそ明るいが、時折真剣な面持ちを見せる。気持ちを切り替えるべく意識的に明るく話しているんだ。防ぐことのできなかった悲劇に心が負けないようにな。
意識的に明るく。
Looking in the group, I can see hints of tension during the lulls in conversation. I see. So it's not that everyone just instantly moved on from senior detective's murder. Rather, they're steeling themselves, shrouding their weaknesses as they continue to untangle this mystery.
悲劇を日常と思う者に探偵を名乗る資格はない。
Where's Renegade at?
悲劇を憎み、勇気を持って覆せるような強い心を持った者こそが探偵なんだ。だからバト君、君も強くあれ。どんな悲劇にも
As corny as this is, I actually do like this
本
works
物の
really
探
well.
偵になるんだ。
はい。
My hand is still frozen in place, gripping my spoon, but no matter how long it takes, I'll finish this meal in front of me. Aww. Only that, I'll become a real detective, just like Holmes said.
みんなすぐに集まってくれ。
Uh-oh, spaghetti-o. Somebody got spaghettified. Regalic's voice echoes through the room. I turn to see his flustered face at the doorway.
研究棟前のヘリポート付近で何かが光ってる。もしかしたら犯人がヘリコプターで逃げようとしているのかもしれない。
Or are you trying to mislead us because 2 more people are dead? Group rushes outside the manor.
あれを見てごらんよ。一体あんな場所で
Unfortunately, it has worked on us, Cindy.
何かとても危険な気配がします。近づいてはいけない。
Oh my god, are you an empath? Dolphal's an empath. Renegade points off in the distance where something is definitely shining. The paved area over there is a heliport, which means that light could belong to a helicopter. Though I didn't see anything there when I checked before.
俺にはうっすらと見えるぜ。楕円状の巨大な何かがヘリポートの上に立ってやがる。
Oh, it's one of the fucking
真っ黒
machine
に塗られている
things.
みたいではっきりとは見えねえが、危険な気配がビンビンに伝わってくるぜ。おそらくは敵の野郎の罠だろうな。
I think it was Renegade Rowdy and
でも
Workaholic
確
who
認
were
しないわ
all
けにもいかな
out
い。
here at the same time.
もし本当にヘリコプターだったなら逃走を許してしまうことになるからね。
So I don't think anyone's
お待ちな
missing.
さい。私たちがあのヘリポートの前を通った時は何もなかったではありませんの。
Maybe it could be an accomplice.
ヘリをあの場所に用意することなど不可能ですわ。
I like the idea of a
あのヘリ
helicopter
ポート
coming
の
in
地
here
下に
and
は
landing.
機材の格納庫があると聞いたことがある。こうして私たちを洋館に引き寄せて今脱出を図ろうとしているとしたら。
議論している暇はないな。早く向かおう。
Without delay, Ideal began doling out orders to each
社
detective.
畜くんに家族くん、渋谷くん、科学くん、それに魔界くんと文学くんはこの場に残ってくれ。私たちが離れた隙に敵はこの洋館を狙ってくるかもしれない。十分に警戒しておいてくれ。
はい、確かに任されました。リーダー、どうかお気をつけて。
こちらは我々に任せろ。
Yeah, there's a lot of
必ず
borrowed
や
words.
本陣は守り抜いてみせよ。
ああ、信頼しているよ。私の愛しい探偵諸君。
So that leaves me,
武
Ideal,
装
and
君と
who?
ヤマト君、美食君、下道君は私と共にヘリポートへ向かってほしい。
Wait, was I part of the people who were left to
それと
stay?
飛脚君にはヤマト君と共にそこの高台から様子を伺ってほしい。そして何か異常があれば私に連絡を。
僕も同行します。
Dolphin interrupts Holmes' voice wavering.
声も足も震えているぞ。君のその体質で
Yeah, I wonder
よ
if we're
ほど
maybe
恐
going to be
ろ
allowed
し
to
い何
choose
かを
which way
感
we
じ取ってい
go.
るのだろう。本当に平気なのか。ヤマト君と共に遠くから見張ってくれているだけで十分だぞ。
怖いですけど、僕の名探偵体質は自分の身に危険が迫らないと発動しません。だから遠目からでなくホームズさんの隣でちゃんと警戒したいんです。
Dolphin basically can just
そのために
attracts
僕は
danger
こ
to
の場
them,
に
which
来た
makes
ん
it
ですか
easy
ら。
for them to like find
よく言ったぜ、
yeah,
ヒゲ
danger
クの坊ちゃ
magnet.
ん。あんたのことは俺が必ず守り抜いてやっから安心しな。
僕こう見えて17歳なんだけど。
年上かよ。すまねえ。お詫びに一発かましてやってくれ。
Love her immediate jumping to, or immediately jumping to just like punch me in the
君は
face
どうする？
every time she bothers someone.
もしかしたら先ほどの事件よりもさらに恐ろしい目に遭うかもしれないぞ。この洋館に残るか、私と共に行くか。どうしたい？
僕はホームズさんと共に行きます。
So much of a decision.
探偵同盟の一員ですから。
そうか。そう言ってくれて嬉しいよ。それでは探偵諸君、向かうとしようか。
I'm assuming that it's mostly just that way because they probably don't have it set up to like
普段の光の下
have a dialogue option. Oh, actually, yeah, maybe second playthrough stuff. That definitely makes some sense. I don't know if that's really the way it works, but or I don't know if that's like for sure the way it works, but it would definitely make sense if that was an option. Although it would mean that there's not really a lot of routes that you could go to. Anyways, it's likely because I'm talented or surrounded by so many talented detectives. As long as we're together, there's nothing we can't handle. I'm certain of it. And most importantly, Holmes is by my side. Yeah, it kind of gives you the feeling of like she's manipulating a lot of us a lot more aggressively than we're realizing because it's actively influencing the gameplay decisions that are available to us. Because we did get to make a choice earlier with whether we went into the lab or not. But I think ever since she's been around us, we haven't really gotten to make any choices. At least like the important ones where she's really guiding us. We spent a few hours together up until now, and yet getting to experience the talents of the DA's members has been even enough to eclipse even the Duke's overwhelming tyranny. Honestly speaking, no matter how fearsome this Duke is, I can't imagine these detectives could ever be defeated. What is... That would be... I hope so. I hope that that's intentional, because that's actually great.
ヤマト君、どうだ？だいぶ降りてきたが、 光の正体はつかめたか？
すまねえ。
And so
輪
does the
郭は
armor.
見えちゃいるんだが、何かまではまだ判別がつかねえんだ。でもどうやらヘリコプターではなさそうだぜ。見た目はなんだか巨大なドラム缶に光る目玉がついているみたい
Yeah,
だ。
this sounds like really similar to something else.
ドラム缶？
It's getting increasingly difficult to determine what that object may be. Helicopter or not, we should have been able to identify it by now. Naturally, our pace begins to quicken.
気をつけてね、理想ちゃん。なんだかとってもきな臭い香りがするわ。
そそる思考じゃないか。敵はなかなかにいいセンスをしているよ。
飛脚殿は下がっていてくれ。何があろうとも我がみんなを守ってみせる。
Yeah, I've come around on armor. This is a very cute idea. They talk, the light draws closer until...
この音。やろう。動き始めたぞ。
動いたって。
As Rowdy shouts, the light, which had been glowing in front of us, begins to approach. At that moment, Doleful's face goes white and he lets out a cry beside me.
皆さん逃げてください。これはこの気配は
It's the target logo. Yeah, ideal and incompetent. How are you two not recognizing what this thing is? At Holmes' command, we turn our backs to the light and begin to run. In the distance, I hear an ominous mechanical sound. The noise grows louder and louder until it's bearing down upon us. When we look back, our horrific figure is practically on top of the group. Giant elephant monsters. It kind of does have that vibe, Kill. Armor. You're not winning this fight. I hear armor heading toward the sound, but then... Oh. Armor screams echo from behind. What could have happened? We need to help him, but is there really anything we can do? What in the world is going on back there? Even if I won't make a difference, it's still better than not even trying. I mean, I will say Monsters vs. Aliens is a very impactful piece of media in my family. Is what our dog is named Fresno because my youngest sister was really obsessed with them saying, "We're going to Fresno." So our family dog is named Fresno. And also there's a scene in it where the bug guy dances to an Aqua song. And it was very important to me as a kid who was obsessed with Aqua. When my mind made up, I do an about face. First thing I notice is Holmes, who must have just turned around herself. Right in my line of sight, I spot it. A colossal, ominous black shadow. Just as Reddy had said, it resembles a giant metal drum. Its figure, several meters tall, looms above us. It looks down, then rushes forward while emitting a shrill mechanical noise. Wait. Alright. The trauma I suffered years ago resurfaces in my mind. This is the very same thing that attacked us back then, but why is it at DA headquarters? The comment slips from Holmes' mouth as if the presence of this thing confirmed her suspicions. She braces herself and lifts her fist before issuing her command.
振り返るな。私が時間を稼ぐから君たちは先に行け。
The power of remembering.
そんなこと。
行けと言っている。君たちが束になったところでこいつにはかなわない。
Uh-oh, Ideal, are you about to get splattered?
バカ野郎。しんがりなら
Gourmet, that is not the right facial expression to have in this moment.
ヤマトちゃんよりも理想ちゃんの方がずっと強いわ。悔しいけどここは任せましょう。
僕のせいでまた人が。
Brat. Taylor Swift needs to grow up is my thoughts on Brat. I haven't listened to the full thing yet, but I've liked what I've heard of it. Despite our conflicted feelings, the group begins to run. But what should I do? Can I really leave Holmes behind?
また僕は君を守れないのか。
Okay, well you clearly succeeded at protecting her the first time.
何度も言わせないでくれ。
Holmes glances my way. Her profile beams with a deep, genuine happiness.
私はかつて君に救われたんだ。今度は私に君を救わせてくれよ。
I still myself and turn my back to Holmes. Then I take off in a sprint with every ounce of strength in my body as if I'm running from the very reality unfolding behind me. I hear a grating clangorous sound as if something metallic were being struck. The overbearing noise that had been pursuing us now recedes into the distance. It must be Holmes' doing. She's the chief of the DA for a reason. Surely she could hold her own against that monstrous thing. Maybe, just maybe, my concern is misplaced. I mean, armor is somewhere back there. It'll be fine. If anyone can handle this and make it back safely, it's Holmes. It's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. As if sensing Holmes' gratitude, I find myself turning around to face her. Okay. Bitch, what? Behind me, I see a fountain of bright crimson spray into the moonlight. It catches the light briefly before showering down on the ground below. Not the sound of the blood hitting the ground. Beautiful white figure suspended amid the scarlet. Her presence, which felt so imposing only a moment ago, seems insignificant now. Her limbs, once graceful, now hang like a marionette with its strings cut. The sight seems so unreal, I doubt my own eyes. However, the sounds of rending flesh and spraying blood snap me back to reality. The blades of that pitch-black monster pierce through her slender body, arcing upward into the sky with strings of red. The merciless attack is repeated once, twice, 3 times in a vivid, unadulterated display of violence. Jesus. Saiga's body, which had barely remained standing, begins to sink limply toward the ground. I try to yell, but no words come out. My throat quakes, unable to muster the sounds. As her body slumps to the earth, my voice finally rings out. Saiga-chan! Oh. Okay, he is wearing heels there. Incompetent. 9. Oh. Oh, bye, Ideal. For real, KK. Okay, but it is showing scenes with Ideal that we didn't see before. Is it going to be like, oh, she's an Ideal, she can't be killed? Oh. His attempt to run towards her.
無能君 立ち止まっちゃダメだよ。
A hand reaches out and stops me from behind. Turn to me, doleful, stern expression. He immediately starts to run, forcibly pulling me along.
リーダーが稼いでくれた時間を無駄にしちゃいけない。なんとかして生き延びないと。
飛躍さん。
Tears still linger in Doleful's eyes, but he must be grieving too. But despite that, he's quashed down his feelings to soldier onward.
ごめんなさい。走ります。
I release his hand and run on my own. He's right. Our morning can wait. Right now, we need to survive this.
ケドさん、今触れてるそこです。そこから危険な気配を感じます。
了解。ベストタイミングだよ、ひーくん。
Dolly? Doleful calls out, oh. Kicks the rocky face of the cliff beside him. A moment later, I hear a loud rumbling from above
僕
us.
が引き寄せる脅威の恐ろしさ、あなたも味わってください。
Rocks rain down, pummeling the black machine with an impact no human could survive. Once again, I'm showing how terrifying Doleful's power can be. However, I love that as the captioning for it, just as a bunch of black dots. The automaton immediately bursts free from the rubble, letting out some kind of metallic war cry as it resumes motion.
あれで傷一つつかないなんて耐久力は波の戦車以上か。そそるね。
そそられてる場合ですか。多少でも時間は稼げたんです。逃げましょう。
Oh, Armor's... I was just about to say, Armor's just like around here somewhere. A bellowing voice erupts from behind. I failed to notice that Armor had caught up with us until I see him clinging tightly to the black machine. They grapple like wrestlers. Armor must have seen Holmes' body. He still charged him without hesitation. What incredible resolve. But his strength is outclassed, if only just, and his massive frame is slowly being pushed back.
みんな、我のことはいいから先へ行ってくれ。
そんな、嘘さんも一緒に逃げましょう。
ダメだ。今こいつを離せば確実にみんなに追いつき全滅してしまう。我は理想探偵を守れなかった。他のものは何としても。
Guys, we don't have time. Armor Detective is prepared to give his life. It's no different from when Holmes gave hers. All I can do is watch helplessly. We have to escape. We need to escape.
武装ちゃん、1、2の3でジャンプしてね。
ジャンプ。
Gourmet is suddenly standing next to me, and in front of her, Rowdy wields a massive log that I can only assume she picked up somewhere.
かっこいいわよ、ヤマトちゃん。後でキスしてあげるわね。
Gourmet, she's 17 or like 16. No, she's younger. Rowdy hurls the log toward the black machine.
はい、1、2の3。
The log rolls beneath Armor as he leaps and smashes directly into the machine. The log seems to have lodged itself between its legs, compromising its balance entirely. It feels like we finally made a dent in its armor, so to speak.
そうだ。さっき地下でプラズマナックルっていう強そうな技があるって。
そうか、了解である。この右腕に蓄電し続けたエネルギー、今こそ解放しよう。
Yeah, it wasn't urgent until now. Tottering black mass.
黒い必殺プラズマナック。
With a thunderous crack, my vision is overwhelmed by a blinding flash of light. When my eyes adjust, I see the machine has been pushed back considerably. That must have been Armor's doing. Fearsome blows aided by an electric current, a rather powerful one, evidently. But the metal thing doesn't look one bit addled. In fact, it seems ready to charge towards us at any moment.
不思議なのか、あの黒いのは。武装さん、今のうちに逃げましょう。
すまん。プラズマナックルを撃つと全身がしびれてしまって。
I move so stiffly. I move so stiffly. Okay, yeah. Can't throw away this opening our combined efforts made for us. If it weren't for Holmes, we would have died before we got this far in the first place. Seeing her plays in my head. In the end, I couldn't even bring myself to call her Psyche, even when deep down I truly felt it was her. And now there's no way to confirm if Holmes was or really was the girl I once knew. As we run, I vent my anger to no one in particular, but ultimately I'm angriest with myself. Our detective fought for our sake, yet all I can do is lend him my shoulder. After running for quite some time, we arrive at the manor where the others are waiting.
リーダーはどこに行ったんだい？姿が見えないけど。
The remaining detectives panic as they see the black mass approaching behind us. There's no time to elaborate.
説明は後です。早く扉を開けてください。
なんで庶民に命令されなきゃいけませんの？あなた、私がどれほど高貴な
You're
家庭の出なの
Pinkertons,
か
you're
分
not
かって。
aristocratic.
あの黒いやべえのに追いつかれたら皆殺しにされんだよ。いいから早く扉開けて飛び込めこら。
Yeah, no, they're not a prestigious family.
わかりましたわよ。
That is posh spice from Overwatch. So true. Cowed by Rowdy's ferocity, the group wordlessly rushes into the manor. As soon as the lock clicks, a loud banging echoes through the hall as the master repeatedly slams itself against the door. It continues as if goading us to come out, but the door doesn't seem to budge an inch. Shudder to think what would have happened if we hadn't made it back in time.
大丈夫だよ。安心して。この洋館は組織の緊急避難場所でもある。見た目は木製のこの扉だって中身は鋼鉄。窓だって防弾仕様だ。たとえ戦車の砲撃を受けたってびくともしないよ。
The banging persists for several minutes until finally it goes quiet, but although our enemy seems to have relented, I can't relax one bit. We can... Oh, it does say chapter 2. Ah, shit. I mean, this might actually be a decent place to break it off then, if we're already into chapter 2. Because we've just gotten into the mansion and nothing's happened since getting in. So that's actually probably not a terrible place to end it. Yeah, the intro probably was the break, but there just wasn't like a... I assumed that it would be like a save point when there was a chapter break, but either way, because it has been almost, holy shit, 5 hours. So yeah, we'll, let me just triple check, make sure that I am saving this. And then we'll go back to the title, and then we're going to find someone to raid, and then we'll be done for the night. But we're going to keep doing this every Tuesday, because this has been a fun game. Yeah, let me look and see who's live right now. The title music's also really good. Damn, 180 like it is capable. Let me see. Okay, I think we're gonna raid out to Orbrus, who's playing some Resident Evil Village. Yeah, thank you guys for being here. This has been a lot of fun. I really enjoyed this game. I wasn't sure how it'd go because obviously like it can be a bit of a mixed bag with some of these things, but like this has been great. Yes, go do the stuff you've got to do. We're gonna raid out to Orbrus, who's gonna be playing some Resident Evil Village. Yeah, for now I think that's where we're gonna end this. We're gonna be back with this next week on Tuesday. Excuse me, same time. It'll be a good time. I'm enjoying this a lot. Anyways, Thank you for watching, whether you're for some of it, all of it, bits and pieces, etc., etc. If you haven't already, also make sure to check out the video essay that's in the pinned comment. But otherwise, yeah, thank you and see you soon. Say hi to Orbis for me, okay? Bye-bye.